He lost everything the day a superhuman destroyed his family. After that, he stopped leaving the house. Then one day the system gave him a strange power. He doesn't fight himself anymore. Instead, he sends avatars into other worlds. Each one grows stronger, each one builds influence. And while the world sees powerful figures rising everywhere, they're all just different faces of the same guy sitting at home. Heroes, monsters, kings, all moving at once. Let's see how powerful one player becomes with an entire army of himself. One day, a terrifying immortal king and a righteous knight of light clashed in battle. The battle was long, and the immortal king admitted that he was truly worthy of calling him his rival. The knight responded by telling him that the rumors were true. The title, Nightmare of the Continent, suited him perfectly. But as long as the forces of light were with them, they would never surrender. Wings flared behind him. He leaped high into the air and raised his sword above his head, and his brave comrades rushed into battle. The main character, Han Song-yoon, watching everything from his room, wondered if their fight was too much of a show. Okay, it was a performance after all. So how did it come to this? The terrifying immortal king, the righteous knight, they are all Han Song-yoon. Some time ago, the Special Ability Control Bureau, the Relocation and Investigation Department, visited him. An employee asked if he was Han Song-yoon. He confirmed it with a very gloomy and tired expression, and the man said that his identity had been confirmed. If he suddenly awakened, let him immediately report it to the bureau. He left, wishing him a good day, and now the MC was alone again. It was the first time he had spoken to a stranger in 6 months, and their conversation had just ended, which means he won't have to open the front door for the next 6 months. He rummaged through the kitchen cabinet for something to eat, but everything had long since gone bad. It had been 2 years since he last went outside. Some might call him pathetic, others might accuse him of being weak-willed, but he is a victim of this distorted world. Breaking news started on TV. Firefighters are currently battling a fire in a shopping mall. It was reported that the arsonist was an awakened person. He had set the fire before entering another world. Song-yoon froze at the thought of the awakened people. Suddenly, one by one, all the people began to awaken with mysterious skills known as special abilities. After awakening, people are forcibly transported to another world within 24 hours. They can only get back by fulfilling certain conditions, but very few have managed to return alive. Out of desperation, the awakened began to commit senseless crimes before entering another world. 2 years ago, because of the prank of one such idiot, he lost his family and a leg. He even mustered up the determination to try to get back on his feet, but he was failing. He holed up in his apartment, training, but to no avail. These were just pathetic attempts. Why is he so afraid to go outside? If he had a little more determination, maybe something would change. If only he could get out of here and go somewhere. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of him. Dimensional distortion detected. Connection to the Akasha system. Awakening of a unique skill has begun. He looked up at this glowing screen in shock and thought excitedly, so this is how awakening works? The system informed him that the unique skill avatar has awakened. 24 minutes remain until the transition to another world. MC was in a panic. This was all very unexpected and actually felt like a joke. The system said that if he didn't enter the travel portal within the allotted time, he would have to use forced travel. He immediately rushed to pack his things. He heard that returning back takes about a year. Since time in another world flows 10 times slower, that means he will spend a whole 10 years trying to get home again. But will he be able to survive? Having taken everything he needed for survival and unforeseen situations, he returned to the portal. There were 3 minutes left before his travel. He was very worried and afraid, which made his breathing ragged. He wanted to step into the portal, but he couldn't. He can't even just go outside, and this is another world. He has neither strength nor any skills, so how will he survive in another world? And then an idea occurred to him. He has skills. He is also awakened now, which means he has special abilities. He decided to check what he got and activated the avatar skill. When he opened his eyes, he was startled. An exact copy of himself appeared before him. A sharp pain pierced his head. He could now see everything from his avatar's perspective. Since everything in his eyes began to double, he turned away from the avatar and thought that this couldn't be happening. He tried to look around and made sure that the avatar was seeing the same thing as he was. This made him suddenly feel sick. He felt dizzy when he tried to move and control the avatar. Apparently, it was impossible to move at the same time. The system reminded him of the time. 1 minute remained. If he didn't enter the portal, he would be forcibly moved. He sighed heavily and thought that in this situation, he didn't need an avatar. His ability was as useless as he was. If someone could take his place, that would be wonderful. After this thought, he immediately looked up at his avatar and stared at it thoughtfully, and then began to implement his plan. He forced the avatar into the portal, and the system said the awakened one's identity had been confirmed and the transfer had begun. Song-yoon closed his eyes, trying to concentrate, and everything around his avatar sparkled, preparing for the transfer. When the system notification appeared, he opened his eyes and fell to the floor in surprise. He hadn't even expected it to work. The transfer portal accepted the avatar for him. After that, his avatar disappeared, and the system said the transfer to the auteric dimension was complete. Immediately after, the environment around him changed dramatically. He had been transported to a forest. He looked at his hands in surprise and thought that the avatar should have been the one transported. So why was he here? The system said he could return to Earth through the return option in the karma store. Karma can be earned through adventures, and he currently had 0 karma points. A sharp pain pierced his head again, Now he could see both his home and the forest. Realizing that he was simply seeing all this through the avatar's eyes, he felt better. But being in two places at once made him feel sick, so much so that he started to vomit. He suddenly found himself back in his real body, nausea immediately rising in his throat, and he, covering his mouth with his hands, rushed to the toilet. Having released all the excess from his mouth into a ceramic bowl, he finally felt better. He wiped away his drool, glad that at least he had survived the transition, and summoned his avatar. It immediately appeared before him, and he sighed heavily, thinking that he was simply hopeless. He approached the avatar and asked what he should do with this useless ability. A firecracker appeared right in front of his face, the system congratulating him on achieving the achievement, Return to Earth without using the Karma Store. He received the Portal to Travel Between Worlds bonus, thanks to which he can travel to his previous location once a day using the portal. He stared in shock at the system window, and when his karma increased, he exclaimed in surprise that this was impossible, and so he became the first awakened one to return in such a short time. For his first return from another world, he received almost 2 million karma points, which was quite surprising. So much for simply returning an avatar to Earth. In one go, he received points for a whole 10 years. Karma is awarded depending on the influence a person has in another world. Good or bad deeds, murder or honest work, it doesn't matter. The accumulated karma can be used to improve abilities or return to Earth. He wondered if this was some kind of mistake. What if he still has to go to another world? He decided not to dwell on it. He didn't know it would work, so it didn't matter. He decided to look at what he could spend karma on, returning to Earth, which costs 1 million, upgrading a unique skill for 300,000 points, and increasing his status. He was on Earth, so returning was pointless. But the last option intrigued him. He went to the status improvement section, and it turned out that you can improve your body's stats there. For example, the ability to regenerate. Of course, this intrigued him, especially given his leg problems, and he decided to improve this ability. Immediately afterward, he felt something in his legs. He tried moving them, and it was so easy, as if there had been no injury. The pain in his leg was more than just an inconvenience for him. This injury marked his farewell to his family, and it was precisely because of this that he didn't leave his room. He stood up, and the system informed him that his regenerative ability had exceeded the standard level. He gained the super regeneration ability, which increases recovery power. Thus, with the points he received, he increased his karma and was able to heal his leg. He immediately decided to test his legs on the exercise machine and felt how strong they had become, which couldn't help but please him. But he still had quite a bit of karma left, so he wondered how he could use it. The system offered him a skill upgrade, and once he acquired it, he became curious about what he could do if he upgraded his avatar. When he checked it out, he grinned and said that, as he thought, he was a real man. The avatar said his body was great. He must have been working really hard, right? MC replied that it was all thanks to hard training. After awakening, the avatar's consciousness was split in two, allowing him to move freely between bodies. He also gained a new ability by upgrading his weapon skills. This skill, the center of the mind, gives him the ability to choose what information will be sent to it. This means that not only will he get rid of disorientation, but he will also feel no pain, even if the avatar is hurt. He pushed it with all his strength to test it, then looked around his room and thought that it turns out he can travel to another world, sitting at home and wrapped in a blanket. He immediately sat down on the couch and armed himself with a game controller. Now he can control his avatar, just like in the game. And that's not the only change. There are now 3 of them. He's curious about something. As he develops, the number of his avatars will increase, and he's afraid he'll get confused. This won't do. He needs to decide on names. Calling them avatars isn't very good, but he can't think of anything. The 3 of them started thinking hard, and then a cup of coffee and a packet of ketchup caught his eye. He named his first pioneering avatar Hans, and the second Heinz. Each had their own unique abilities. Hans's was mana attraction, and Heinz's was vitality. While Hans was rejoicing over his new name, Heinz started posing, and Songyun thought it was awful. Now it was time to complete the most long-awaited quest, exit to the world on the other side of the door. Hans went to another world, and Heinz went to throw out all the trash that had accumulated over the year. Hans had already teleported, and Heinz froze in front of the door. He slowly opened it and walked out of the apartment, and sunlight, which he hadn't seen in so long, immediately struck his eyes. MC stood there for a moment and thought that he wasn't worried at all, which meant his brain center was working normally. Hans must also be in another world by now. He decided to check it out and transferred to his body. He found himself in a forest. It was night in this world. He looked around and thought that there seemed to be no one in this seemingly peaceful forest. The bushes nearby rustled, and he turned around and saw a panther, which scared him greatly. The huge cat immediately pounced on him, claws unsheathed. He quickly drew his sword and held it in front of him, preventing the beast from biting him. The panther grabbed his sword with its teeth, and when the beast drooled all over it, he grimaced in disgust. He repelled the panther's attack, as he expected, without any fear or pain. In short, everything was exactly like in the game. He imbued the sword with mana and pounced on the panther, dealing a fatal blow. The beast fell and didn't move anymore. Songyun crouched next to it and, looking at his sword, thought, is it so hard for him because he hasn't leveled up properly? he'll be in big trouble if he stays here and runs into another monster. He noticed the outlines of houses behind the trees. It was a village. As soon as he arrived there, he was greeted by a kind-hearted old man named Malcolm, the village elder. The old man noted that he was walking along a forest path teeming with monsters, and at such an hour too, which impressed him. MC laughed and said, "Not worth praising." After that, he scratched the back of his head in confusion and asked if he could stay in the village for the night. The old man allowed it without hesitation. After all, they should help each other. Songyun sighed with relief and thanked him, after which the elder said that it was the first time he had seen such clothes and equipment. He must have come from far away. He confirmed this and said that he had gotten a little lost, walked for a long time, and finally ended up here. Malcolm said he was glad to meet a new face after such a long time and invited him to have a glass of beer at the tavern. After such a warm greeting, the old man gave him a room for the night, and as soon as he entered, he immediately lay down on the bed and said with a smile that the longer he was here, the more he thought the people here were very kind. How long had it been since he last felt so happy to talk? He even drank a little. He yawned widely, noting that the day had turned out to be good, and then fell asleep. But he had no idea that the inhabitants of this village were not so simple. The real Songyun, meanwhile, also decided to have a drink after his shower. He ate some chicken, drank a little. It even traveled around the world. He heard sounds in the next room and even felt a little awkward in front of Heinz. He is currently training to use his vitality. Well, he doesn't know when he will have to send him, so let him practice for now. Heinz approached him on shaky legs, and he thought that this is all great. But no matter how hard his clones work, he needs to learn more about what is happening in the other world, and what kind of place it is in general. He will be an excellent leader. And then he remembered the moment before going to bed in the avatar body, and an ominous feeling came over him. Right after that, the system informed him that the avatar was dead. All the skills and data acquired by the avatar will be reset. MC was shocked by this news. He quickly analyzed this evening and thought that since Hans died in that village, perhaps it was the work of that old man. Maybe he slipped something into his drink. He tiredly touched his head, annoyed that he hadn't thought this through, after which he felt himself reconnect to his avatar. He saw two people in front of him, the old man and some guy. The old man clicked his tongue in displeasure and said that he thought he would be useful, but in reality, he was just a dud. The guy agreed with him, and the old man, looking at the skeleton in front of him, said that this guy got to them through the forest alone, so he thought he was not so simple. But he became another elite skeleton. When they left, he decided to try moving. Seeing his bony hands, he was perplexed, and the system notified him that the character's race had been changed to undead. He received the special skill, Decayed Heart. He stared at the system window in confusion, and the system told him that he had become undead, but thanks to the effect of the mind center, his mind was intact. He started looking around to figure out where he was, and seeing a pile of dead people in front of him, he involuntarily shuddered with fear. Is it possible that these idiots turned all the residents into undead? Suddenly the door swung open. He immediately sat up and thought, who the hell is this? Although he knew this guy, he was at the tavern yesterday. Could the people he met really be dark mages? Jeffy sighed tiredly, entering the room, and wondered how much longer he would have to hang around in this hole. A skeleton caught his eye. He looked at him with a kind of squint, and Songyun nervously wondered why he was staring at him. Had he really noticed that he had come to his senses? But that was not the case at all. The man clicked his tongue in displeasure and asked why he was here. Why did he have to redo everything after everyone else? He pointed a finger towards the other undead and ordered him to stand there. MC thought meanwhile that even though his heart wasn't beating so fast anymore, he almost had a heart attack. Suddenly, his body began to move on its own. The skeleton stood up and headed towards the others, and he thought that he felt a force trying to make him move against his will. If he concentrated, he could ignore it, but for now it would be better to obey. When he stood in place, the man again asked displeasedly why this meticulous old man always makes him check these weirdos. After that, he left, slamming the door loudly, and Songyun thought that this influence was very familiar to him. It was the same force that moved his dead body. Is it all because of the mana attraction skill? It seems he understood how it works. Maybe he will be able to take control of all the other undead. A week passed, and he spent all this time training to control the undead. He placed the skeleton in front of him and sat higher, then concentrated and used mana. His eyes immediately sparkled, and under his gaze, the skeleton began to move, then awkwardly rose. He was finally able to control the others, although of course, everything was going very peculiarly. The skeleton barely kept its balance and was thrown from side to side. MC thought that he could only influence one undead, not a crowd. Isn't an elite skeleton capable of more? And then he heard a squeak from below. It turned out that right now a rat was shamelessly gnawing at his bony heel. He immediately grabbed the small rodent and thought he had finally caught it. After all, it was the one that had been gnawing at his heels all week, the nimble little rascal. And then an idea occurred to him. What if it was a rat that was under the influence, not a person? He decided to try it, and a blue light appeared at the tip of his fingers, causing the rat to panic, followed by a loud squeak. Songyun mercilessly finished off the little rascal and immediately revived it with skeletal magic. He was overjoyed at his success and named the rat Alfred, after which he sent his little assistant on reconnaissance. That's how Operation Night Watch began. With the help of this rodent, he knows everything he needs. With Alfred, he was able to see everything happening outside through his eyes. He found that guy named Jeffy, who was constantly whining and didn't want to do his job. And seeing him open the doors, he thought, what's in the other warehouse? Are there more undead there? He decided to follow him, but an oppressive and terrifying aura gushed from the building. Even having turned off all emotions with the help of the center of his mind, he still instinctively feels that it is very dangerous to come closer. When the whiner finally left the warehouse, his friend met him and said he had worked hard. He sighed tiredly and asked when the maturation process would end. Because of the fragment of the immortal king, he sometimes felt like part of his soul was being sucked out of him whenever he went there. His friend shrugged and told him that it should happen soon. The teacher gets stuck there every day. Jeffy asked discontentedly, isn't it funny that they guard here too? Traps are set not only throughout the village but even here, so not even a mouse can run through. Alfred ran off to the side and MC thanked these guys for the information. But that thing he saw was probably the fragment of the immortal king. He began to look around, thinking where else he could gather information. Where did that old man go? Suddenly, something sharp pierced the rat's body, a magical spike holding him in place. The old man approached him and said that he thought it was something like that, but in reality it was just a mouse. Songyun was worried that he had already been exposed, and the old man took a closer look at Alfred, asking, is it undead? He doesn't sense any black magic, but the rodent's body is filled with dark mana. He removed the magic spike and asked, was it because of the influence of mana that the rat turned into undead? There is only one place overflowing with dark mana. He approached those two guys and asked, wasn't Jeffy the one in charge of the warehouse today? They were very worried when they saw him, and MC meanwhile apologized to Alfred and swore that he would definitely avenge him, let him watch over him from heaven. After Jeffy found out about the rat, he burst into the basement, kicking the door open, and exclaimed, who could have known that a rat would appear here? Why make such a fuss over a rodent? He decided to take out his anger on the poor undead, and pointing his finger at one of them, exclaimed, why is he not standing properly? He ordered him to straighten up, after which he called him a stupid freak, and hit him in the face with all his strength, exclaiming that he told him to stand properly. Because of his blow, the undead fell. He looked closely at his face and let out a chuckle, then picked him up by the hair and asked, isn't he that arrogant idiot who spoke out against him? He threatened to kill him if he did anything to his family. Let him repeat what he said then, but he can't. He tore out his tongue. He let go of him and sighed heavily, noting that this wasn't so funny anymore. It was fun when they hunted down every idiot in the village. The undead began to move slowly, and he approached the others, saying that he must be happy anyway because his wife was here. And where are his children? Other families have little idiots. At that moment, the undead crept up on him from behind. He bit him in the neck, and he screamed loudly in pain, after which he turned around and exclaimed, what happened to him? Seeing that the undead were approaching him again, he ordered them to stop several times, but they did not listen to his commands at all. He was about to use black magic, but then another undead grabbed him and gagged him. He moaned, trying to scream, and looking back, he saw how the other undead were attacking him, and then horror filled him. Watching their reprisal against him, Songyun thought that their revenge was just beginning. After that, another avatar, Haynes, arrived in the village. MC transferred to his body and tried to enter the village territory, but the guard stopped him. He told them that his brother lived somewhere around here, and the guy at the entrance said that he had already left a long time ago. Why did he even think that they would let some stranger in? In that case, Songyun asked them to arrange a meeting for him with the village elder. While they were arguing with each other, the elder approached him and asked what all the fuss was about. He was the head of this village. MC greeted him, and the old man, seeing his face, was at first confused and asked who he was. He told him that he thought his twin brother, Hans, was somewhere around here. Meanwhile, Hans was in that very warehouse, and Songyun thought that having two avatars would definitely come in handy in moments like this. Thanks to Haynes, who distracted the old man, he easily got hold of the fragment of the immortal king. He looked at the crystal emitting energy and thought that it was a very powerful artifact. Does it absorb the dark energy from the undead around it? Most likely, the fragment resonates to make up for what it lacks. He looked around at the undead and thought that, however, everyone here looks insanely strong. It looks like the place where he was before was a garbage warehouse. He grabbed the crystal sharply in displeasure and thought that this irritates him so much. These idiots still dare to treat them so disdainfully. Now they will know what it feels like. He squeezed the crystal tighter, and all the energy spilled out. Meanwhile, Haynes continued to entertain the old man. He told him that, as he had already noticed, they are twins, which means they can always tell where the other is. The old man laughed and said that he found it hard to believe. After which his eyes widened, he felt the energy emanating from him and exclaimed that something was wrong with the fragment. After that, he turned into a spirit and rushed to the warehouse, ordering the guards to kill this idiot. They immediately pointed spears at him, but he quickly disappeared. Meanwhile, MC and Hans's body tried to survive the overwhelming flow of negative emotions pouring into his head. The center of his mind filters out the information, but it crashes with incredible force. Could anyone withstand this and remain sane? His body completely absorbed these emotions and the surrounding energy. A bright flash occurred, and the system reported that his essence met the conditions. Now, he is an immortal Demilich mage. His rank has increased thanks to the power of the fragment of the Immortal King, 1 of 3. The dark magic hidden in the fragment, assimilated with the essence, he received the special skill, Magical Wisdom. This skill grants him a blow to dark magic, and an absolute understanding of it. Meanwhile, Jeffy's friend was on duty outside the warehouse and sighed heavily, thinking that this idiot couldn't even handle a zombie rat, and now he had to deal with it. Suddenly, the old man's voice rang out in his head, ordering him to quickly check the fragment and contact Jeffy. The boy turned to the warehouse door and shouted at Jeffy to quickly check the fragment, but when he didn't answer, he called out to him again and asked if he could hear him. He saw a flash in the middle of the room, then a man approached him and he asked angrily why he was silent. Seeing that it wasn't Jeffy at all, but the undead, he became nervous and took a step back, and when they reached out their hands to him, he screamed loudly in fear. Song-yoon approached him and greeted him, noting that the weather was nice today. The boy nervously thought that this was simply impossible. How could he talk? The undead grabbed his hand, and he immediately threw a projectile of dark magic at them and ordered them to leave him alone. But his impact damaged the door and the undead burst out, crushing him. The MC walked out of the warehouse and said that it was actually rude to ignore people. He looked at the clot of dark magic above his palm and thought that he didn't know if there was any demonic wisdom involved. But just by looking at dark magic, he already knew how to use it. After that, an explosion occurred in the warehouse. It made a hole and released all the undead to deal with everyone in this village. The dead scattered, and then Song-yoon saw flashes of light ahead, and when one of the skeletons flew at his feet, he was a little taken aback. It was the work of Old Man Malcolm, a member of the Oath of Disobedience. He approached him and furiously said that he definitely should have become an elite skeleton. What the hell did he do with the fragment of the Immortal King? The MC said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Does he even remember him? Thanks to him, he lost his heart, so he found a new one in the warehouse. Seeing this, the old man roared in rage and exclaimed, how could he have the audacity to combine a fragment of an immortal king with such an insignificant body? He cast the Finger of Death spell, and a stream of dark magic shot toward Song-yoon, slamming into his hand. The bones flew to the side, and the MC asked with displeasure, doesn't he know any manners? Attacking someone while they're speaking is impolite. The old man angrily ordered him to shut up. It had taken him so much effort and resources during the entire year of this maturation. He was so close to gaining a power greater than anything in the world, so it couldn't end with simply turning an elite skeleton into a Demilich. He directed magic at him, and spikes of darkness sprouted from the ground, but none of them hit Song-yoon because of his shield. He wondered, does he want to defeat a newbie with high-ranking spells? He asked, so what? He was the only one with the power to control the fragment. He wouldn't have succeeded. Malcolm said he didn't know how he managed to cope with the destruction, but he would destroy his body and use it for experiments. He fired another spell at him, and he, reflecting it with a protective barrier, asked him to stop chanting skills before using them. It irritated him. He called him Alfred's killer and wished him a quick death. And the old man asked, who was this Alfred? Did he know anyone from the village? Had he really come here on purpose? At that moment, spikes of dark magic grew behind his back. He noticed this and immediately turned around, reflecting the blow with a protective barrier, and thought that none of this mattered. He had gotten used to dark magic pretty quickly. Was all this because of the fragment? But he couldn't afford to waste time here. He cast the Pact of Annihilation spell, and one of the dark mages, who was repelling an attack of the undead at that time, suddenly felt ill. His soul left the mage, then the others suffered the same thing. The souls of the dark mages began to dissolve. They merged into the crown of the broken, which Malcolm placed on his head. It was a spell to return to the abode of the dead. MC exclaimed in bewilderment. Did he increase his power at the cost of the souls of dark mages? The mages turned undead. They headed towards Song-yoon, and the old man exclaimed in rage that he would have had a chance to win if he possessed the full power of this fragment, but now he would simply die. He pronounced the name of the spell, but then suddenly a small magical projectile pierced his chest. He immediately fell to his knees, and MC said that he almost fell asleep while he was saying it. He already wanted to end it all as soon as possible, and thanks to it, he immersed himself in dark magic. The old man wondered how he would die so senselessly, and then fell unconscious. Song-yoon looked at the moon and asked Alfred. He saw everything, right? He made sure to put an end to his vengeance, so that he could finally find peace. Meanwhile, Saint Ristar was praying in the temple, and when she received an answer from her deity, her eyes filled with anxiety. She left the oratory and met with Bishop Martin. Her face immediately became serious, and she asked if she could ask him to contact the others. A sign of the immortal king's resurrection had been detected in the west. This news greatly worried him. He immediately ran to gather the council, and she thought that the resurrection of the one who had plunged the continent into horror hundreds of years ago had begun. She would not allow something like this to happen again. Meanwhile, MC walked around the battlefield, and seeing a pile of skeletons and zombies under his feet, he thought that everything here was destroyed. At least, several hundred undead had been destroyed. But losses are always replenished, so there is no need to be sad. The coolest thing about necromancy is the ability to create soldiers from the dead. He glanced at his missing arm and decided to take care of that first. He quickly looked around for a more attractive skeleton, then tore its arm off and thought it looked pretty good. He pressed the arm to his shoulder and activated super regeneration, securing it, and thought everything had turned out just perfect. Where should he start now? His gaze fell on a skeleton nearby. He immediately used his magic on it and commanded it to become his subordinate. Evil wisdom whispers the way, and a fragment of the immortal king grants him strength. He needs to eradicate the remaining magical power in his body and cleanse it of the fragments of thoughts. But it didn't work. The skeleton crumbled, and he looked at it in bewilderment, thinking, did he fail? A little time in practice, and a small squad of undead was standing in front of him. After several repetitions, he finally got it right. He looked at the old man and wondered if he should turn him into an undead with a soul in order to extract information from him, but when he tried to do so, he discovered that the old man had no soul. He tore the clothes on his chest and, seeing a magic circle carved into the skin, thought that it looked like the soul had somehow been extracted through this circle. Perhaps it was some kind of security measure. Well, not thinking of such a small detail would be strange on their part, given the scale of what was happening. But it didn't matter. He could just use his body. He decided to turn him into a high-level undead, possessing consciousness and good fighting skills, after which he used magic on him and mentally repeated the procedure. He needed to desecrate the remaining magical power in his body, collect his thoughts, and strengthen his personality. The skin peeled off the old man's body. He turned into a skeleton death mage and said that he was awaiting his order. Songyun was surprised at what he was saying. He didn't expect such a result. He patted the skeleton on the shoulder and said that his name was Malcolm. From now on, he obeyed only him. The skeleton remained silent, and he immediately hit him, ordering him to answer, and he said that he understood everything. He thought that even though he had lost his memories, all his sins were still there, so he would mock him to the fullest. He said his name and he nervously grabbed his cane, waiting for his order. MC, of course, noticed this and said that this cane looked pretty good. The old man shook with fear, but he could not disobey him and so gave it to him. After that, Songyun approached a whole pile of skeletons and, seeing one undead among them, thought it was the young zombie who killed Jeffy along with him. He touched his head and set it on fire, telling him to rest in peace with his family. After such an eventful day, MC returned to his real body and gnawed all the meat from the bones. He ate his fill, and it was also delicious. After that, he decided to check the current gold rate. Because the village was inhabited by mages, there was a lot of gold there. He never imagined they could accumulate so much treasure. He decided to inspect the loot and summoned Hans. He appeared right in front of him on the table and scattered all the remaining food. This scared Songyun greatly, and his appearance filled him with horror, so he immediately cancelled the summoning. When he disappeared, he caught his breath and thought he almost died. So what should he do? He should summon Hans. Maybe he should strengthen his unique skill first. He opened the karma shop and noticed that he had earned much more than he expected. Last time he had just over 400,000 points, and now he had around 800,000. He purchased a skill upgrade for 300,000. And the system informed him that as his skill improves, the number of avatars he can own increases. His mental strength exceeded the norm, and he acquired a new skill, Serenity, which protects the mind from external stimuli and defends against mental attacks. After this, he was able to summon Hans without any problems, and Hans began transferring all the treasure found in the village to his apartment. While his avatar was sorting through the gold, he glanced at it and thought that, given that he felt normal despite standing next to it, Serenity could be applied to him as well. Unlike the center of his mind, it was very strange that he always got the skills he needed. He took the bags of gold and went to the jewelry store to sell it all. The workers there were almost blinded by so much sparkling jewelry, and MC, after asking them to deposit all the funds into his account, left. The workers even came out to see him off and thanked him for his trust, and he waved them goodbye with a smile. After this, he thought that, just in case, he hid Hans in his shadow with dark magic. He even put a mask on him, in case he had to summon him. He probably worried for nothing. At that moment, an explosion sounded behind him, and two awakened ones jumped out of the jewelry store, one of whom was a werewolf. He happily noted that they hit the jackpot. Who would have thought that there would be so much gold in such a remote place? His partner told him to stop talking, since they had to go, after which he sat on his back and the two ran away. The jewelry store employees exclaimed that they were villains, and when the two approached Songyun, he stared at them in shock. Villains are those who commit crimes using awakened powers, and there are those who protect citizens from such idiots. This situation reminded him of that fateful day, which made him dumbfounded. The werewolf hit him, ordering him to get out of the way, and MC thought that the guards would probably track them down, because he can't do anything. The werewolf happily exclaimed that everything was going according to plan. They had plenty of time. The guards would arrive in about 3 minutes. His partner said that they just needed to get to the portal. When they arrived at the meeting point, they saw her lying unconscious on the floor. The werewolf worriedly picked her up, asking her to wake up and tell him who did this to her, and his partner saw a silhouette behind him and nervously told him to look there. The werewolf immediately stood up and asked who it was. Was it one of the guards? His partner said that this idiot was definitely not one of them, after which Hans emerged from the shadows and summoned his army of undead, causing the villains to panic. Songyun thought that he himself was incapable of anything, but Hans was a different matter. Meanwhile, guards from the Association of the Returned ran to the scene. Their commander ordered them to hurry and exclaimed, "Are they really going to miss them again this time?" But when they got there, they were confused. It turned out their work had already been done by someone. The commander looked at the unconscious guys and exclaimed that someone had dealt with the villains. He couldn't have gone far, so let them have a look around. At that moment, a shadow flashed behind him. Hans got out of the building and returned to Songyeon. He stretched and thought he had warmed up well. Sometimes relieving stress like this is quite a good idea. After returning home, he sent Haynes to conquer the other world and further. Seeing the huge city walls in front of him, he said with admiration that he had finally made it here. Malcolm wasn't lying when he said there was a city to the east of the village. He walked through the main gate and said that this was Haynes' debut in the other world. But everything was not as he expected. The city was very empty. There was no guard at the entrance. Apparently, they were not at all interested in newcomers. A man's indignant voice came from a nearby alley, pointing his finger at the girl and saying that he had warned her. She apologized to him and asked them to give her a little more time, and then he said that the two of them should pay them 2 silver coins. He was giving her 3 days to do this. If there was no money, they would have no other choice. MC looked at them and thought that local thugs and a young girl being used as they pleased was a boring cliché, so he would move on. At that moment, the girl ran out of the alley and crashed into him, for which she immediately apologized. He asked, "She knows this city well, right?" She looked up at him in surprise and asked who he was. He showed her 2 silver coins and smirked and told her that he was her potential employer. Maybe they could discuss all the terms? Of course, she was interested in the job, after which she gave him a tour of the city. She led him to an inn that would definitely be one of the best places to stay, and he thought that this girl's name was Diane. She was barely surviving, and also taking care of her sick brother after the loss of their parents, and she also had no way to pay the local tax. She agreed to become his guide for 2 silver coins a day. He gave her 2 coins and told her to come to him tomorrow as soon as she woke up. After that, he went into the inn, lay down on a dusty bed, and decided to think that he was doing a good deed, even if she just wanted to rob him. He fell asleep, and soon morning came. This night was very hard for him, because the bed was terribly uncomfortable, so he barely fell asleep. And then he heard someone sneeze outside. He went to the window and saw Diane below, who was sitting on a box and waiting for him. She was so cold that her nose was already running, and he exclaimed, why was she waiting for him there? After that, he invited her inside, and while they were both having breakfast, he asked her not to do that anymore, but to come closer to lunch. She happily called him uncle and agreed, and he irritatedly said that he asked her not to call him that. She looked at his plate. The unfinished piece of bread interested her, and she asked if he was full already. He told her that she could take it if she was hungry, and she put the bread in her bag, thanking him. A new excursion began. This city is called Azantu. It is quite small and is located on the western edge of the kingdom of Talia. As they walked, Songyeon noticed that it somehow reminded him of a usual medieval city. He was intrigued by the symbol on the wall. They had seen something like this before. More than once. He took a closer look and noticed that it looked like paint, and Diane said it was blood. He sniffed it and said that he didn't think so, and she asked if he had venison soup yesterday, right? He was surprised and exclaimed how she knew about that. She answered him with a smile that she had a very good sense of smell, and he thought it was so interesting. She had such a good sense of smell. Maybe it was her special skill? He asked what the symbol meant, and she told him that it was the emblem of the Varkolak Guild, which controlled this place. She wanted to tell him more about the guild, but suddenly stopped abruptly in front of an alley, and he asked if something was wrong. She told him that there was a smell coming from the alley. He asked what she was smelling now, and she sniffed, after which she excitedly told him that it was freshly baked bread. He just had to try it. He asked if she hadn't eaten a minute ago. She told him she was already hungry and happily led him forward. But in fact, the smell coming from that alley was not of freshly baked bread, but of blood. A few days later, MC went out into the alley to wait for Diane, but she still hadn't arrived. He became worried because she had never been late before, and then those 2 guys approached him, menacingly saying that they needed to talk to him. He became nervous and wondered if the time had really come. He handed them a few silver coins and said that there weren't many here, but he hoped that he could at least somehow help maintain public order. The guys smiled contentedly, saying that they quickly found a common language, and he thought that he had just brought money with him for just such a case. He noticed the same symbol on the neck of the big guy as on the city walls, and immediately remembered the girl's words. He should under no circumstances hide in the gateways. It was better to leave the city as soon as possible. He frowned and wondered how much they had scared the girl that she was so afraid of them. The 2 walked away, and one of them asked why he had grabbed that brat. He told him that he didn't know. They were just doing what they were told. Songyeon immediately became interested in their conversation and wondered if they had really grabbed Diane. He called out to them excitedly and nervously clenched his fist, thinking that, in such things, it was important to guess the moment. If it became dangerous, he would simply cancel the avatar summoning. He told the guys that he wanted to know something. At that moment, Diane's voice was heard behind him. He turned to her in shock. But the 2 had already gotten angry. They flexed their fists and asked him what he was so interested in, and he nervously told them that he wanted to ask if the silver he had given him was enough. In the end, the guys took everything. When they left, MC threw away the empty money bag in a rage and told Diane that they were supposed to meet a long time ago. Where had she been all this time? Does she even have any idea how much he gave them? They both are without dinner today. But right now she didn't care about food. Her little brother was missing. She wiped away the tears that were coming and said that he had recently gotten better because he was finally able to eat, but now she couldn't find him anywhere. And then Songyun remembered the conversation between the two. Is it possible that they were talking about her brother? He asked. Maybe it was Varkalak? What are the chances that they took her brother? He heard them talking about some little child. As soon as he said this, she became terrified and grabbed her head, which made him a little confused and told her not to worry so much. If they demand ransom, he will help her with the money. But she was already in a panic. She exclaimed that Aaron would die. All they needed was blood. Money wouldn't help. He asked why they needed blood, and she finally told him the truth. This city was a warehouse with living blood packs for vampires. Meanwhile, the vampire lord Virak arrived at the village of dark mages and immediately noticed that the smell of dark mana was very strong here. He looked at the dead and wondered if they had really killed each other because of the fragment of the immortal king. What a pity. He wanted to destroy the fragment as soon as it was fully matured. He had no idea who stole it, but he knew where it was going, so finding the thief wouldn't be difficult. Meanwhile, Diane told Songyun everything, including Varkalak. All organizations are run by vampires. Even if they flee the city, no one will survive. They are doing everything in their power to hold out. They are trying day after day. She burst into tears even more and fell to her knees, saying that her little brother would be eaten anyway. He slapped her cheeks, telling her to come to her senses. If her words were true, they didn't have much time. Did she know where they could have taken her brother? She stared at him in surprise and asked, was he really going to help her? It's just dangerous to go on alone. He smirked and told her not to worry. He knows how to deal with these idiots. And so the mission to help the unlucky girl begins. Meanwhile, the thugs were playing cards in the tavern, and one of them asked his friend where a debtor like him got such a big money. He chuckled and proudly answered that he robbed a loser that morning and made a good profit. At that moment, the door swung open. The MC walked inside, and one of the guys asked with annoyance, "Who the hell is this idiot?" His friend smiled and told them to wait. This is the loser they robbed. He patted Songyun on the head and asked if he had come to give them more money. Did he really want to share with them? But what happened to the guards? Did he give them a coin or something? The MC menacingly said that he wouldn't ask a second time. Where did they take the kid? The guy pointed angrily at him and asked, "Are you crazy? Does he even know who he's dealing with?" Songyun lost all patience, pulled a knife from his back, and stabbed him in the neck, saying that he knew exactly what an idiot he was. People who interfere in families to satisfy their selfish greed were just scum. After pulling the knife out of his neck, he thought he had dealt with one, and there were still two left. The guy's friends immediately pounced on him, and he ran towards them, thinking that he had durability and excellent super regeneration skills, so he could handle it. He swung the knife but missed everyone, and then one of the thugs stabbed him in the side. But the blade couldn't penetrate the skin, which made him confused. The MC immediately hit him on the head with the hilt and said with a smirk that it was a Korean-made bulletproof vest. A third guy attacked him from behind. He immediately turned around and blocked his attack with a magical barrier, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Where did he get a magic tool?" Songyun didn't let him finish and stabbed him, then looked at his belt and thought that it was a good thing he brought a bunch of magic tools with him. When the guy fell, he sighed with relief and thought, "Is it over already?" He brought too many magic tools. He didn't even use half of them. But that wasn't all. A few more guys came down from the second floor, and the MC, looking at them, nervously noted that he was in trouble. But no matter how many there were, he dealt with them all. After such a tough fight, he thought, why are there so many of them? He had already lost count. He pulled the knife out of his shoulder, and his skill quickly healed his wound. After which, he put his foot on the big guy's head and asked where the boy he grabbed today was. He asked in response, does he think he's going to tell him everything so easily? He's an outsider, isn't he? He doesn't know who's behind him, but he'll regret it. His boss will be here soon, and when he sees this, it will be the end for him. Songyun thanked him for the information and said that he better worry about his own life, after which he hit him on the head. He quickly checked the tavern. In one of the rooms he found the boy and asked if he was Aaron. He cowered in fear and started begging him for mercy, and the MC came closer to him and told him not to be afraid. His sister asked him to save him. Aaron asked confusedly, does he know Diane? He confirmed it and said that he would explain everything to him as soon as they left there. At that moment, a bat flew towards the tavern. A vampire flew into the room and, taking human form, exclaimed, who is he, and how dare he touch the food in his restaurant while he's eating? Songyun immediately turned around and the vampire asked, is he from the Oath of Disobedience? Or maybe he's this boy's brother? He knows what happens to those who defy them, right? He covered Aaron with his body and replied that he was just an outsider who was robbed by their rabble, and he helped this boy by pure chance. The vampire smiled and remarked that it was so boring he preferred to eat boys, so they would die here. He used blood magic, which made MC worried. He immediately covered the boy with his body and told him to run. And then a powerful stream of blood hit and broke through the floor, causing them to fall to the floor below. The wine barrels broke and a puddle spread underneath them. Songyun immediately stood up, wincing from the smell of alcohol, and pushed the boy, asking if he was okay. He helped him up and told him to run, and the vampire jumped down to their floor and noted that he dodged. He was faster than he thought. A great warm-up before lunch. He unsheathed his claws and pounced on him with a smile, and MC pushed Aaron away and told him to run. No matter what happens, just don't come back here. He blocked the vampire's attack with his sword, and when he saw how his claws suddenly grew in size, he became nervous. The claws sank into his chest. They managed to pierce his bulletproof vest, and the vampire noted that he had a strong body and impressive regenerative abilities. Songyun nervously clenched his teeth, realizing that the difference in power was too great, and the vampire licked his lips, saying that the dish was unplanned, but it looked like it would become a real delicacy. The MC knew that if he hadn't wanted to play with him, he would have died long ago. But now he couldn't stand idle. He clenched his hand into a fist, and the vampire, noticing this, immediately deprived him of the ability to hit, and said that he probably needed to scrape his bones a little before eating. He lifted him off the floor and said that this was the end of his senseless resistance. He would pay for this. The vampire reached for his neck, and he thought that if there was a difference in power, then they both just needed to die. He bit the ring he had been holding in his teeth all this time, and his body burst into flames. The vampire recoiled from him and exclaimed, "Is this a fiery magic tool? And he's been hiding this all this time?" In fact, when Songyun was thrown to the floor, he saw the alcohol spilling across the floor and thought of how to take advantage of this situation. He pounced on the vampire, trying to knock him to the floor, and the vampire exclaimed in panic that he was a crazy idiot. He doesn't want to die with him, does he? If the fire touches the floor, he will burn alive. He waved his hand, depriving him of his lower body as well, after which he laughed and said that he was just a fragile piece of flesh. But the MC did not give up. His upper body fell on the vampire and he hit him with his head, knocking him to the floor, and noted that he himself said that he has a strong body and good regeneration ability. Therefore, he is a bit of a tough delicacy. The vampire was very scared. He panicked and asked him to wait, and then the building exploded. Looking at the blazing flames, Songyun remarked that he was even impressed. To think that he survived such an explosion. It turns out that being strong is also hard. He closed his eyes and thought that the Help the Unlucky Girl mission was successful. Meanwhile, Diane, waiting for him outside with her brother, called out to him worriedly. The system reported that the avatar named Haynes had died and would be reborn in 7 days. Time passed, and after that incident, Diane returned to her usual work and began polishing shoes for all sorts of gentlemen. When she finished, the man gave her the money and left, and she thanked him with a smile. After that, she tiredly wiped the sweat from her forehead, and someone approached her, asking if he could use her services. She turned to him with a smile and asked him to sit down, and when she saw his face, she was very happy. She immediately rushed to hug MC and exclaimed that she was so glad that he was okay. He patted her head and answered her that of course he was okay. Does he look like someone who would die so easily? But all this is not true. This time he really died. Since Haynes will be reborn only in a week, he thought that Diane would be nervous, so he decided to create a new avatar, Haynes II, who has a special ability, acceleration. While she was hugging him, he thought that he somehow rushed to use the avatar. She will not notice that he is different. She is sure that he is Haynes because they have the same soul. He hugged the girl in return, and she said that he cannot come here anymore. The vampires will look for him. He smiled and told her not to worry. He had already decided everything. The immortal King Hans is on his side, so vampires are no longer a problem. When he returned to the inn, he did not notice that he was being followed. He was fiddling with the system window, thinking about something, and suddenly a bat broke the glass and burst into the room, after which it took on human form. The vampire Lord Virak grabbed him by the neck, pinned him against the wall, and asked if this was his doing. The tracks from the forest led here. The MC became very nervous and thought it was one of the vampires. Had they figured everything out yet? Virak chuckled and asked if the outsider was under the jurisdiction of their slain vampire. Songyun began to choke, but he couldn't muster the strength to fight back. Virak came closer and sniffed him, thoughtfully noting that he didn't sense the aura of dark magic or the scent of his king's blood. The MC asked what he was talking about. He didn't understand him. He was just sleeping. He got angry and asked if he really didn't understand. After that, he sank his fangs into his neck, stepped back, and licked his lips, saying that he would ask again then, but slowly, as he would no longer be able to lie. Because of his bite, the infection began to spread rapidly throughout his body. Even his mind center couldn't save him from the pain. His fangs became sharper, his claws grew, and while he was undergoing the transformation, he wondered why this was happening to him again. The system informed him that the entity's appearance had changed to a vampire, and he had received the special skill, Legacy, Lesser Blood. The super regeneration skill had changed to regeneration. Virak decided to ask the question again. Does he really have anything to do with the Oath of Disobedience? MC immediately felt the pressure descending on him. His blood screamed that he must submit to the higher vampire. Because he was forced to submit to him, he replied that he was just a simple traveler. In fact, he can ignore his power. His mind center acts as a kind of filter, blocking the instinct of submission in his blood. Thinking he was telling the truth, Virak clicked his tongue in displeasure and said that he must have been mistaken. Let him follow him. They needed to do something. Songyun was only glad, because that way he could find new information. The Lord led him to the Varkalak clan, the head office of the Azantu branch. They entered the building where all the vampires had gathered, and they began to greet the Lord, and when they saw MC, they winced in disgust. What was he thinking? Accepting such scum? But not everyone avoided him. A girl named Rosilika grabbed MC by the hand and greeted him with a smile, saying that she was so glad to have a little blood after so long. What is his name? He looked at her flushed face and thought, what kind of drunkard is this? He told her his name and she, handing him a glass, told him not to be so rude. They were of the same low blood. Here is freshly squeezed blood. Let him try. He thought he probably needed to drink it to avoid suspicion. He sniffed the red liquid in the glass. Even through the filter of his mind, he felt a strong thirst. Since simply drinking was dangerous, he decided to block out the tastes and smell first, then drank it all down. He wiped his mouth and told the girl it was delicious, and she touched his chin with a smile, saying he was her type. If he were human, she would have sucked every last drop of his blood. He laughed nervously and noted that she called him a low blood. What did that mean? She stared at him, confused, and asked if he knew anything about vampire ranks. A low blood is like a knight among humans, and a pure blood is an aristocracy. For example, Lord Virak. The clan of leaders, known as the True Blood, are kings. There is also the Sacred Blood, which is something like a god. It is their prophet, and the one they must completely obey. At that moment, a ringing sound came from the second floor. Lord Virak tapped his glass with a spoon to get everyone's attention and said that since everyone was gathered, they could get down to business. Two more purebred vampires, Parita and Teopol, were with him. The Lord said that the fragments of the immortal king had gone missing. It was confirmed that they were last transported to the city, but at some point they vanished without a trace. There was a possibility that they had already entered the city. Sonyun asked in surprise, are these really fragments of the immortal king? Rosalika asked, so he knows about this? Dark mages in a nearby village were cultivating fragments of the immortal king. He looked at her in shock, wondering if she was talking about those mages from the Oath of Disobedience. Virat continued, saying that from today on, each of them would thoroughly investigate their assigned areas and report immediately if they found anything suspicious. After that, MC went on patrol with Rosilika. She took shelter under an umbrella and sighed heavily, saying that if she walked during the day, her skin would burn. MC pulled his hood up and said that exposure to sunlight weakens him too. The vampire said that even the pure-blood lady Pirita went searching, so they can't just sit around doing nothing. It's surprising that the fragments disappeared at all. Moving their fragments here was a waste of effort. He asked what this means. Do they have fragments of the immortal king? She confirmed it. The dark mages said that they once cultivated the fragments. She thinks they will combine them with their fragments. MC clenched his fist and thought, what kind of lucky streak is this? Now it looks like one of the purebloods is guarding the fragments. He grabbed her by the shoulders and turned her sharply towards him, excitedly asking if she knows the location of the fragments. She laughed in response and asked if someone like her could know about this. When he came to meet Diane and told her about this, she calmly declared that she knew where the fragments were. He stared at her in shock, not expecting everything to be so simple, and she said that she was not sure. A lot of time had passed, but about a year ago, she kept the tomb clean. Every Friday, members of the Varkolak Guild came there. They visited the stone chamber, but every time there was a foul odor inside the chamber. Sonyan decided to investigate, and Aaron said that now he understood why she told him not to go there. After thanking them for the information, he got up from the table and said that he would handle the investigation himself, and that they should keep a low profile for now. Before he left, Diane grabbed his sleeve and worriedly said that he seemed to smell different. He showed her his fangs and said that her nose was not deceiving her. It just so happened that he had become a vampire. This won't affect her, so she shouldn't worry. She was shocked by this news and hesitated a little, then said that if it becomes more difficult for him, he can drink some of her blood. Although she was afraid, she still extended her hand to him and nervously said that he could drink the blood, but only a very little, just a little. He immediately lightly hit her on the head, telling her to calm down and stop. Let her just tell him where that place is. Night fell. Tiapol was just now in that place. He ordered the man to stand still and asked if he wanted to die. He gives him one more try. If he attacks him even once, he will gently send him back. The guy nervously gripped the sword tighter, then with a scream he pounced on the vampire, and he, using blood magic, said with a smirk that it was so cruel. He released bloody threads at him, which wrapped around him like a web, and pulled him closer to the vampire. The boy was terrified. He knew what was about to happen. The threads penetrated his skin, draining his body, and he let out his last scream. Having sucked all the juices out of him, the vampire said with displeasure that it was terribly boring. He told his slave to remove all the trash and bring someone stronger for the next sacrifice, after which the lesser vampire removed the body from the web and, seeing something in the darkness, exclaimed in fear, "Who is that here?" Several skeletons emerged from the darkness. They pounced on the vampire, and Tiapol exclaimed, "How did this filthy undead get here?" He pointed his finger at them in fury, ordering his servants to get rid of them, and they immediately rushed into battle. A shadow slipped under the skeleton's feet. Huge spikes of darkness grew from under the floor, but Tiapol was able to defend himself from the attack. He asked with displeasure, "Who is he? Are they from the Oath of Disobedience? How does he know about this place?" Hans remained silent, and the vampire noted that it seemed like he didn't want to tell him anything nicely, but he didn't care. As for questions, he would ask his severed head. He clenched his fist tightly, squeezing out blood, then waved his arms, throwing the skeletons away and shattering them into bones. MC, meanwhile, wondered if he would only leave his head. He used dark magic to sharpen some of the skeleton's bones, then waved his hand, directing them at him, and mentally told him to try it. While sharp bone spikes were flying at him, skeletons emerged from the ground and grabbed his legs, holding him in place. The vampire became nervous. The spell was too fast, impossible to dodge. And then Haynes stepped in. Songyun called out to Tiapol and immediately ran forward, protecting him from the impact of the spikes. He asked, "Is he reinforcements?" He arrived on time? Had they already been informed of the ambush? He confirmed it. Lord Virak's followers had already gathered outside. He went first to help him. Tiapol rushed to the skeleton and told him to help him. This demolish was strong enough. They needed to buy time for reinforcements to arrive. At that moment, blood splashed on his face. He froze in place, not understanding what was happening and why there was blood on him. And seeing that this guy was biting into his shoulder, he exclaimed, "Has he gone crazy?" With the help of the avatar, MC used dark magic, not allowing him to move, and he asked in bewilderment, "Are he and this demolish in cahoots? How could this happen?" He panicked and asked him to stop, because with every second his body was withering. He exclaimed in horror, "How can he drink the blood of his own kind? Drinking the blood of his kind is a grave sin that clouds the mind." The MC sucked all the blood from his body, and as he fell exhausted to the floor, he wiped his mouth and said it wouldn't work on him. The system informed him that he had inherited the blood magic skill. He immediately used his new ability to remove the blood barrier, but since time was running out, he decided to break it. With a flick of his finger, he unleashed blood magic on the sarcophagus, causing an explosion and the ceiling to collapse. They both peered into the broken sarcophagus. Inside lay the second fragment of the immortal king. Hans reached out to it, but the fragment suddenly released energy, pushing them both back. Songyun tried to stay on his feet and thought that even if he filtered out negative thoughts with his mind center, there were too many of them in this fragment. He used the mental power of all the clones to focus on Hans, causing sparks of dark magic and fog to shoot into the sky from a hole in the ceiling. Virak, looking on in shock, wondered if he was too late. Then Hans burst out of the tomb. The vampire lord immediately ordered the others to shoot at him, and they used blood magic, but it did not harm him. He waved his hand, throwing a bolt of magic at them, knocking several vampires down at once. Lord Virak looked at the skeleton more closely and became nervous. The system reported that the regeneration skill had evolved into the special skill Immortality. He inherited the special skill Forbidden Knowledge, making Hans no longer a demi-lich, but an archlich. The paladin looked ahead and said in surprise, "Oh my god, is that fire or something? It seems to be coming from Azantu." Then he began coughing, and Tuscan looked at him and, catching a small piece of ash, told him to turn the horses around. They were returning to the cathedral. He must inform the saint of this. This is no ordinary ash. It is a sign of the immortal king's rebirth. Meanwhile, Virak covered his face with his hand and looked ahead, and Hans thought, unbelievable. He had become 10 times stronger. He was an undead, an archlich. His special skill was the power of the immortal king's fragment, 2 out of 3. His rank had increased, and the energy of dark magic was rapidly increasing. Until the source was destroyed, it would be endlessly reborn. He concentrated the energy in his hand, and the system reported the traits of an entity with evil wisdom and forbidden knowledge. He had gained an unconditional understanding of dark magic and learned all the secrets. The next second, he thrust his staff forward, engulfing everyone in front of him in dark energy. At that moment, Virak asked, "Smoke? Is this a trap? What is he planning?" Then Louis called out to him and said, "First, they need to get out of here and recover." Before he could finish speaking, Hans grabbed him by the neck and carried him into the darkness, screaming loudly. Virak then turned around, looked at this, and shouted, "Damn, could it be?" The next second, several sharp spikes of dark energy pierced his body, and he screamed loudly. Then Hans approached him and said, "He's definitely stronger than the other purebloods." He came even closer and added, "But now he's nothing more than a bag of blood." Virak frowned, looking at him and said, "Such powerful magical power? Did he completely swallow the fragment?" He screamed. How did he manage to endure so much darkness by himself? At that moment, he appeared behind him and asked, "Is he really interested? He's just not alone." Heinz then walked past the bodies, clenched his fist with a smile. The system reported that the entity had met the growth conditions. Special skill, low blood inheritance, passes on to inheritance through blood. He wiped the corner of his mouth and thought, "Excellent. He's become a pureblood." As he thought, devouring vampires could speed up his growth. They must wait. Don't eat them all. After a while, Rosilika walked forward and said desperately, "Lady Pyrite, what should they do now? If Lady Pyrite were here, they wouldn't have given up so easily." Parita looked at her and said, "Lord Virak has been defeated. This opponent should not be underestimated. The remaining fragments contain excessive amounts of magic. The enemy is very strong." With that, she sent forward several pieces of ash and added, "However, the sun is already rising. We must quickly return to base and request reinforcements." Meanwhile, a man ran down the city street, breathing heavily, then stopped and shouted, "Damn." He pressed his hand to the wall and, turning slightly to the side, asked, "They won't pursue him to the end, right? Stupid idiots, these vampires. They acted so arrogant, but they were destroyed in an instant. What a mistake to trust them." At that moment, Hans appeared from the darkness and grabbed his arms, and he screamed loudly. Hans remained in the city to deal with the remains of Varkalak, and Heinz joined a small merchant guild to leave the city with Diane and her brother. He was cooking meat in a frying pan, and after adding spices, said, "Now if he sprinkles a good amount of pepper on it, the special steak is ready." With these words, he handed the guys plates of food, and they looked at it in admiration and said, "Wow." Then they smiled, looking at Haynes, and said, "How delicious." They were grateful. He smiled back and told them to eat and enjoy. Then he looked at them and wondered if it was because the danger was behind them that their faces were so radiant. He then looked at Diane and asked if her uncle had a shop in Eastern La Pellis. She confirmed this, then smiled awkwardly and added that she wasn't sure he'd be happy. The protagonist told her not to worry. She looked away and thought, if this doesn't work, he'll give them money. He felt so sad thinking about parting with them. When was the last time he'd felt that way? He'd changed so much since he'd come here. Then Diane called out to him in surprise and asked if he was okay. Did he want blood? He put his hand to his stomach and laughed, saying it was okay. He'd eaten his fill. He thought about drinking the blood of all the vampires left in the village. At the same time, Hans was turning their bodies into undead. He directed the transformed vampires into the portal and told them to finish and go inside. This subspace is incredibly convenient. It's endless. He folded his arms over his chest and thought, forbidden knowledge or evil wisdom are a perfect combination. Maybe he can open a subspace on Earth? At that moment, a pulse of red energy hit Hans's chest. Then Over asked if he was still vacationing in their city. Wasn't he underestimating them too much? By the way, was he really a member of the Oath of Disobedience? After that, Hans reached for the arrow in his chest and thought, if that's what he thought of him, then he was grateful. Then he said, yes, he is Hans, an honorary member of the Oath of Disobedience. After that, Over waved his hand and, creating a new bloody spear in his hand, said that it was a lie. Their refuge had been destroyed. And was it he who stole the fragments of the immortal king and escaped? Well, those are trivial things. He created a scythe in his hand and, jumping down, shouted that he would die either way. He struck, splitting Hans's body in two. He thought it was close. He dodged to the side and thought, with such power, a purebred vampire is no easy opponent. Then he backed away, but crashed into the barrier, and Over asked, did he think it would let him escape so easily? The best blood mages of his clan had erected the barrier. The Lich placed his hand on the barrier and thought it would break through if he tried, but he needed more time to get used to the new version. Then the vampire said he would crush his skull and personally extract the fragment from it. Several magical hands formed from blood moved towards him, and Hans thought, then there is only one option. He spoke, he must remember this. He is Hans, the one sworn to disobedience, his death. He may retreat, but next time he will surely return for him. He thought, a villain's trademark, a dramatic exit. Hans he calls off. The next second he disappeared. The remaining vampires were surprised. What did he say? After that, Over shouted, how did he get through the barrier? Then he turned around, noticing one of his subordinates fall to the ground. He noticed a weapon stuck in his back and said that these were the holy silver arrows of the paladins. At that moment, one of his subordinates, who was on the floor above, pointed a finger to the side and shouted, Lord Over, they have a big problem. The Order of Paladins of the Church of the Supreme God. They have surrounded the tomb and are approaching. At that moment, the Lord clenched his teeth and thought, damn Lich, maybe that's why he stayed in the city and delayed them? Cunning idiot. Wherever he is, he will definitely find him and kill him, Hans. Meanwhile, MC smiled, noticing Hans on the floor and happily said, he's alive. He gave him a thumbs up and replied, recall is a real cheat code. The next second, the protagonist remembered Hans's words and, blushing with shame, clutched his face. He let out a loud scream and, falling onto the bed, threw up the blanket. He was indignant. What kind of typical villain line was this? He'd die of shame. At that moment, Hans removed his skull and MC continued clutching his head and screaming, why did he even say that? Is he crazy? Then he thoughtfully asked, well, he really is proud of his strength, isn't he? Hans's skull said that he dealt with a group of evil vampires on his own, and even saved a defenseless girl and the city. Then the protagonist smiled and thoughtfully said, here he is, speaking and feeling like a hero. Then he got out of bed and, stretching his arm, said, okay, he must have earned himself karma, right? After that, he called the karma store and, looking at the system window, was surprised. Huh, 700,000? The system window said the karma store balance was 731,002 karma points. He said he'd spent it all on upgrading. Why was it so high? Maybe angering the vampires and dark mages had something to do with it? Okay, he'll see if he can upgrade his special skill again. After that, he placed his finger on the system window, and it reported that the avatar summoning limit had been increased. The protagonist said the number of avatars had been increased. Perhaps there were some other additional skills? Then the system reported that he'd acquired the special skill Persona. He smiled and said, just as he thought, a character with the skill Mind Center? He'd take a look. Then he laughed awkwardly. The special skill Persona. It uses the avatar as a vessel for emotions. He thought the special skill's growth was in the direction the user desired. The system itself had determined that he needed it. Now it seemed he understood why. He forged bonds with strangers, helped defeat powerful enemies. He, who had been holed up in his room for 2 years. The reason he was able to do all this was because to him, it was all a game. In reality, he's still locked in his room. The reality he's been avoiding is now right in front of him. The loneliness, sadness, and anger he'd been suppressing, along with other accumulated negative emotions. Then he said, Hans, he must bring these terrible emotions into the vessel. Then, dark energy erupted from his body. He sighed and thought, refreshing? But he didn't feel the emotions disappear. It felt like they'd just been neatly folded into a box. Then he turned around and thought, I wonder how Hans feels, having absorbed this. He told him not to worry. Pain and despair were his eternal companions. They didn't bother him. After that, the protagonist looked at him in surprise and thought, huh? That's exactly what he said. But now he'd changed. After that, Hans put his hand to his skull and said he understood. The avatar, filled with emotions, now possessed his personality, he said in surprise. Then he suddenly looked to the side and asked, An explosion. What's going on? He suddenly looked out the window and asked, another villain? Also in the city? It's getting worse every day. Then he grabbed his head and shook it, saying he didn't care. Let the Guardians deal with it. It's not like this is happening right in front of him, like last time. It doesn't concern him. After that, Hans asked if there needs to be a reason to eradicate evil. They looked at each other, and MC thought, after he transferred his negative emotions to Hans, everything became clear. Avoidance is his habit, and he wants to defeat evil more than anything, but he always comes up with an excuse because he lacks the courage. Then Hans took out a mask and said, the world order has been shaken, and criminals are now swarming everywhere. He put the mask on and added, now he will become their law. Then he moved to another place and heard the guys below talking. Damn, how many times has this happened? They were looking at the cracked building, and one of the guys said, these idiots started wreaking havoc. His colleague asked why they hadn't called for backup yet. At that moment, Hans, watching from the rooftop, thought, the villains have formed an organization. Unfortunately, they don't have much time left. It would be a shame to leave empty-handed. Then he created several eyes in his hands, pointing them forward, thinking these should become his eyes and ears in the darkness, sinners hidden in the shadows. Meanwhile, the guy, holding a cigarette between his fingers, said, hey, he should get him an ashtray. His comrade held the guy by the shoulders in front of him and said, here's a human ashtray. The bully looked at the guy, grabbed his face, and laughed, then pointed the cigarette to his mouth, saying, this is the best ashtray of all. The boy desperately screamed, please don't. At the same time, the girl, shielding the child with her body, screamed, where should I run? The man, swinging his belt, stood in front of her and shouted at her not to lie. At the same time, the robber broke the window, climbed into the store, and laughed lightly. After that, he went to the cash register and said, okay, that's enough. At that moment, Hans thought he had seen everything. He would punish the villains. They were no different from trash. This punishment would be trauma. At that moment, he appeared from the darkness, grabbed the robber by the neck, and then grabbed the enraged husband by the head and arm, squeezing his neck. He thought this punishment would be trauma. Then he grabbed the bully's hand and thought that he would instill fear in their souls. He said, the seeds of evil. They must remember this day. When evil sprouts again, they will be met with darkness. After some time, he thought that he was becoming more and more accustomed to the power. He needed more. At that moment, even more eyes surrounded him, and he thought, I need to cleanse more. He will cleanse the entire city. With these words, he directed his eyes in different directions. After a while, Hans stretched his legs and sighed loudly. He said, spending the whole night cleaning out the trash hidden in the darkness. Very nice. Then he looked at the eye in his hand and thought, the eye of darkness was quite useful, but its limitations were obvious. When exposed to light, its power was knocked out and disappeared. He needed a more effective way to detect enemies. He couldn't let the undead loose in the city. What should he do? At that moment, feces landed on his head, and he, noticing the pigeons flying away, shouted, little idiots. He needs to kill him and make him his minion. Then he looked at their wings and asked, huh? An invisible eye that can move freely. Ah, it's enslavement magic, used by dark mages to control animals. After a while, he stood surrounded by pigeons and asked, but why isn't it working for me? He looked at the cat in the cage and said, it would be great if it looked normal, but it was contagious. However, if he reduced the amount of magical power to simplify the appearance, its ability to infect would suffer. He channeled dark energy into the cage and thought that now he understood why the programmers were gritting their teeth debugging. Contagious enslavement magic, revision final version 3. Then he asked, did it work? The next second, the cage collapsed and a mutated cat jumped forward, screaming loudly. It jumped even further and Hans turned to him. Nearly 3 weeks of research had not yielded any significant results. He looked at the cage with the dove and asked, is this the last test subject? This time, everything must work. Then he tried to grab the dove and said, damn. It must die for at least a second. Good, he is adjusting the amount of magical power. Then he released dark energy and thought, contagious enslavement magic. Contagious enslavement magic, revision now definitely final version 3. Then he sighed and said, that's it. The next second, the dove tore from his hand and flew away behind him. He shouted, what? But he thought, well, they look normal. So, all that's left is to test the infectivity. At that moment, the dove landed with several more, and the eyes of the others glowed red. He thought, okay, that's a success. The infected objects become his eyes, his ears. Then he waved his hand and shouted, okay, forward. They must seek out his enemies. Meanwhile, Letty crouched down and closed his eyes. Visions appeared in his head, in which Hans said, he must remember he is Hans, out of his oath of disobedience. He is his death. At that moment, Tuscan called out to him, and he noticed that Sir Tuscan had arrived. He said that after interrogating the remaining ones, they had taken them, but it seemed the vampires were not allies of the descendants of the immortal king. Lati looked at him and said that they needed more evidence. While they were busy with this nonsense, the immortal king was gaining strength. The next second, his cross began to move from side to side, and he grabbed it and said, yes, your grace. Did they call him? Several church officials gathered near the statue of the goddess, glowing with a bright light, and answered, yes, Archbishop Lati. The presence of the immortal king has been detected. He is in a cave in the mountains northwest of this place. In response, He thanked them and said that he would definitely live up to their expectations. Meanwhile, in the cave, Hans sat on the ground and thought that he had set his familiars to send information about monster encounters. He only needed to check if the information was being received correctly. Then, he thought in surprise, but the ground familiars are acting strangely. Are they trying to escape, or are they scared? If they had detected a monster, they would have reported it, right? Wait, maybe humans. They have detected humans? Humans in a remote area? An ambush? Impossible. How could such a large number of people remain undetected and conceal their aura? The next second, an arrow pierced his dove, and the paladin approached the cave and said, Hans, take your oath of defiance. Your pathetic tricks won't work on them. No evil can escape the sign of the saint. It won't run. Tuscan held his sword in front of him and added, he must surrender and face divine justice. Hans looked at him and, noticing the cross, thought, these are holy knights. He remembered this emblem from his training in Brokaslak. Divine power opposed to dark magic. This is not easy to deal with. Then he said, church ministers, how did they find him? The next second, Tuscan swung his sword and Hans sank to the ground. The paladin said he hadn't given him the right to speak. He mustn't think he could deceive him with his words. The lich looked up at him and said, he's stubborn. He thought, if that's the case, maybe he should pretend to attack and run away. Then he sent dark energy forward, and Tuscan, jumping to the side, said, he won't fool the saint's servants with such a cheap trick. He concentrated the energy in his hand and then pierced Hans's body with his sword. The lich asked, do you mean to say that punishing villains is a crime? He replied, silence. From the moment he learned the forbidden power, he became one of them. He swung his fist, and Hans concentrated the energy in his hand. He shouted, where's the logic? Then he looked at his hand in surprise and noticed that the energy was gone. He asked, huh? He thought, since something unpleasant recently interfered with his magic. At that moment, Tuscan punched him, throwing him out of the cave. The remaining paladins gathered on the high ground and shouted, here it is. We must sing the hymn. They began to sing, and Hans clutched his skull and thought, this song, it's draining. He could kill them and shut them up, but he can't hurt innocent people. Then Tuscan said, singers. Then he plunged his sword into Hans's back and said that this is their chance. At that moment, Hans heard a voice. Calm down, Hans. He thought, damn it. The church ministers continued their chanting, and magical chains bound his body. The lich thought he was too careless. His body was suspended in chains. He thought, damn it. He's in danger. He can't move or use magic. These chains won't let him escape. Then he looked at Tuscan standing in front of him and said that he did a good job of catching him. He spoke as expected. No evil has ever escaped these chains. He won't resist anymore? Hans laughed in response. He looked at him in surprise. He said it as if he wanted to. He sees that there is no way to come to an agreement here. He began to concentrate energy around himself and said that this is where they part. He must catch him if he can. The church lackey. The next second, Tuscan began to concentrate energy in his hand and said that he doesn't know what he's planning, but let him not think that he would just stand there. He released a magic arrow from his hands, and Hans, noticing this, thought it's useless. No matter how strong the chains, he's free. The next second, he disappeared, and the arrow flew past. Tuscan asked in surprise, he broke free? No way. He thought, who the hell is he? Meanwhile, the protagonist, lying on the bed, opened his eyes slightly and sighing, said that this is becoming a problem. He thought he had too many enemies. Did he really create chaos wherever he went? The Shadow Faction, the Oath of Defiance, the Varkalak Vampire Clan, and one of the continent's greatest powers, the Paladin Order. He thought, wait. Then he stood up and shouted, Karma Shop. A system window appeared before him, and he thought, is there a reason he's been earning karma up until now? Was this happening because he attracted villains from all over the continent? He clenched his fist and said he'd think about it later, better to focus on the original plan. Meanwhile, Hans knelt down on the street and looked at several cats gathered around a can of cat food. He thought it was time to reap the fruits of his research. At that moment, a cat infected by his magic leaned toward the can, emitting dark energy, and Hans thought, the principle is simple. A controlled entity spreads black magic. Its eyes and ears will be everywhere. They can easily cover places like Seoul. Then he looked to the side in surprise and sensed a signal through one of the infected cats. He thought, have they already arrived? At that moment, a woman's scream was heard outside the window behind the bars. Mister, please, he must have mercy. The frightened girl, trembling with fear, huddled in a corner, holding her hand in front of her and saying that she would do anything. He just had to let her go. Then she looked up and noticed a guy walking past. She climbed up and, grabbing the bars, screamed, Mister, the guy in glasses, please, he must save me. She's been kidnapped. Where is he going? Please, can he hear her? Then the kidnapper grabbed her by the hair and pulling her back, said, it's useless. He brought the knife to her neck and laughing slightly, said that she should scream as much as she wanted. No matter how loud she screams, thanks to his ability, no one can see them, and only he could hear her screams and suffering. He pulled her hair again and shouted, come on, she has to scream louder. She has such a cute voice. Come on. He swung the knife, sticking out his tongue, and shouted that she would be among the top 3 in his collection. The next second, the ceiling in this building collapsed, and Hans descended inside. The man turned around in surprise and shouted, what? The lich said his ability is sound suppression and invisibility, right? But it doesn't work on him. His vile deeds will end today. The man, still holding the girl by the neck, shouted, who is he? He's a guardian? How did he get caught? He's warning you. If he comes any closer, this woman will die. And Hans, directing dark energy towards them, asked, is that true? What will he do now? With these words, he moved the girl closer to him, and the man asked in surprise, a returnee. How dare he steal his prey? He will kill her along with him. With these words, he charged, swinging his knife, and Hans grabbed his hand with dark energy and said, judging by his speech, this is not his first victim. Well, will they check? Then he put a finger to his head and used necromancy, the cry of the dead. He heard a voice, Mister, she is begging. They must save her. He realized, he's a serial killer. There's no need to watch further. He plunged his finger deeper into his forehead and said that he was sentenced to death. Then the man screamed loudly, and dark energy pierced his body. Hans said, even death is merciful to him. In any case, he needs undead to command on Earth, ideally. Will they transform him? He began concentrating dark energy around him and said, a brutal method that involves sucking blood from the body. He didn't expect to create it so soon. A powerful undead, aghast. The creature before him stuck out its long tongue, and the lich snapped its fingers, creating a portal, telling him to enter. He'd be useful. Then he looked at the girl who had fallen to the floor and asked, as for her, should he clean up before leaving? After some time, law enforcement officials gathered near the crime scene, and Park Hanschel, the Special Capabilities Bureau, the Criminal Investigation Department's leader, was in the basement. His subordinate, holding a camera, said, Leader, they confirmed the footage from the scene. It looks like this is the serial killer they couldn't catch. He said, and whoever killed the serial killer was a returnee. He answered, that's right, they can't find the body, but a massive amount of dark magic was used, and there are traces of blood. At the very least, a moron worthy of death has been killed. This case is a complete nightmare. Then the group leader pointed to the mark on the wall and said, playing the hero. That's what it really looks like. People like that are dangerous. Carrying out executions, this bastard lunatic, who is he? He wants to see his face at least once. Meanwhile, Hans, holding a cat in his arms, watched what was happening from the roof. Sometime later, the Association for the Return of Citizens of South Korea, South Branch Seoul, a subordinate said, the branch manager. She opened the door slightly and, apologizing, said she would be just a minute. Then she came closer to Yoon Ji-yoon and, adjusting her glasses, said, she must wake up, Ji-yoon. She patted her hand and added, it's important, she needs to pull herself together. She looked at her and asked what time it was. What happened? She replied, the Special Capabilities Bureau sent them a request for cooperation. Ji-yoon looked at the documents provided to her and asked, the case about the arrest of those jewelry thieves? Is this case related to the recent murder? She thought the dark magician was wearing a long coat and a mask. Then she put the documents on her head and, leaning back in her chair, said, the public security situation is difficult. They are not sending them reinforcements. She almost handed this matter over to that guy. Her subordinate was surprised. What? That idiot killer. What a great person to hand it over to. In response, she shouted indignantly, that's what she says. He's capable, so if they tame him, he will become an excellent dog. Then she threw her hands behind her head and added, can't he join them as a guardian? Her subordinate said that she knows she is busy with work, but still, she should stop spouting nonsense and get back to work. Ji-yoon raised her fists, scattering documents everywhere, and shouted that she wants to tear the damn villains to pieces. Meanwhile, MC flexed his arms, looking out the window, and said, destruction brings him pleasure. He thought, if they weren't serial killers, he'd settle for saturating them with the curse of terror and punishing them accordingly. He then said, it looks like he'll have to take a look at these guys soon. The villain organization is wreaking havoc. So now that he's more or less figured things out here, maybe he should turn his attention to the other world? Meanwhile, the man, with tears in his eyes, shouted, Diane, Aaron. He hugged the children and added, they've been through so much. They worked so hard. Diane said they're fine. Uncle. At that moment, Haynes, watching them, thought he was glad. He seemed like a good person. If he'd acted suspiciously, he might have had to resort to threats. Then the man took his hand and, bowing, said he was very grateful for him bringing the children. He replied, it's nothing. He just did what he had to. Diane then stepped forward and said, Mister, it's always been true. She hugged him sharply and shouted, thank you very much. The protagonist stroked her head and, smiling, said, well, they're not parting forever. He'll visit them often. Now they have to behave well and be healthy, okay? Diane, with tears in her eyes, looked up at him and said, Mister, she's a little worried because she feels like he's changing a lot, but she's reassured by the fact that she knows he's a good person. Then Haynes pointed at himself and asked if she thought he'd changed. He wondered if it was the influence of his personality. Negative emotions, he wants recognition. In other words, he's trying to attract attention. Heinz Sek is focused on intrigue and lies. He seems to have inherited a calm and stable personality. Then she asked, so, where will he go now? He replied that he'll go on a pilgrimage. Sometime later, they arrive at the capital of the kingdom of Talia, Talaria. That's the only reason he came here. Talaria heads the Church of the Goddess and is home to the largest temple in the world. He stopped on the street, raised his head, and said, well, this way no one will keep an eye on him. He concentrated his energy before himself and said, his fourth avatar, summon avatar, Heinrich. Heinrich appeared before him, and the system reported, general mental traits, persona, super regeneration, calm. Unique trait, warrior spirit, receives additional bonuses to skills and experience acquired through training in combat. Then Haynes handed him a bag and said, it's not right to wander around the holy city in the body of a vampire. Here, he should take it. And now go into the light. After a while, an employee said, next believer please. He must pass. Then he raised his hands in surprise, noticing coins falling out of the bag thrown on the table. He looked at Heinrich and asked, "What? How many are here?" He replied that it was all his luck. He placed his hand on his chest and added that he wanted to dedicate everything to the goddess and become a paladin to fulfill her will. He thought that until now, his avatars had been undead, a dark mage and a vampire, children of vile darkness. However, this time his avatar would be a paladin, respected by all, a light paladin. Then Marco slammed his fist on the counter and said, "Good." He extended his hand forward and, smiling, shouted out what a warm-hearted young man. He was an instructor, and he would make an excellent paladin out of him. Then his colleague looked at him and told him to wait, Sir Marco. No matter how much he sacrificed, they couldn't just enroll an unknown person as a paladin. He laughed and told him not to worry. Villains inevitably reveal their true nature during training. What do you think, recruit? Will he have the courage to show them his true nature? Heinrich smiled and shouted, "Of course." After some time, his face was covered in sweat. He was breathing heavily and asking for water. A huge metal ball was flying towards him, and he thought, "What the hell? This is insane." He grabbed the ball and, trying to lift it with shaking hands, thought, exactly a month has passed since he started this damn training. At first, he thought that the image of a paladin was noble and cool, but it turned out that it was just a group of perverted musclemen. Everyone was training and shouting, "Brother, another one, more." At that moment, one of the guys approached the guy training and shouted, "Number 12, he's losing concentration. Did he forget the rule? He should never stop praying during training? Good, he must concentrate and recite the prayer again." The guy, holding the metal ball, shouted, "Yes, goddess!" The man shouted, more concentration. He must recite prayers and restore his weak body." He lifted the metal ball and shouted, "Goddess!" The man smiled and shouted, "That's good, more." Watching this, Heinrich thought, in an emergency, repeated prayers strengthen faith and increase divine power. He admitted it was effective. Then he noticed a guy being beaten from behind with a sharp weapon, and he shouted, "My back feels great today." More. They must be stronger than him. They shouted, "Goddess, his faith is growing stronger." Heinrich, passing by, thought, is it really necessary to train in such a perverted manner? Then the man noticed Marco and asked, "The recruit he brought back is no simpleton, right?" And Marco folded his arms and asked, "Is he?" He replied, "Even before baptism, he lifts such enormous weights. His shoulders and lower body have become unrecognizably strong. He can't wait to see what baptism will do to him." And Heinrich, cringing from their gaze, wondered why they were drooling over his body. He felt uncomfortable. He didn't want to attract attention in this perverted group. After some time, the protagonist was breathing heavily and, pushing the spike ball aside, thought that 3 months had passed since he began training. If he didn't have the warrior's spirit and the super regeneration skill, he would have been knocked out long ago. Then he wiped the sweat with the bottom of his t-shirt and thought that his body and endurance had improved. But the main problem was this. The next second, Marco put a hand on his shoulder and said, "Heinrich, since you've finished your lower body training, how about we do some chest exercises together?" He looked at him in surprise. Marco stood up, showing off his muscles, and added, "Oh no, on such a beautiful day, they should do a good back workout." He didn't agree? Heinrich looked at him in surprise and shouted, "Kie!" He thought, muscular perverts. After a while he sat down on a bench, put his hand on his shoulder, and said desperately that he was seriously losing his mind. Not a day had passed without them inviting him to train with him. Max Verroen sat next to him, took a small bite of bread, smiled, and said that he guessed it was because his elders had high expectations of him. Then they heard a voice. "They're coming!" And indeed, the servants and paladins gathered together and said, "Great Archbishop Laddie and Sir Tuscan." Max said in surprise, "They said they went on an expedition with the paladins and crusaders. When did they manage to return?" At that moment, Heinrich said, "That guy." He thought, isn't this the paladin who jabbed Hans with his sword? They went on an expedition and returned. Could it be that they've been looking for Hans all this time? After some time, the high priest of the church looked at those present and said, "New recruits, today you have gathered here so that the best among you can undergo the baptism ceremony." He then opened a scroll and added, "The ceremony is taking place earlier than usual. They had to reschedule it due to special circumstances. They hope for your understanding. So, new recruits, after hearing your names called, please step forward." At that moment, Max looked at Heinrich and asked why they were holding an event that usually happens every 6 months now. He thought, well, he could only guess. Right now, the paladins desperately need reinforcements to pursue the heir to the immortal king. He smiled and clenched his fist, thinking, in any case, this is the perfect opportunity to save time. Should he take this chance to test it out? A new use of persona skills and the center of the mind. Then the priest extended his hand and said, "New recruit Max." He knelt before him, and the priest asked if he was ready to dedicate his entire life to the god and live it as a paladin. He answered, "Yes, high priest. Those who are baptized transfer all their mana to the deity. After this, the use of magic becomes impossible. In return, the deity bestows a blessing, imbuing them with immense sacred power. Each person receives a blessing of varying strength. The most important factor determining this is their faith in the deity. The purer and truer the faith, the freer it is from lies and doubts. The more powerful the paladin will become." Then the priest said, "The next recruit is Heinrich." He walked forward and thought, wow, he really did want to become a paladin. He clutched his head, creating a barrier around himself, and thought, Until now, he had only used the center of his mind to suppress external stimuli or to restrain emotions. He knelt before the priest's hand and thought he'd realized something. This skill could be used in reverse. Persona skill. He will create the appearance of believing in Heinrich, and then, when the high priest draws his mana, he will use the center of his mind to filter out any mistrust and doubt from his mana. His mana will become pure, without a trace of doubt, only pure faith and mana. To fully absorb the blessing to its maximum potential, he will concentrate all the spiritual power of his avatars into Heinrich. The next second, the priest winced from the bright light and cried out in surprise at the amount of sacred power. An incredibly bright column of light erupted from Heinrich's body, rushing toward the ceiling. Those present cried out in surprise, unable to believe it. They must see. Sacred power. It reaches the head of the deity's statue. Then the priest placed his hand on Heinrich's shoulder and said, Heinrich. No, Lord Heinrich, he just crossed himself. Just think, he's already at such a level, his rank practically equal to that of a priest. Such deep faith is impressive. He smiled and added that he must train hard. In response, Heinrich smiled, looked at him, and thanked him. The system informed him that he had acquired the skill Holy Baptism. Holy Baptism allows for more efficient distribution of spiritual power between avatars. Then he looked at the glowing hand and wondered, is this the limit of his sacred power? Well, what a relief. He doubted that false faith built on illusions would have worked, although it seemed the skill hadn't reached its full potential. The deity of the church is closer to the system than a personal god is to the individual. But when he opened his mind earlier, if he needed to express the confusion he felt about human emotions, it would have been something akin to curiosity. He looked at the statue and thought, so it's watching? Such power should only be used for good. After some time, Lati looked at the map and said it was frustrating. For a month, they hadn't found a single trace of the immortal king's heir. He had nothing to show the deity. Tuscan looked at him, placing his hands on the map, and said, furthermore, it seems further support from the kingdom of Talia is becoming difficult. A vampire organization hidden within the kingdom is likely involved. Lati then moved a figure onto the map and said, during their pursuit of Hans, the misunderstanding between the vampire clan and the oath of disobedience was too great. He then picked up the figure and added, since the assassination squad had achieved no results, political pressure from Talia continues to mount. They are using this as leverage. He then placed his hand to his head and said, the assassination squad will be disbanded, Sir Tuscan. He replied, okay, he understands. He then left the room and thought, they are surrounded on all sides. The paladins are not enough. He paused in the hallway, sighing heavily, wondering what to do with this. Then, he looked down in surprise, noticing the guy's training, and thought, are these the newly appointed paladins? Wait. He watched as Max wounded Heinrich's torso, and then Heinrich sent Max flying with an elbow. An observer shouted, Heinrich has won, and then the system announced that the avatar had achieved enlightenment through repeated training. A skill had been acquired, a crusader fighting technique. At that moment, the wound on Heinrich's body began to heal. He thought, along with super regeneration and sacred power. Then he reached out to Max. Taking his hand and covering his mouth, he asked, did he intentionally let himself get hit? He replied, it was worth it. A Heinrich-style tactic. He thought that this was still not enough. Further growth required further changes. At that moment, Tuscan said, of course, when it comes to sacred power, he's already at the level of a trainer or a high-ranking paladin, but he's still not experienced enough to become a paladin. Heinrich looked at him in surprise and asked, Mr. Paladin Tuscan? He came closer and said he probably senses more than the others. He will make him stronger. He extended his hand forward and asked, will he go with him to the Rosilia Temple? He asked in surprise. Excuse me? Him? The Great Rosilia Temple? He answered, yes, is there a problem? He extended his hand toward him and replied, no, not at all. He certainly wants to go. But before he could finish speaking, Tuscan moved on and told him to follow him in that case. They were leaving right now. After that, they approached the magic circle, and Heinrich, trying to keep up with him, asked if he could give him a little time to pack his things. He replied that he should entrust this to someone else. After that, they stood in the center of the magic circle, and Tuscan, placing his hand on his shoulder, said that he understood that this was unexpected, and that he would explain everything in detail on the spot. He replied that he understood. After some time, they found themselves near the temple, and Heinrich, looking ahead, thought, this is the famous Great Temple of Rosilia, the largest sanctuary of the church, located in the very center of the continent. After that, they knelt before the statue. He thought, the very place where both the Pope and the goddess reside, the heart of the church itself. At that moment, Riestar, smiling, said, welcome, Mr. Tuscan and Mr. Heinrich. They have come a long way and are probably tired. Tuscan closed his eyes and thanked her. Heinrich thought that he was entering the Great Temple of Rosilia, where the goddess herself resides. This is the ideal place for rapid development. He smiled and thought that here he will become a recognized paladin. He must develop Heinrich. At that moment, Hans, sitting on the top floor of the construction site, thought he could handle the dirty work in the shadows. After a while, he looked at the news, which said, Hahu Mask, Devil Hunters, a human trafficking organization, has been destroyed. The modern Dark Knight, Hahu Mask. He said that he inadvertently became a celebrity. The remnants of the human trafficking organization have been destroyed. But he looked at the screen of his phone and thought there was something strange there. What was this Divine Retribution Society that the villains kept mentioning? He remembered the voices that said, you need to kill this idiot. If he screwed up, the Divine Retribution Society will not forgive him. He thought, it seems to be connected to several organizations. Then he stood up and stretched his joints, saying, well, he thought he could figure this out and continue destroying them. Now is it time to distribute the profits? At that moment, Haynes was walking down the street and adjusting his mask, thought that if the Hahu mask started trading large quantities of valuable items from unknown sources, he would be the prime suspect. He needs a private place to make these deals. After that, he went into the establishment, and the employee said, welcome. Haynes placed a bag of money on his desk and said he wanted to sell something. The employee, without looking up from his book, asked, does he think this is a pawn shop? He had absolutely no interest in what he brought. He should get lost. Then Haynes poured coins onto his desk and asked, is that so? He had heard that people here were interested in such things. After that, the employee picked up the coin and thought, these are badges of a group that was involved in human trafficking. A trading syndicate group. He heard that some madman in a mask destroyed them. Then Haynes asked, well, is he interested? He smiled, looking at him, and told him to go through the back door and not try to leave. After that, Haynes opened the door slightly, and the worker said, welcome. So he wants to sell something? He confirmed it, and moving closer to the window, held out the bag and asked if it was possible to receive money in a form other than cash. The worker then looked at the coin and asked, does he mean material goods? What is he looking for? Haynes raised his index finger and said, a lottery ticket for the grand prize, and as soon as possible, if possible. He thought, cash is useless if you can't spend it. Right now, he needs legitimate funds for the real Songyun. A lottery ticket would make his funds untraceable and clean. The worker then asked, a lottery ticket? The commission will be quite high, okay? He answered, of course. How much can it be sold for? He answered, a ticket for 6.11. The redemption period is 4 months. He said, great. He should prepare 2 more. He was surprised and asked, what? With the amount he paid? That can't happen. Haynes told him not to worry. He had plenty of materials. The next second, he reached out to the portal that had formed and, putting down a few items, asked, is this enough? Grabbed his hand and, looking at the bracelet, asked, is this a subspace storage tool? Who the hell is he? These are unusual materials. Where did he get this? Haynes said, hey, he asked, right? He frowned and said that he didn't come here to chat. They have to finish this deal quickly. Okay? Then the worker let go of his hand, apologized, and said that then they would finish faster. He thought he could constantly smell the faint scent of blood, so it wasn't his imagination. The next second, Haynes put his hand on his shoulder and said, okay, this isn't their last case. From now on, they will see each other often. After a while, he walked outside, holding lottery tickets in his hands and happily said, just think, he will fulfill his dream and win the lottery. What should he buy? It would be good to have several subordinates for this kind of thing. How difficult it is to constantly go back and forth. Well, he'd take this as an opportunity to enjoy the night air. He glanced at the people walking around and thought, a few months ago this street had been deserted because of the human trafficking ring, but now life was bustling again. Maybe because of all those rumors? It was nice to know he was part of bringing peace. At that moment, Gamma leaned toward his ear and asked where he was from. Haynes pulled away abruptly and, looking at him, wondered in surprise, who was that? How had he snuck up on him so quietly? Gamma told him not to worry. He just wanted to chat, that's all. He asked indignantly, what? What the hell is he talking about, you idiot? He snuck up behind him and sniffed him. What's the matter? Then Gamma asked, he's a vampire, right? Well, yeah, he's level 6, originally from the Mirror dimension. What's his name? When did he return to Earth? Haynes frowned and thought, another dimension-traveling vampire. He needs to come up with some nonsense and get out of here. The next second, energy spread around and he said his name was Haynes. He hadn't been on Earth for a long time. He gritted his teeth and wondered in surprise. Why was he answering him so easily? Because of his mind control ability. Then Gamma waved his hand and said, of course, he's a newbie who just returned to Earth. He should let him introduce himself properly. He handed over his business card and said that he was Gamma from the Blood Pack organization, which includes all the vampires on Earth. His job is to collect vampires who have recently returned to Earth. Haynes took the business card and, looking at it, asked if such an organization existed. He responded by spreading his arms and sighing, saying, well, if he wanted to survive, he'd better stick together, right? There was no choice. Then he asked, by the way, what did the level he'd mentioned earlier mean? He asked. It seemed like he was starting to get interested. Then, instead of chatting here, why don't they visit the organization? With that, he took out his car keys, and then Haynes noticed a foreign car parked nearby with an open door. He said, okay, let's go. At that moment, Jin Soran was watching them and, placing her finger to the device in her ear, said, headquarters. The target was moving according to plan. She was following him. Then they drove up to the building, and Gamma told him to come in. He opened the door, and Haynes, following him, asked what this place was. He said that every vampire had a vampire factor, which determines their power level. They measure this and categorize it by level, and with this magic circle, he'll be able to measure the level of the vampiric factor. At that moment, he beckoned him to the magic circle on the floor and several vampires standing at the ends of the star. Haynes thought in surprise, a magic circle? This is too suspicious. Then Gamma extended his hand forward and asked, what is he doing? He should quickly enter this circle, he thought, but if it's dangerous, he can just cancel the summoning. Then he looked to the side and thought, wait, skull, he senses traces of dark magic. He looked around and thought, this isn't just dark magic, shamanism, curses, alchemy, this is a collection of different types of it. How is this possible? It's been about 20 years since the returnees began appearing. The reason magical tools are still rare and magical technology undeveloped is because the energy laws of ability vary across dimensions. Combining such disparate abilities into a single unit, the Blood Pack was a far more impressive organization than he'd thought. Then the vampire approached him and asked him to hold out his hand. It would sting a bit. With that, he made a small cut on his palm, and Haynes let out a small cry, and the next second, a few drops of blood flew out of the wound on his hand. The vampire said, 5 blood orbs, level 5, huh? Then he added thoughtfully, judging by how tightly the orbs were connected, his regenerative abilities were quite strong. He figured the purebloods from Otheric were around level 5 or 6. Then Gamma folded his arms and said he was nervous. He came out of humility, something he'd never heard of, but he was only level 5? A waste of nerves. At level 5, there's no need to cut off limbs, they're starting. The others replied, yes, Mr. Gamma. The next second they began casting spells, and Haynes, alarmed, thought, so there was another motive after all. He turned to Gamma and thought that he knew this ritual was too complex for a simple level measurement. He needed to summon Hans quickly. The next second there was a knock on the door, and then Soran, knocking it down, shouted, freeze! Gamma, a blood pack, level 6. She'll arrest him for kidnapping and murdering his relatives. He looked at her in surprise and asked, Miss Soran, don't you think it's rude to barge in out of the blue? At that moment, Haynes, kneeling, thought this girl looked familiar. Who was she? And she extended her hand forward and said that when she first received information that he was kidnapping vampires, she didn't know whether to believe it or not, but it turned out to be true. He must release the vampire and surrender. In response, Gamma said what was expected of a loyal and naive slave from the Blood Pack, but they would never question why they had to be slaves at all. He spread his arms and said that they were much stronger than humans. Why did they have to follow the rules of the Blood Pack, tiptoe around people, and secretly live underground? She screamed, what nonsense! It was because of them, the warlike ones, who came up with such nonsense, that they were forced to hide underground. Gamma smiled and said, so that's what they think. And do her comrades think the same? She was surprised. What? And the next second, Minyun hit her partner in the head with his elbow. She turned and screamed, Minyun, what the hell is he doing? Why did he betray them? At that moment, he pointed his claws at her and, looking down at her, asked why he betrayed her. The reason is simple. In his dimension, he was a powerful lord. In this reality, he was stuck in a basement, working as a bouncer at some club. Now, did she understand, Mistress Soran? Not every vampire was as comfortable as she was. Then Gamma leaned towards Soran and she asked, so what was his plan? Kidnapping vampires? What was he trying to achieve with this? Was he planning on starting a rebellion against the Blood Pack? With stupid lesser vampires, he asked. How many centuries did she think it would take? In this dimension, they couldn't accumulate more karma points, meaning they couldn't get stronger. He began concentrating energy in his hand and added, but after careful research, they found a foolproof way to get stronger faster. The next second, his unconscious partner rose into the air, and Soran asked, what was he talking about? Had he really broken the ban? No? He picked the girl up and asked, then where did all the kidnapped vampires go? Soran screamed, he shouldn't say he's creating mad vampires again? Has he forgotten why they were being persecuted in the first place? At that moment, Haynes gritted his teeth and thought, mad vampires? She meant cannibals? But that's not the kind of cannibalism that exists on Earth. When a vampire devours a vampire from another dimension, their distinct vampiric factors combine. This leads to increased strength, but at a heavy price. Cannibalism among their ancestors caused severe mental disorders. If someone can't transmigrate, they become mad vampires, driven mad by thirst. After the first mad vampire appeared, they were considered a global threat. At that moment, Gamma told them not to worry. After countless studies, they had discovered a way to remove the residual desire for blood. He placed his hand on the vampire and, releasing energy, shouted that they would create excellent materials for their research. At that moment, Heinz thought, a magic circle. This isn't just designed to isolate vampiric factors, it's meant to transform vampires into a pill with no side effects. Then Min Yoon extended his hand to him and told him to keep his promise. He took a risk by secretly following him. He said, of course. After that, he tossed a pill into his hand and said, here it is, just as I promised. Min Yoon then popped it into his mouth, his pupils glowing and his body beginning to mutate. He smiled and said, so that's what it is. He's gotten bigger. He can't believe this is actually possible. Then he grabbed Soran by the neck and shouted, more. He said he'd give them more pills, right? He mustn't hesitate, but Gamma held his hands out in front of him and told him to stop. He understood that he was happy with his new power, but it would take time. The guest who arrived before him was still waiting. Did he see? He approached Soran with a smile and told her to wait a little longer, okay? She desperately begged him to stop. And then Heinz said, 2 purebreds and 4 halfbreds. Cannibalism is really effective. He can't wait to see how strong he becomes after devouring them all. At that moment, he created a portal in front of him, and Min Yun shouted in surprise, what the hell is this? Hans then appeared from the portal and said that he doesn't know how to hide. But what about safety? Too bad. No one will leave this place without his permission. Several undead emerged from the portal with him, and Min Yun shouted in fear, who are they? Gamma looked at him and shouted at him not to panic. They must stick together. If they get separated, they will be killed. Then Min-yoon clenched his fists and charged at the undead. After that, he aimed at Hans and shouted for him to die. He thought that the transformation of this body was unusual. Even vampires' appearances differ from dimension to dimension, right? He then slammed his staff onto the ground, releasing several sharp streams of energy directly into Min-yoon's body. He smiled and said that he wanted to catch them with minimal losses. At that moment, Haynes jumped up and said that he thought nothing would help. He placed his hands on Min-yoon's shoulders and asked, "Is this a flaw in organic farming?" "Well, no problem." He sank his fangs into Min-yoon's shoulder and thought, "There's still plenty of food ahead." At that moment, Gamma asked in surprise, "What is this idiot doing? Is he really devouring his own kind?" And then Min-yoon thought, how did he even live up to this point? How decisive was he in betraying them? He can't die like this. Then Haynes said he was right. Insanity is much worse. He then spat out several teeth and thought that he could sense the various vampiric factors reuniting and evolving. The system reported that he had gained the special ability of hybrid evolution. Hybrid evolution is a sharp increase in physical ability each time a new vampiric factor is absorbed. The user steals the abilities of the target's bloodline. He smiled and remarked that this was not bad. With such power, if he were driven mad by blood, he would be very dangerous. With these words, he extended spikes from his body, then looked at Gamma and said that he needed an organization to carry out his orders. What about the blood packet? If anyone dared to oppose him, they would become his next meal or part of his undead army. After that, he drank the blood of the next vampire, and the system reported that he had gained a new vampire trait. Under the influence of hybrid evolution, he had gained the trait of insight. Insight allows one to measure the physical condition and stats of an opponent. Haynes licked his lips and said, "Insight is a useless skill." He thought that vampires possessed a special supernatural ability called heritage, which was based on their origin. With this skill, he'd mastered hybrid evolution. He could steal all their powers. At that moment, Gamma, hanging on a bloody cross, asked, "What the hell? How could anyone devour their own kind and remain sane?" Haynes approached him and, lifting his chin with his fingers, asked, "Curious?" He wanted him to tell him how to prevent the corruption of minds. The whispers he heard while eating, he simply couldn't listen to them. He shouted, "What kind of nonsense is he talking about?" The next second, Haynes attacked him, and the system reported that, under the influence of hybrid evolution, he'd gained the skill camouflage. Camouflage allows him to conceal his presence. He said, "Camouflage? Huh? Not bad. There are many ways to use it." Then he placed his hand on Gamma's head and said, "Now, maybe he should look into this idiot's head." And in his head he heard a voice. "Research, laboratory, support, technology, the Divine Retribution Society. Mr. Beta, he promises. He promises." He frowned and thought, "Beta? Is this his patron?" And the Divine Influence Society was mentioned again. It seemed this complex ritual was their doing too. What the hell were these guys up to, helping the bloody package? After a while, Soran opened her eyes, sighing, and Haynes, sitting behind the wheel of the car, looked at her and asked, "Is she finally coming to her senses?" She abruptly grabbed him by the neck and screamed, "He is an idiot who betrayed his own species. Where is he taking her?" He screamed for her to look more closely. They grabbed him too. Then she pulled her hand away and said, "Oh my god, she's apologizing. But can he please explain what happened?" He asked if she knew the Hahu mask. He escaped during the chaos when a group of vigilantes burst in. She smiled, looking at him, and said, "And even in this chaos, he went out of his way to save her." She was grateful to him. "Her name is Soran." He thought about her voice and face. No matter how he looked at her, he had a feeling he'd seen her somewhere before. Then he asked, "What happened there?" They were from the Bloody Bag, but they were fighting against each other. She looked out the window and said, "The Bloody Bag was divided between the radicals and moderates. They found evidence that the radicals kidnapped one of their team members, so she went there with her colleagues and was close. But she was still glad they got out of there in one piece. They even figured out what those idiots were up to. They needed to inform the higher-ups and put an end to this." At that moment, Haynes thought, did she really think this would be resolved that easily? It was pretty obvious that even the highest ranks of the radicals were involved. Then she asked, "By the way, who is he connected with?" "The Savior." He looked at her and asked, "The Savior? Huh?" She could call him whatever she liked. She said, "Then can she call him Oppa?" He said he had only recently returned to Earth, so he hadn't connected with anyone yet. He followed Gamma because he was curious about the blood pack. She asked if he could join the blood pack. Most vampires are part of it. Moderates don't do such things, and they have a steady supply of blood packs thanks to their partnerships with blood banks. He asked, "Yes, can I see?" She said yes, she'll show him everything. After a while, they pulled up to a house, and she said, "Here." Naki ran out to her and shouted, "Soran." She hugged her sharply and said that she heard what happened. "Is she okay?" She hugged her back and asked, "Her little Naki, is everything okay?" Then she pointed to Haynes and told her to say hello. "This is Mr. Haynes, who will be joining the blood pack." She looked at him and said hello, and then Soran stroked her hair and smiling said, "Okay, she'll show Mr. Haynes to his room. She should stay here and play." She replied, "Okay, but she should come back quickly." After a while, Haynes was climbing the stairs and asked, "That girl, she looks very small. Is it just her appearance?" Soran turned around slightly and said that wasn't true. Naki wasn't a returnee. He was surprised. Weren't all vampires returnees? She looked at the family photo hanging on the wall and said that wasn't true. Naki was born and raised on Earth, but her father was a foreigner. He turned her into a vampire to save her from a chronic disease. At that moment, Haynes thought he now understood why the government wanted to keep vampires under control. In a sense, they were no different from an infectious disease. Then she added, of course, this method isn't one that's usually used. It takes several times more effort to convert someone on Earth. Her father wanted her to be confident even under the sun. He had reached his limit. Then she opened the door and said they had arrived. She walked forward and added that if he needed anything, he should call her. It was late, so he should rest. Then she smiled, waved her fingers and said, okay, then bye. At that moment, he looked at her in surprise and thought, that gesture and voice. He remembered. He pointed his finger at her and asked in surprise, Streamer Orchid? She screamed in surprise, what? She blushed with embarrassment and, putting her hand to her cheeks, said that outro from the stream was stuck in her head. By the way, he's not a subscriber, right? He smiled awkwardly and waving his hand said that wasn't true. The algorithms just recommended him a couple of times. She asked, right? Then good. In fact, she was a trainee. When she quit, she felt sad. She decided to stream. He asked, a trainee? Then how old was she? She replied that she was 22. She awakened when she was 18. And him, Oppa, how old he was when he awakened. He awkwardly looked away, then slammed the door in her face and shouted that he would tell her about it later. She looked at the door and was surprised. What? Did she say something wrong? At that moment, Heinz sighed and thought that he thought she was younger than him, and that's why he spoke informally, but it turns out that she was older. Then he sat down on the bed and said, anyway, she looked familiar. She's a streamer. He heard that she's quite famous. Maybe he should look it up online. Then he looked at his phone screen, which said, announcement during a break in broadcasts. The text said, hi guys, she wants to inform you that she's taking a break from streaming for about a week due to work obligations. She'll do everything she can to finish this as soon as possible and get back to streaming. They'll see each other in a week. He wondered if she'd gone to the crime scene after she posted it. If it weren't for him, this would have been her last announcement. It was close. As morning approached, Haynes heard a scream. What did he say? How could he not find anything? He sat up in bed, clutching his head, wondering what all that noise was like so early in the morning. He started down the stairs and heard Soran screaming. He was saying there was no evidence to support this? How was that even possible? Haynes came down to her and asked what had happened. She turned her attention to him and asked if he had slept enough. Then she said that her colleagues had gone to the crime scene yesterday, but everything had been burned, so they couldn't find anything. Now they wouldn't be able to pin down the radicals, and Heinz thought they had gone too far trying to erase Hans's traces. Then he said bad, but he had to ask something. She had to tell him where the radical's base was. She asked in surprise, the radical's base? She grabbed his arm and shouted at him not to tell her. He didn't like the bloody bag. He smiled awkwardly and said that wasn't true. Calm down. They're dangerous idiots. Wouldn't it be better to know their location so we could avoid them? She put her hand to her chest and remarked that made sense. Then she looked at her phone screen and smiling, told him to wait a second. At that moment, Haynes thought, he is now on the border of pure blood territory, which by earthly standards corresponds to the 6th or 7th level. He will have to turn him into a pure blood with the help of his parents. Then Soran handed him the phone and told him to take it. If he avoids the marked places, he will be safe. And since he's up, maybe she should cook something for him? He looked at the phone screen and holding his hand out in front of him, said no need. He is grateful. She should not worry. He looked around. There are many good restaurants nearby, so he thinks he will take a walk and try some good food. With that, he licked his lips. After a while, he licked his mouth, stained with blood, and said that it is delicious. Another fine restaurant. There were many vampire bodies around him, and then he noticed one survivor who shouted, hey, he is an idiot. He thinks he can get away with this? Their clan will not leave even the marrow of his bones. At that moment, Heinz asked, was it for him? How did he know him? Thanks to the disguise he stole from them. The boys are now worse than blind idiots. No problem with that. And now there is. He walked up to the guy and grabbing him by the jacket told him to try to answer him. Where are his other comrades? He heard a voice. Attention. All Gamma members are gathering at the villa tomorrow for a meeting. Haynes, holding his finger on his forehead, thought, are the radical leaders gathered? Perfect chance to catch them all at once. We need to move immediately, but first we should clean up here. Then he thought, blood flower. The object appeared in his hand, and the system reported that the blood flower collects all the blood around it and turns it into a fiery flower. It will not go out unless the caster wishes it to. It only burns the target. Flower petals scattered around, and Haynes thought if he uses the new blood flower technique, it will burn away all traces. He would hide the traces of magic with camouflage. He clenched his fist and thought, this way no one would be able to track him. The next second, he felt his heart pounding, and looking at his hand, he thought, this feeling. The body is evolving again. The system reported a special skill, the Pure Blood Legacy, evolving into the True Blood Legacy. Due to the effects of hybrid evolution, he had gained enlightenment. He had acquired the skill of increasing blood flow. The ability to restore an object had gone beyond its limits. After that, he said, finally, the system reported that the regeneration skill had evolved into hyper-regeneration. He thought he had become a true blood vampire. And he had also acquired new skills. He would see what skills he had acquired. With these thoughts, he made an incision on his wrist and blood gushed out. The next second, the wound began to shrink, and he thought that the arterial wound had healed in a second. The synergy of blood control and hyper-regeneration in True Bloods is amazing. If he can draw blood from the surrounding world during a fight to regenerate, then he's practically invincible. If True Bloods are so strong, how incredible must Sacred Blood vampires be? After a while, a viewer donated 1 million cheese and attached a message. He saw the announcement of Orchid's return and came running like a dog. Then Sauron smiled at the camera and said, "Oh my god, she's grateful." A fan donated 1 million cheese. He, 1 million points in her heart. She thought, okay, this should be enough for a month's supply of blood bags. At that moment, Heinz opened the door and looked at her in surprise. He said that he knew that making money from people was always difficult. He apologized. She shouldn't be distracted by him. The next second, her face turned red with embarrassment. She screamed that he should knock before entering. A few seconds later, she sighed and asked, "So what happened?" He knelt before her, then handed her a letter and said that a letter had arrived addressed to her. She wondered if this wasn't proof of the radicals' crimes. Someone had sent such detailed information anonymously. She had no idea who it could be, but didn't this behavior resemble Hahu's mask? But she hadn't shared the information with him, but with Heinz, and the clues began to arrive after she told Heinz the location of the radicals. Could they be working together, or was it just a coincidence? Sometime later, Heinz and Hans were standing on the roof. Heinz, looking at the building, asked, "So what? This is where the radicals are gathering, right?" Lich said, "A meeting to develop countermeasures against Hahu's mask." The next second, the vampire used his insight and realized there was an invisible blood barrier outside the building. The place where they were gathered was the first floor. As expected, the strength of the gamma-level participants he sensed was no joke. Fine. He'd hide Hans in the shadows. Then he jumped off the roof, thinking they'd storm in together and wipe them all out. Then he smashed his body through the window as he leaped inside. And upon landing, he told them to get ready. Bandits. He looked ahead in surprise, thinking, what the heck, they were definitely here, weren't they? No one? At that moment, the barrier behind him began to crack, and a voice came from within. Damn, he was trying to catch Hahu's mask, but some vampire appeared instead. Fragments of space scattered in different directions, and Sebastian, walking forward, asked if he could also track him down. He pointed a finger at the guy behind him and said, "Beta Von, Beta Shin, do they know anything about this?" Von replied that he didn't. He was at least level 7, but that face was completely unfamiliar. Shin added, "It seems this guy came from a hitherto unknown place." At that moment, Heinz gritted his teeth and thought, this matches the memories of the radicals. The leader is the Alpha, raised 2 betas and 13 gammas under him, so both betas are here. The main problem is the masked group. It seems they are from the Divine Retribution Society. He can't sense their energy, and he can't figure out what trick they are using. Then Sebastian said to drag that idiot to him now, and of course, along with that shadow. With that, he pointed his finger at the shadow behind Haynes, and he thought they already figured it out. Then he said that he doesn't even give a signal before doing something. If he wants it so badly, he will deal with it quickly. He used enhanced blood flow and ran forward, attacking several vampires in his path. He also used acceleration, at which point one terrified vampire pointed a finger at him and shouted, "Is he devouring members of his own kind? Unbelievable." He began to turn around, and at that moment, Hans appeared from the shadows and said, "There's no time to be surprised. The real show is about to begin." At that moment, the terrified vampire rushed toward the door, scattering everyone in his path, and shouted, "Get out of my way! He needs to survive!" He touched the door handle, and then a huge amount of dark energy erupted at him. Hans, standing behind the door, said, "They probably didn't think they were the only ones who set up the barrier, and now," finishing his sentence for him, "this is a fight to the death. The Lich said they won't escape from here." The next second, various body parts of the vampires flew in all directions. Vaughn, noticing the vampire's head fly off, sighed in fear, then clenched his teeth and thought, is he crazy? What the hell? He's not just a level 6 or 7 guy. There's something fishy here. Then he ran forward, and Haynes extended his claws, and Vaughn thought that was too much. As the claw approached his eye, he used skin reinforcement, and his body began to be covered with armor. Haynes smiled and asked, did he block it? In that case, he'll have to try harder. With that, he clenched his fist, concentrated his energy, and punched his opponent in the chest, covering his armor with cracks, and he thought, how is this possible? He'd never lost with skin reinforcement. He surpassed him in both strength and speed. Then he fell to the ground, and when one of the vampires lifted him up, he shouted, damn it, they have to stop him. He must help Mr. Beta Vaughn. At that moment, Heinz pointed his hands at them, and smiling asked, stop him? Aren't they too confident in themselves, pathetic underlings? The next second, streams of blood erupted from his palm, piercing the chests of the vampire standing in front of him. At that moment, Vaughn, still angry, thought, this is crazy. Defeating his comrades so easily, dangerous, idiot. We need to quickly destroy him while his hands are busy. At that moment, he swung his hand, ran to the attack, shouting that he must die. Idiot. He cut off Heinz's hand with his own hand, and he said it was useless. He thought that he was drinking blood to restore his strength and become more powerful. The next second, his hand returned to its place, and he thought that in addition to this, he had gained a new skill, invisibility. At that moment, it was as if he evaporated, and he cried out in surprise. He disappeared. What the? At that moment, Heinz appeared behind him, stabbing his hand into his torso from behind. He said, here, checkmate. He lifted Vaughn's body above him, and the system reported that a new vampirism factor had been acquired. The blood magic skill had evolved into the special blood mystery skill. Blood mystery absorbs the subordinate skills blood flower and blood flow enhancement. He thought he felt his abilities being controlled by his desire. Now he could control them more freely and quickly. At that moment, Shin clenched her fist and looking at him, shouted, "Idiot. Devouring his own kind, he's a bloodthirsty vampire. No wonder he uses such strange abilities." He asked, "What?" and added, "Is she going to sit here and whine all day? Or why not join him like half her comrades? Or is she scared?" She charged and shouted, "Idiot." At that moment, Haynes used the sacrament of blood, and several sharp tendrils erupted from the floor, then turned into threads, clinging to her body, which shook. She said, "This idiot uses such petty tricks." Haynes approached her and smiling asked, "Petty tricks?" A little insulting. He moved his hand to her shoulder and said that he would tell her something. Checkmate. With these words, he decapitated her. And at that moment, Sebastian looked at this and said that he was a monster. Who would have thought that the Hahu mask had such an assistant? He looked at the vampires behind him and said, if only they had prepared the core. We must deal with him. At that moment, the guy behind him held the core in his hand, and several light tendrils erupted from it. But Hans stood in front of Heinz and said, "What an interesting attack." Although it was of no use, he waved his hand, deflecting the tendrils aimed at them. And one of the guys thought, "He's too strong. It's hopeless." He started to turn around and thought he needed to get out of here. The next second, Sebastian attacked him and asked where they were going. He shouted, "This!" And Sebastian added a kick and said, "He's done well up until now. For the Divine Retribution Society. He must go and die for freedom." Then he frowned and thought, "I need to run. Spatial manipulation." At that moment, Hans thought, "Is this a curse that causes self-destruction?" and ran away himself. What an irresponsible leader. Then he said that he was sure he planned to force him to retreat. But unfortunately, at that moment, a hand composed of dark magic erupted from the ground and grabbed the guy. He thought, such a curse is nothing. He will decipher everything. The two cores inside his body are the source of energy if he removes this. Then he threw the body and said that he was the one who controlled death. Did he really think he could escape death by standing in front of him? At that moment, Sebastian landed on the ground and thought, this barrier is incredible. He can barely stand in front of it. Well, he survived, that's enough, if he bides his time. At that moment, Hans appeared behind him and then grabbed him by the clothes, saying, "So this is where he is." He wanted to play with him for a bit. Who would have thought he would escape again? He got close to his face and added, "So he'll just do it his way." He put his finger to his forehead and he screamed, "No!" He thought this idiot was invading his mind. He was trying to get into his memories. Hans said, "Come on, he has to show every memory of the Divine Retribution Society." That's it, he thought, a security mechanism. Or is this technology for protecting memories from the Divine Influence Society? Then he moved to another place and asked in surprise, "Is this place inside the mental sphere?" At that moment, the creature said he hadn't expected him to go so far. "Impressive, Hahu Mask," he replied. "He's been watching him from his own mind this whole time? So he's the leader of the Divine Retribution Society." The creature smiled and remarked that was correct. "Hahu Mask? Why shouldn't he join them?" He replied, "An interesting proposition." He should let him ask, "What is the goal of the Divine Retribution Society?" He replied that the goal was simple, to gain freedom from the returnees, to create a world governed by the returnees. Hans said that for an organization that had only recently gained prominence, the goals seemed too ambitious. He asked, "How long have they been around?" They had existed much longer. They had fought for freedom for a long time. Hans said, "That means they've committed extremist acts before, right? Right?" The protagonist irritably told him to answer, and the system reported, "Attention, the center of the mind regulates emotions." At that moment, the creature rested its head on its hand and, smiling, asked, "Does it really matter?" He hoped he would make a wise choice. The next second, Hans slapped his hand in front of him, and the creature asked, "So what's his decision?" "This is the mental realm. Here, mental power exceeds magical power, so he can't defeat it here." Hans laughed and said, "So spiritual power determines superiority, huh?" MC thought, in that case, he can't defeat them. Meanwhile, Heinrich lifted the statue suspended by a chain and said, 1,021, 1,022. Then he lowered it and said, "Finally." The system reported that the entity had reached the conditions. A special skill has been acquired, the blessing of a strong body. The entity acquires the skill of out herika, a sacred art, through regular training. He smiled, looking at his fist, and thought, he's getting closer to the level of divine power of a high priestess. By the way, he can't believe he's reached his limit through physical training. In any case, he meets the criteria for a paladin. Is it time to move on to the next step? At that moment, he heard a sound and thought, a hum? Then he turned his gaze to the side and thought, it's a saint. He looked at her and thought, even though she is a saint of the great divine order, at first glance she seems like an ordinary girl. Then she looked at him and, smiling, greeted him. He smiled and thought, her aura of light spilled out due to divine power. In return, he greeted her. He asked why she was alone in such a place. She replied that she was watching a ladybug in a flower meadow. She was so cute. Spinning and spinning, she completely lost track of time. He thought that she was looking not at the flowers, but at the bugs. Then she said, Mr. Heinrich, he has finally received a blessing. She congratulates him. He looked at her and thought that she really is a saint. She understood everything at once. Then she smiled and said, blessing, a strong body cannot be obtained with anyone's help. He should be proud of himself. He smiled and thanked her. And then she looked at the bell tower and said it was time for the service. She walked forward and, pointing further, asked if they should go to church together, Sir Heinrich. He said, of course. He followed her and thought that after receiving a history lesson here, he understood why the saint was so obsessed with Hans. In the distant past, the first immortal king turned half the continent into a land of death. Despite the fact that entire nations united to defeat him, his heart was restored by his closest ally, a dark sorcerer. He rose up in the camp of the second immortal king and destroyed a great empire in the west. He almost destroyed his heart, but it broke into 3 pieces which were scattered across the continent. Every time the matter of the immortal king's return arose, the divine order prepared. He figured they should know how many people had died. For a saint who treated her followers like family, such hostility toward the immortal king was only natural. Although, to be honest, it was unnecessary. This guy is surprisingly good-natured and kind. Okay. He'll try focusing his spiritual energy on Hans. Meanwhile, Philip spat out a clot of blood, coughed loudly, and his subordinate reached out and shouted, "Your Excellency the judge, is he okay?" He waved him away and shouted, "Out of the way! He's knocking him down." He thought, it can't be. He's being defeated? Him? In a battle in the spiritual dimension? How is that even possible? At that moment, Hans dealt another blow to Philip's essence, covering it in cracks and sending it flying backwards. He thought he clearly had the advantage at first, but now his power had multiplied and was spiraling out of control. It was as if several people had joined forces. The next blow caused his essence to begin to crumble. He wondered why he'd lost. It wasn't just a matter of spiritual power, but also skill. His spiritual abilities couldn't be insufficient. No, there was no time to think. In his human form, he'd said, "An urgent directive for the Soul Branch." He looked at his subordinate and shouted, "They must immediately suspend all operations, delete all information, and flee. This especially applies to the branches in Korea. This is a crucial directive. He must inform the commander. A monster has appeared in Korea." At that moment, Hans approached the collapsed body and, taking a small part, thought, even with his mind center and serenity, he was no easy opponent. He would need to study him later. However, he regretted losing track of him. At that moment, the system reported that the entity was absorbing someone else's karma. Heart in the dark magic ability was evolving into the special ability of the path of sorcery. Then energy appeared in his hand. He thought, so this fragment is the remnants of what was scattered across the spiritual dimension. And does absorbing his karma mean that his power has increased at the expense of his? Okay. Seeing the memories from this fragment, he will find the Divine Retribution Society. Then he looked at the clot of energy in his hand and, seeing a vision of the building, thought, so this is it. The Korean branch of the Divine Retribution Society, hidden deep in the forest. He won't give them a chance to escape and will reveal all their secrets. At that moment, a worker fell to the ground and, gritting his teeth, shouted, "What the hell is this?" He was told to evacuate, but there was no mention of such a monster approaching. At that moment, Hans stood in front of him and asked, "Has the evacuation order been given yet?" "Well, at least it's a start." With these initial words, he clenched his fist, forcing the man to his feet, and added, "It seemed he had already gotten rid of all the important materials. What now?" He snatched the documents from his hand and added, trying to salvage at least a fragment of data. He handed it all over to him. Now he would see. In the past, they did everything they could. What? That incident he would never forgive. At that moment, he attacked the worker with a mental attack and said, "Idiots from the Divine Retribution Society. They stole his life. He will kill every one of them. Without exception." He thought there was no other choice, that it was just an accident, that there was nothing he could do. But then, the group behind the incident that completely destroyed his family and his life turned out to be the Divine Retribution Society. It was them, but its members were on a completely different level. He had never encountered anything like this before, and then he needed to further expand his influence, no matter how much time and resources it took. They, the Divine Retribution Society, they will pay dearly for this. Then Haynes began to concentrate energy in his fist and thought, to do this, he needed a plan. First, he would try using a new skill, the Purified Blood Crystal. He would purify the excess blood in Haynes' system, then transfuse it into the body of another vampire, thus strengthening his vampiric factor. There was a small problem. The blood transfusion would bind them to them, but that was a minor matter, so those who obeyed him would be accepted, and those who resisted would be destroyed. After a while, Soran asked in surprise, "What?" He meant to say that he got rid of the radicals, Haynes, and he wanted to meet with the leader of their moderate faction? He folded his arms and said that was correct. With the exception of a few alphas, he had already taken care of them. He had much to discuss with her leader about what had happened. She scratched her head with her finger and, holding her hand out in front of her, told him to wait. It was too much information at once. She would report it, but she needed time to confirm the facts. He asked, "Confirm?" Then he concentrated his energy around himself and asked, "Doesn't that count as proof?" She looked at him in surprise and thought she knew he was strong, but she never thought he was that strong. He was at least level 7 or even higher. Then she said, "Okay, she'll contact them right away." Sometime later, in the office, Lenora sat at the table and said, "To think he single-handedly destroyed all the radicals and now plans to absorb their remains? That's an unexpected proposition." Her subordinate poured a drink into a glass, and she added that it might make one uneasy. Haynes sat across from her and, holding out his hand, said that he had no intention of giving absurd orders. His goal was to establish peace and order, and also to eradicate everyone associated with the Divine Retribution Society. Lenora smiled and asked if he thought those two goals might be in conflict. He replied that it depended on what you set as your standard. He thought she seemed less than easily persuaded. If she refused, she might even be forced. He concentrated his energy in his hand, and then she said, okay. He asked what she believed so much that she agreed. She clarified, what did she believe so much? Of course herself. She would help him root out the radicals, Haynes. Then she pointed at Soran and told him to take her with him. She pointed at herself in surprise and shouted, what? She said she would link them to him. Then Haynes folded his hands in front of him and said, okay, as he wanted. He thought he didn't think it was any of their business. Then Lenora looked at her subordinate and said, okay, they'll begin a detailed discussion, how to root out the radicals, and they'll talk about the new centrist faction. Haynes held out a glass of drink and thought, okay, first he'll absorb the remnants of the radicals and become the leader of the new faction. This is the first step to controlling the blood pack. After a while, he told her to stand still. If she moved, she could get hurt. Soran replied that she understood, and he added, then they would begin. Soran sat on a chair with her arms folded across her chest. He stood behind her and then fired a crystal into her back. She thought about what she felt. The purified blood crystal entered her body, heating it up. The blood pumped faster, muscles and bones grew stronger. It felt like she was being reborn. She no longer felt this body as her own. The purified blood crystal has a maximum enhancement of 30%, which is not a small number. But then she looked at Heinz and asked, so what should they do now, Lord? He folded his arms across his chest and asked in surprise. Lord? She answered, yes, Lord. It seemed he had created a new clan. Since they had founded a new bloodline on Earth, they needed a suitable new name. She smiled and asked if he had anything in mind. He said thoughtfully, a name. He thought he wanted his clan to stand out in some way. Right. All the vampires who had taken the purified blood crystal had mutated, adopting the dominant factors of his blood. Right? To think they could be influenced by a hybrid like him. Then he said, heterosis. From now on, they would call themselves a hybrid force. Heterosis. He smiled and thought that they should prepare and wait. The remnants of the radicals, he would grow the strongest. Then he said, they will do it. The protagonist stretched in his chair and thought that now the Heinz affair was settled. He looked at the monitor screen and thought, but this still wasn't enough to destroy the Divine Influence Society. They might have disappeared from Korea, but it seemed they were a global organization. He needed to be better prepared to destroy them in one swift move when they reappeared. To do this, he needed to increase his influence in another world and accumulate karma, perhaps through war. Wait, he stood up from his seat and gritted his teeth, wondering what he was even thinking. If he did this, innocent people would suffer. A way to create an incident without involving anyone else? Was such a thing even possible? Then he looked at the book on the table and wondered if he should clean up. That was the solution. He opened the book and thought, the sinister demon king Hans, threatening humanity, and the right hero Heinrich, who opposes him. Hans gathers corrupt nobles to expand his evil forces, while Heinrich defeats these forces and becomes a hero, a perfect cycle. He smiled, flipping through the pages of the book, and said, getting rid of villains and earning karma at the same time, a complete victory. He thought, okay, he will take it step by step, and then he turned and said, Harley, his turn? Behind him, another avatar sat, lifting dumbbells. The system reported, Harley, note, Songyun's fifth avatar, essence trait, adaptation. Quickly and effectively adapts even in extreme conditions. He approached him and thought that he intended to pump it up properly after expanding the limits, but while he was at it, he wanted to improve his adaptation skill. There had to be a way. Then he smiled, and at that moment, Hans said, right, this is the place. He thought that this time, the members of the Divine Retribution Society had left traces in the underground research lab. He passed through flasks filled with creatures and thought that they were conducting experiments here, transplanting demons into people, similar to chimeras, and the samples he was looking for were right here, something that constantly absorbs only the strongest traits and evolves. Dragon's blood. He took a test tube and thought that if Harley adapts to this procedure and he applies the knowledge he gained, he will become an amazing biological weapon. After some time, it began to rain, and the saint went outside looking at it. She sighed desperately, and at that moment Heinrich approached her and asked, what's troubling you, Saint? She turned to him, and he held out an umbrella to her and asked why she was standing in the rain. She replied that nothing was troubling her. It was all because of the weather. It was so gloomy. She felt depressed. It felt like a tightness in her chest. He said she might catch a cold. Please? She should go back inside. She replied, okay. Meanwhile, Hans said, as expected of a saint, impressive. Even in the remote mountains, despite the area surrounded by double barriers, she was able to sense this secret refuge. Heinz stood nearby and said, fortunately, she hadn't fully grasped her sensation. Then Hans looked again at the test tube in his hand and said, so, he'll be able to conduct a full experiment. Dragon blood develops gradually, acquiring the traits of the prey consumed. Research information from the Divine Influence Society and its forbidden knowledge. And finally, with these words, he approached Harley, who was lying on the couch. He had numerous devices attached to him, and he declared, the perfect test subject. He smiled and shouted, let's begin. After some time, Ristar said, Lord Heinrich, He is the sword and shield that defends righteousness. Does he swear to become a paladin of the great divine order and protect the innocent? He knelt before her and answered, "Yes, your grace." She extended a cross toward him and said that in that case, she appoints him a paladin of the great divine order. Heinrich then donned the cross, and the system reported that the entity had fulfilled the conditions, attained enlightenment, and received a special skill, a blessing, a leap. At that moment, the priest, looking at its bright radiance, said in surprise, "Enlightenment, to receive a blessing during the initiation ceremony. This proves that the divine is watching over them." At that moment, Heinrich felt a hand on his shoulder and thought it had happened again. For a brief moment, he felt the presence of the deity, just as he had when he was baptized. He still felt it watching him. But why? Because he came from another world? That doesn't seem like human curiosity. Then he smiled, looked back, and wondered if he should have tested the blessing while he had the chance. Wait, what? The system said the leap blessing allows one to transcend space. He wondered, transcend space? Did he mean teleportation? No restrictions were specified. It was one of the best abilities. The gods are so generous. They so freely grant such powerful abilities. And then he looked forward and shouted that he was touched by the Lord and offered a prayer. He was grateful for watching over him. At that moment, the men present wiped their tears and said, "A truly devout young man." Yes, he couldn't help but agree, but now he was looking forward to choosing an order. After some time, a young man approached Heinrich and congratulated him. He had officially become a paladin. Now he would be temporarily introduced to various holy orders. He pointed to several men and said that their representatives had come to invite him. Each order uses different weapons and techniques, so he should choose carefully. The next second, a paladin stepped forward, holding a spear in front of him, and said he was glad to meet. He was from the Order of the Heavenly Shield. They specialize in the city's outer defense and use long spear techniques. The next guy said he was from the Order of the Sun Wolf. They are on the front lines, using devastating attacks with a two-handed sword. The next man smiled, holding up a sword and shield, and said he was a veteran of the Order of the Thunderclaw. They handle the city's internal security and master balanced sword and shield combat techniques. They all smiled as they approached him and asked, well, which order does he want to join? He said he didn't need to think twice. He would train with everyone. With these words, he slapped himself on the chest, and the others cried out in surprise. What? He said that with the ability of the warrior spirit and accelerated development, there is no need to limit yourself. He will learn the fighting techniques of the paladins. Then he looked to the side, pointed a finger at the guy, and asked, "Isn't that man a member of the order? Why isn't he saying anything?" The guy in front of him smiled and said, "Well, that's obvious." At that moment, the representative of the order said, "Because their order selects only the best of the best." He folded his arms across his chest and, stepping closer, said, "But he thinks he's not bad. With such a level of divine power, he might be able to pass the test." Heinrich looked at him and thought, his divine power must be higher than that of the high priests. What are the criteria for joining this order? Then the guy told him to follow him. They walked down the corridor, and he added that their order guards the most important fortress of the great temple. Heinrich asked, "The most important fortress? Why is that necessary?" He opened the door in front of him and said that he would tell him if he passed the test. At that moment, Heinrich looked at the masked man sitting at the table and thought, this is the cape and mask of an inquisitor. The representative of the order said that he needed to read the text written on the board. He must speak clearly so that God himself could hear him. Heinrich began to get nervous and thought, no, is this some kind of device for filtering out spies? Bad. His essence could be discovered. He clenched his teeth and asked, what is this? He is offended that they are testing his faith. The guy looked at him and said that this is normal procedure. Or is he for some reason unable to read the text? He thought irritably, damn. Then he looked at the text, written on the scroll, and said that he is the messenger and sword of the deity. He swears to remain silent under any circumstances. To defend the faith, he will throw himself into the fire and burn this sign into his body. At that moment, a magical sign appeared on his tongue. He grabbed his mouth and screamed, "It burns," and the Inquisitor said that he was accepted. After that, they went back out into the corridor, and Heinrich, pointing a finger at himself, asked what they had done. A ban on revealing secrets, the boy asked. A ban? No, it was a blessing of silence that would prevent him from revealing classified information. He thought it was a secret. And then he said to let him explain. They are the Order of the Radiant Count. Their mission is to guard the dungeon of the Great Temple with their lives. This will be the first and last time he sees this place with his own eyes. He must clearly remember what they protect. At that moment, the knights plunged their swords into a special hole in the door, and Heinrich, looking ahead, thought there was some kind of secret, but he had no idea it would be like this. The reason the order concentrated its forces in the temple. The reason for all these layers of security, bans, blessings, and so on. In the deepest part of this grandiose temple lies the last part of the remains of the immortal king. He couldn't believe it was hidden in the dungeon of the great temple of Rosalia. Well, the great divine order was one of the greatest powers on the continent. It couldn't be that those guys hadn't found a single fragment for a century. He wanted to take it right now, but the great temple was guarded by 4 knightly orders. Even Hans wouldn't be able to retrieve the fragment from the depths of the temple. He needed to think through a plan. At that moment, a representative of the order approached him and said that because of the blessing mark on his mouth, he couldn't let it slip. But but technically, he would still say it. He mustn't tell anyone about the seal on his tongue. He smiled and said, okay, he shouldn't worry. He promised that only he would know about it. After a while, Hans asked, the last fragment, huh? What a stroke of luck. He thought about it, but Harley's condition was too unstable. He looked at the avatar's body and wondered what the problem was. In theory, everything should have been perfect. At that moment, Harley said that something seemed to be boiling inside him. Hans looked at the cardiogram and thought the dragon blood had definitely taken root in his body, but maybe he should try adjusting the intensity. Then he pressed the lever, and Harley's body rose from the couch and he screamed loudly. Hans called out to him and thought, have they exceeded the super regeneration limit? In that case, he would lose both Harley and his research. Then to hell with it. All or nothing. He'll inject the last of the dragon's blood. The next second, Harley screamed with renewed vigor, his eyes glowing red. And then Hans asked, what the hell is this a failure? He walked to the exit and said he apologized Harley. Then he shouted in surprise, what? A system window appeared in front of him, and he asked, what the hell is this? It said, unique skill growth. His skills had grown, unlocking new potential. The number of avatars he could possess had increased. He was surprised. Growth? What kind of growth? Where did this come from? At that moment, Harley rose from the couch behind him. The system announced that he had gained a new special skill, physical mutation. His regeneration limit had been increased, and the super regeneration skill had evolved into regeneration. The next second, Harley screamed loudly, breaking the chains that bound his hands, and the system announced that the adaptation skill had evolved into the special mutation skill. At that moment, Hans looked at him and said, finally his mind is working. The bet's paying off. Then Harley grinned, patted his shoulder, and asked, is this the effect of the mutation? It seemed he had become a member of a completely new species. Hans began writing something down and said, the good news doesn't end there. The number of his avatars had naturally increased, an unprecedented, incredible achievement. Harley put his hand to his notes and said that he would figure out how to use the new avatar later. But for now, should he test his abilities? After a while, he stood in the forest, arms outstretched, trying to breathe. He wondered if this was how mutation worked. All his senses became razor sharp. He glanced to the side and said that he could even hear the faint breathing of the lurking beast. The next second, the panther jumped out from behind the bushes, pointing its sharp claws at him, and Harley looked at it and asked, what the hell? And it's the same species he met when he first came to another world, right? He's glad to see it. He then grabbed it by the neck and said that he apologized, but his skills had changed a lot since then. With that, he delivered a powerful blow, and then swung his hand, adding another blow. He then smiled, looking at the core in the hole in the animal's body and thought, in order to effectively develop his mutation trait, he needs to devour monster cores, magic stones. That's the most effective way. He then looked at the stone in his hand and smiling, said that he found it. He popped it into his mouth and asked, already, shall we begin? The system then reported that the entity had gained enlightenment through repeated actions. He said his concept. He suggested strengthening the effect through physical mutation. He looked at his hand and added, a strong constitution definitely gives an advantage in battle, right? The system then reported that he had acquired the skill, gluttonous feast. A gluttonous feast. Any food is easily and quickly digested, allowing it to be consumed in large quantities. He then leaned over to the animal and tearing off a small portion, said, with the physical mutation, he's getting very hungry. But a gluttonous feast is good, right? He took a small bite and thought the raw meat tasted sweet. The blood refreshing. Is it because of the mutation? He couldn't help but laugh. People would think he was crazy, completely wild behavior. Wild? He'd heard that there was a confederation of barbarian tribes in the southern part of the continent. In that case, it's time for a class change. After some time, the county kingdom of Tulek Terra. The assembled people were surprised. Oh my god, who is this? A southern barbarian? What brought him to the east? At that moment, the worker looked at Harley and hesitantly said, welcome. He thought everyone was simply shocked. Well, this body is pretty cool, perhaps even too cool. Harley's goal is to become a hero who can influence the continent, to leave such a lasting impression that no one will ever forget it. Then the worker, shaking with fear, asked what brought him here. He answered, obviously. He slammed his hand on the counter and shouted that he was here to destroy the monsters in the northern mountains near the steel fortress. The worker replied, of course. He would immediately escort him to the ship, a rookie mercenary. He replied, great, they will go. After some time, it began to rain again, and the order representative's spear flew off to the side. The judge declared the winner to be Mr. Heinrich. The man extended his hand to him and said, this stubborn idiot. He actually managed to master all the weapon techniques of the knightly order. At that moment, the system reported that the entity had achieved enlightenment through training. He acquired the skill of complex weapon mastery. After some time, he went outside and thought, done. Now his fencing is even more perfect. This experience greatly helps his other avatars. Then he looked to the side in surprise and thought, a saint? Why is she dressed in full ceremonial attire? What is she up to? And then he approached her and greeting her, asked what she was doing. She smiled, turned her attention to him, and noticed that they had met again. Then she pointed her finger forward and asked if he saw that when it rains, worms always come out. She shared some of her holy power with him to encourage them. He thought, the worms are blessed with the power of the saint. They won't become gigantic, like in some science fiction movie, right? Then he said, she is dressed in full ceremonial attire. Will there be some kind of event? She smiled and confirmed it. And soon an extraordinary guest will arrive. He will be able to track down the immortal king. Heinrich scratched his cheek and asked, an immortal king? What incredible guest? He wondered if he could track down Hans, who had hidden behind layers of barriers. Then Restar added that she wasn't sure she could explain it well. Well, if you're interested. He wants to receive the event as an honorary guardian knight? Heinrich looked at her and said, yes, please. After a while, the cleric said, Lord Rafori Granwood enters. Heinrich stood among the other paladins and thought, he'd never seen such a group before. Someone powerful enough to track down Hans? He'd believe it when he saw it with his own eyes. At that moment, Rafori and a few other elves walked forward, and he greeted the saint. Heinrich looked at him in surprise and thought, those ears. Then Rafori placed his hand on his chest and said he was a high elf from the kingdom of Elwyn. Heinrich thought, the distinguished guest they've been waiting for. He said, Rafori? He thought, elf? No. High elf? After a while, the worker looked at Hubert and he said, it's made of bronze. He asked, sir? Inspecting is fine, but it's already been 2 hours. Will he buy it or not? Hubert, holding the item in his hand, said, I apologize, shopkeeper. His knowledge was insufficient. He was Sonyan's 6th avatar. He thought, Hubert, the 6th avatar was obtained thanks to Harley's growth. His initial skill was analysis, the ability to see information about an object. The system reported the material as ruby and the weight as 12 grams. The material was bronze and the weight was 480 grams. He thought, since his skill level was low, he could only see basic information, but if he continued to improve, he could become the continent's best merchant. Of course, but first, he needed to deal with the opposition in the form of existing merchants. For that to happen, Harley's heroic influence would have to become even stronger. After a while, Harley slung the axe over his shoulder and, looking forward, asked, is that him? The biggest problem these mountains have? With these words, he looked at the enormous bear standing before him. And then the bear turned and swung its sharp claws. Harley grinned, looking at him, blocking the attack with his weapon. He then delivered several blows and shouted, let's go. He jumped off the ground and swung his axe, striking from above, but his weapon broke on the enormous bear's head. He said, damn. The bear struck him with its paw, knocking him back, and Harley grabbed his head and said, the axe isn't working. He looked at the enraged bear approaching him and said, in that case, he used mutation, and his hand became covered in scales. He punched the animal's head, sending it flying backwards. He thought, better to fight with his hands than with weapons. With such monstrous strength, he wouldn't be hailed as a hero. He wondered if he could harness the monster's life force without transforming his body. Yes, he'd try. Then he clenched his fist, frowning, thinking he'd focus on drawing on its power, not transforming. The system then reported that the entity had fulfilled the conditions and achieved enlightenment. A special skill had been acquired, Bio-Aura. He said happily, it worked. After all, this skill feels more human. Then he turned around, noticing the creature, and a huge foot was heading straight for him. He said, oh, these northern mountains. First a bear, now an ogre? His eyes lit up with excitement. He concentrated his energy in his fist and said he'd take a look. Maybe he should test out his new skills? Then the ogre took a step forward and laughed lightly, and at that moment Harley, stopping his leg, asked, does he think it's funny? He wanted to see what was really funny, and he'd show him good and proper. He should get it. Then he lifted his leg and, pushing off the ground, leaped to attack, shouting, sleeping forest ogre. He unleashed several slashing attacks at once, and, turning slightly, said, with this, he too will become famous as a hero. The next second, he sensed dark energy and wondered what that smell was. It was both nostalgic and disgusting, like a belly button. Then he walked to the place where the smell was coming from, and said, that was it, a vow of rebellion. Then he began to stretch his legs and said he didn't know what he was doing in such a remote place. It was obvious what they were up to. He frowned and shouted that he would rip out these rotten sprouts by the roots. He must receive. Meanwhile, Rafori held a mug of drink and said that the tea was truly delicious. He placed the cup on the saucer and thanked the saint for the warm welcome. She sat at the table opposite him and said she was glad it was to his taste, and most importantly, the divine church sincerely appreciated his presence. At that moment, Heinrich stood next to her and thought, the church has a new ally, the elves. And not just ordinary ones, but the highest, the kingdom of Elwyn on the continent of Animal. There, the elves worship the world tree. Although they serve different gods, the divine church and the elven kingdom have recognized each other and conduct constant exchanges. Recognition of existence and the choice of an object of worship are completely different matters. High elves are the upper class of the elven kingdom. If he came here, does that mean they plan to find Hans using the power of the world tree? In any case, it's interesting. His pupils really do resemble stars. At that moment, Rafori said, it seemed his eyes had caught his attention. Heinrich sheepishly wondered if he'd been staring for that long. Then Restar bowed and, apologizing, said she hadn't noticed she'd been staring. Heinrich thought, right? And then Rafori pointed to his pupil and said, nothing. Actually, this is a relevant topic for discussion. Eyes are the hallmark of a high elf. Elves born with such eyes serve as priests, connecting the world tree and the people. Very few elves are born with this ability. Only 2 or 3 per generation. Most of the priests are already old. That's why the birth of a new high elf is so desperately awaited. Then Rystar asked, in that case, is the urgent request for help related to this situation? He answered, yes. A revelation had recently been received. A special child was born on the Ion continent, but she was captured by slave hunters and sold as a sacrifice to a dark sorcerer. They wanted to ask the main divine church for help in finding this child. The saint said in fear, what a horror. Do they have any leads? He folded his hands in front of him and said, the northern mountains. They track the kidnapper somewhere there. She said the northern mountains are a dangerous and distant place, Can he describe the child's appearance? At that moment, Harley was in the cave, looking ahead, and Rafori said that she had not yet awakened, so she looked like an ordinary elf. An ordinary teenager by human standards, light green hair and orange eyes. Heinrich thought, wait, it can't be. At that moment, Harley approached Cecily and asked, "Child, what is her name?" She replied that she was Cecily. With these words, she put her hands to her chest. After a while, he put her on his back, and one of the mages standing in his way shouted, "Damn, he has to keep them away from the warehouse." His colleague shouted that he knew. Well, how are they supposed to deal with a monster? Then Harley, without stopping, continued running forward, knocking them out of his way. Then he entered the room, looked around, asked, "So, is this the warehouse she was talking about?" She answered that it was correct. Then he looked at her and told her to get off. She said that here's an item that they must take with them before escaping. Then she pointed her finger to the side and said, "Here, a branch of the world tree." He was surprised. "Wow, is this a branch?" Then he handed her the branch and told her to hold on tight. She agreed and thanked him. Then he said that they should go. She said, "But she has a request. Please slow down." The next second, Harley took off and ran forward with determination. At that moment, Heinrich raised his hand and said he had a proposal. Rafori asked what it was. He replied that it was about that child, Cecily. He thought he knew where she was, and Rafori took a small sip of tea and looking at him asked, "Really? Was he blessed to search?" He replied that he wasn't at all, but he felt her presence. At that moment, the paladin standing next to him called out to him and said that in such a critical situation, everything was so uncertain. At that moment, Ristar raised her hand and told him to wait a moment. Then she looked at Heinrich and asked him to explain in more detail. "Sir Heinrich." At that moment, Harley, continuing to run forward, shouted that he had found a way out. The remaining mages shouted, "This idiot is running away with this. He has to call it." His colleague shouted, "Now." And then he blew his whistle, and Harley stopped and yelled in surprise, "Is that an earthworm?" A huge monster emerged from the ground in front of them, and Harley, his legs on fire, said there was no choice. They had to get out by force. He ran forward and shouted, "Out of the way." He jumped on top of the worm and shouted that it had to go. The next second, he was above the worm and noticed a magical symbol in its mouth. He asked, "What the hell? They were controlling it, huh?" No wonder. He was confused when he learned why the creature from the desert was here. Then fine, he will save her like a true hero. With that, he grabbed it by the fang and shouted that it had to fly to its native land. With that, he tossed the worm far back and, looking ahead, smiled and said, "It must not be seen again and must live a long life." At that moment, he heard a growl and, turning around, noticed the wolves. He thought, the number of monsters is insane. Those idiots from the Oath of Defiance. What are they planning this time? Then he grinned, preparing to attack, and said, no matter what, he'll just destroy them all. At that moment, the members of the Oath of Defiance watched from atop a cliff. One of them asked, "Who the hell is this?" Nurab stood in front and said, "Tomorrow he will be offered a candidate, a half-elf, and a branch of the world tree as sacrifices." He even used a sealing artifact to conceal their location. How did they figure out where they were? But this is the end. At that moment, Harley continued to fight off the wolves and said that there was no way they could defeat all these monsters. That idiot's finished. At that moment, the wolf tried to sink its fangs into Harley's arm, but he covered it in scales, destroying the animal's teeth. He said their numbers were unmatched, but he then delivered a powerful blow, then caught a stone and thought, a mana stone. He tossed it into his mouth and thought, once he absorbed it, his stamina would become limitless. Then he heard a growl from behind and thought, amazing. He can control his mind, but his body moves on its own. At that moment, his head transformed into the head of a wolf, and he thought, it defends itself, feeds itself. Then the system reported that the entity had fulfilled the conditions and received enlightenment. The skill Wild Instinct was acquired. At that moment, one of the observers from the cliff said, no way, it's a monster. What should we do, Elder Nurab? They'll break through their defenses. The Elder said to activate all summoning circles. He was surprised. What? He turned around and added, it's a shame to reveal themselves to the world so quickly. But they have no choice. They have to let those two out. At that moment, Harley looked at the frightened wolf in front of him, laughed slightly, and said he liked this bestial way of fighting. Maybe they should end this fight. The next second, a crystal arrow pierced his hand, and he wondered, what is it? A crystal arrow? Then he turned around, noticing a creature made entirely of crystal. He thought, what the hell is this? A man with a gem? He feels an enormous telekinetic power emanating from the gem. Then Cecily looked ahead and shouted, Mister. Above them, a demon jumped on them and said that now he won't be able to take a single step, half-breed. But Harley put his hand in front of him and asked, is even the devil here? But with this animal strength, he won't be able to defeat him. The next second, another crystal arrow pierced his chest, and the demon punched him in the face and told him to give up, half-breed. Cecily shouted, Mister? The demon raised his hand to strike and shouted that he's finished. But Harley smiled and said, yes, it's already finished. Even the devil can tell the truth. He was surprised. What? The next second, a bright flash appeared on the battlefield, and the members of the Oath of Defiance cried out in surprise. Where the hell did this holy energy come from? At that moment, Harley said he had arrived just in time. Heinrich, the paladin, stood before him and slung his weapon over his shoulder. Shortly before, the paladin had asked, does she really think to rely on an imprecise sense in such an important situation? She asked, how can one say such a thing? Sir Heinrich, the one they trust. He said so, but he wasn't blessed with research. She placed her hand on her chest and said, Even the deity himself has shown interest in him. Surely he must receive some kind of revelation. At that moment, Rafori rose from his seat and placing his hands on the table, said, "It doesn't matter whether it's a revelation or just a suggestion. If it leads them to the child, he is ready for any decision. He must lead, Sir Heinrich." In the present, he charged at the demon, concentrated energy in his sword, and then delivered a powerful blow, and the demon thought, so strong, both divine power and mastery of weapons. This is abnormal. At that moment, Harley, aiming at the crystal man, asked, "What is he looking at?" He swung his fist to attack, and then several tendrils grew from the crystal body and flew at Harley's body. But he grabbed his head and asked, "Not bad, huh?" He pulled out his eye and said that he will take it as payment. Then he pressed on the crystal man's head, destroying it, causing it to shatter into small fragments. After that, he pulled the arrow out of his eye and shouted, "Damn!" He looked at the crystal in his hand and said, "Since he took away his eye, he will replace it with his eye." The next second, he placed the crystal in the eye socket. Then, the system reported, a new body part was transplanted. Skill acquired. Diamond eye, pyrokinesis. He chuckled and said that he could now attack from a distance. At that moment, the elder, swearing his oath of disobedience, said, "It can't be." Even those two were killed? The guy behind him asked, "Who is this holy knight?" And the elder said to take their time. There's one guy and a child there. No one else. They need to release the remaining monsters and prepare to retreat. At that moment, one of the guys looked at him in surprise and asked, "Elder?" The next second, a morning star flew at his head, and a paladin, riding a horse, shouted that he would smash their skulls. "You heretic idiots." They shouted, "Order of the paladins." They stood back to back, and the man said, "Damn it, Elder Nurab, what should they do? Should they prepare to teleport?" At that moment, the elder grabbed his hand and said, "Damn it, they're not coming back now." He was surprised. What? He began draining the energy from their bodies and said he must sacrifice their souls to summon the archdevil. He created a magical symbol above himself and shouted, he must descend upon them, the embodiment of greed. He must reduce them all to ashes. Then he looked forward in surprise and shouted, "This light! Such astounding divine power." At that moment, a beam of bright light emerged from the magical symbol above the devil and pierced him. Laddie then said that he apologized, but the only one who would burn today was he, the heretic. Nurab looked at him in fear, and then a powerful explosion occurred at the top of the cliff. Heinrich, looking at this, said, "It looks like we're done here." At that moment, Harley, looking at Cecily hiding behind a tree, said, "Hey child, she can come out." Her body was shaking with fear. She held the branch in her hand and said that she was so scared, stuffy and cramped. She felt like she was going to be torn apart. Harley laughed, looking at her, and said that this meant she was okay. At that moment, Tuscan called Heinrich and said that it looks like they made it just in time, all thanks to him. Heinrich noticed him, and Tuscan, putting his hand on his arm, said that he was absolutely right. But how did he know? He replied that it just occurred to him. At that moment, Rafori, noticing the light, shouted, "Lady Cecily!" He knelt before her and placing his hand on his chest said that he was glad to meet her, Lady Cecily. He was Rafori from the Elven Kingdom. Harley, looking at him, thought, "Oh my god, so this is the look on a high elf's face." Then he laughed loudly and shouted that he was glad that she was able to reunite safely with her family. "It's an honor to help her, Lady Cecily." Rafori looked at him and thanked him. He asked how he could repay him. Harley, still smiling, held out his hand and said he wasn't expecting a reward. Rafori smiled and said he was a wonderful man, but since he had helped him, he couldn't let him go without gratitude. He was surprised, right? Then he would gladly accept his reward. Then Cecily smiled and said, "Okay, Mr. Harley, would he like to sit down?" He dropped to one knee. She approached him and left a weightless kiss on his forehead. She said, "May nature's blessing be with him." At that moment, a green icon appeared on his forehead, and he thought, "Is this the energy one feels in the presence of the world tree?" Then Rafori smiled, and placing his hand on his chest, said, "This is a blessing that only the high elves can bestow. A blessing of nature. A high-level charm that can only be used a limited number of times." Cecily smiled and added that she wasn't yet a high elf, so the effect would be weak. Then Rafori added, "Please, he should extend his hand." He then placed the bracelet on his arm and said that this was their elven promise sign. If he needed help in the future, they would help him. Harley smiled and said, "They should stop. Don't overdo it." Cecily then handed him a branch of a sacred tree and told him to take it. Watching this, Tuscan remarked, "This guy has impressive physical capabilities." He folded his arms and asked, "He's the same as him, isn't he?" They knew each other. Heinrich replied that they didn't. This was their first meeting, but he thought they would get along well. Tuscan added thoughtfully, "If his intuition tells him so, then it's trustworthy." The order should also express gratitude. Heinrich thought, well, they've benefited from both the Elven Kingdom and the Great Divine Order. If Harley supports Hubert, he could become an unrivaled merchant. And then the elf spoke, Lord Tuscan. He approached him and thanked him for quickly resolving the problem. Now it was their turn to help them. Tuscan said that this gave him confidence. They have only one request. For the sake of peace on Earth, please, they must find the immortal king. At that moment, Heinrich turned his gaze to him and thought, so, after all, this is what contact with the High Elves was for, right? The world tree connects with all trees. The High Elves can draw energy from it and sense energy from anywhere where there are trees. Then Rafori raised a finger and said, "By the way, he needs help." Tuscan asked, "Help?" He said he needed to know something about the energy he was seeking. the energy of the immortal king. In response, he said, "Excellent, he should follow him." After a while, they returned to the temple, and Heinrich, following the others, thought that he would never have imagined he would revisit this place so soon. No matter how many times he saw it, it was a massive sacred barrier, beyond his comprehension. And when outsiders were brought in, they deliberately made things confusing, like a labyrinth. Even Hans would take too long to overcome such a barrier. Then the Inquisitor, who was walking ahead, said that they were there. They stopped near the door, and Heinrich thought that even if someone managed to break through and enter, all the paladins and high priests would gather inside, and then at any moment. Then the door opened, and Rafori, stepping forward, asked, "Is this a fragment of the legendary immortal king? Good, he'll start tracking the trail." He began to concentrate his energy, and Heinrich thought the elf will chase Hans. All the elite forces will be mobilized against him. Huh? Wait, so there's a way out. He placed his hand on the remains of the immortal king and thought, well, this day he will receive the final fragment. Sometime later, in the conference room, one of those present said, "The time has come. Is everyone gathered?" Someone present raised their hand and said, "The Empire's representative is here. The Eastern representative too." Finally, regarding Nurab, he's dead. The Eastern representative said that surely everyone had already heard about it. They still don't know how the Order and the High Elves managed to track him down. First, they killed Marcos, who cultivated the fragment, and now Nurab, who's in hiding. Are they becoming too careless? The Eastern representative said the Order's revival should mark the arrival of the Immortal King's heir. His colleagues said, "Hey, this new Immortal King's heir, can't they use him to their advantage?" He asked, "Are they proposing to join forces with the fake who cornered them?" He smiled and said, "Interesting." Meanwhile, Riastar thought, no matter how many layers of barrier they erected, no matter how deep in the mountains she hid, they still managed to track her. At that moment, Hans, holding the fragment of the Immortal King, thought, it seems the saint sensed his fragment. In that case, he needs to hide it. He summoned a subspace and sent the fragment there. Then, he noticed the fragment fall out of the other side of the portal. He thought, damn, a failure? It seems this fragment doesn't enter normal subspace. But after awakening, he was able to return to Earth with it. What if he created a subspace within his body and transferred the fragment that way? Yes, he would become one with it. Then he placed the fragment in his chest and thought, successful. Now he can use the fragment's power and hide any traces of his energy. Excellent. This solves the biggest headache. The last thing left was cleaning up the crime scene. Then he snapped his fingers and thought that he would burn everything to ashes. The next second, everything behind him was covered in fire, and he thought that now everything was ready. He extended his hand forward and said that he would remove all barriers, and his scent would spread throughout the land. He spread his arms wide, and releasing dark energy, shouted, "Come on, he's here, the great divine order. They must come and find him. He will take the last fragment of the immortal king himself." At that moment, Rafori, using the ability of the world tree, thought he had found it. He held his hand to his forehead and said that he had found traces. The immortal king is in the monster forest, in the west of the continent. Then the paladin shouted, "They must summon the paladins immediately and bring the archbishops." At that moment, Cardinal Pyre, standing with the knights, said, well, he must say he's a little offended. Didn't he think to call him for such an important matter? He stepped forward and added that he got the gist. He, the paladin cardinal from the Great Jiran Temple, was joining them. Laddie thought, Cardinal, the most revered figure in the Great Jiran Temple. That's encouraging. They've gathered all the best. Then Ristar approached him and said, "Archbishop. This time she's with them too." He said, "That won't do, Saint." She said, "Well, even the cardinal is coming." He said, "Saint, she's a pillar of the great divine order. She must stay here." Then Lati called out to Heinrich, and he answered, "Yes, Archbishop." He said that this time he would stay and guard the great temple with the saint. He said he understood. Lati came even closer and said that if anything happened while they were away, he must protect the saint. After that, he walked on, and Heinrich looked after him, smiled, and thought that he needn't worry. The saint, and only the saint, would be safe and sound. Then everyone went outside to the magic circle, and Lady, raising his sword, said, "Soon they will face the nightmare of the continent again. However, this nightmare will be nothing more than a dream, because the deity is watching over them for the peace and salvation of all, peace and salvation." At that moment, the saint prayed, looking to the sky, and Heinrich looked at her and told her not to worry so. He was sure everyone would return safe and sound. She looked at him and asked, was that true? Had the deity given him a revelation? He replied that it wasn't so, but for some reason he had a feeling that it would be so. At that moment, Hans approached the church, thinking that the dark mana was at the ready. Although he couldn't see it, he could feel the holy barriers. Then he concentrated the energy in his hand and thought, even if he slipped through the walls, the inner barriers would remain in place. In that case, he would get rid of them and buy them some time. He sent several magical flares forward, creating explosions, and thought of them as midnight fireworks. At that moment, the knights were screaming, "What the hell is this? They have to wait and look down. They're under attack." A huge number of undead were heading towards them. They were shouting that everyone needed to be called. Meanwhile, Tuscan and the High Elf were walking along a stone rise, and Tuscan said, "There's a problem." They carefully surveyed the area where his presence was detected, but nothing. Then they peered into the cave, and Rafori said, "It can't be." He was sure they were in the right place. If he had moved, the world tree would have told him. Then the archbishop spoke, but he thought, stop. Maybe he realized he was being watched and cast some kind of spell? The next second, he turned around, pointed his hand forward, and shouted, "Everyone, we must slowly return to the great temple." He deceived them. This is all a deception. Meanwhile, the temple was already engulfed in flames, and Hans, walking forward, said, "Finally they met the last fragment." His ribs opened up and he added, "It's time for the immortal king's resurrection." The bell rang loudly, and people around him shouted, "Hurry, the undead are attacking." At that moment, Heinrich, watching the agitated knights, thought, "Looks like they're in big trouble now. Good luck, everyone." He'd been assigned to guard the garden, so he'd just wait here and then quietly hide. Another group of knights followed him out from behind the door. They shouted, "Everyone, come here. They mustn't stop. We need to hurry." Heinrich looked at them and thought, wait, what? There were more of them than he expected. There were knights here he'd never seen before. Okay, they still don't know that Hans is already on target. They're being distracted by the undead both inside and outside the castle. The next second, the Inquisitor appeared, raising his hand and shouted, "Attention, the undead outside the castle are a trap. The heir to the immortal king is already close to his goal. They must head for the sealing chamber." Heinrich looked at him and thought, it's the Inquisitor. How did they figure it out so quickly? He ran after them and thought, damn it, he needs to intervene before this turns into a complete disaster. At that moment, Ristar said, "It can't be. How did the intruder get to the sealing chamber undetected?" The knight walked next to her and said there weren't even any signs of an intruder. She asked, "Do you mean he teleported?" He said they couldn't know that. The saint shook all over and thought, the immortal king is so close and they didn't notice? She didn't do her job. This is all her fault. The immortal king is returning to life. What should they do? At that moment, Heinrich ran up to them and apologized for being late. The road was too congested. He will take charge. The goddess smiled when she saw him and said, "Please, he must lend them his power." At that moment, Hans, looking at the bodies around him, said, "Just think, they destroyed a huge army of undead. They are tougher than he expected. Malcolm is a difficult opponent. He should rest in peace, Malcolm. He fought for a long time. It took some time, but in the end, he got what he wanted. He must get out." The last fragment of the immortal king. The next second, dark energy began to concentrate around, and he thought, what the hell is this feeling of incompleteness? He doesn't feel any stronger at all. Maybe it takes time for the fragments to fully merge. Then he turned sharply, noticing the paladins heading towards him, and they screamed, "Intrusion!" He directed a stream of dark energy at them, throwing them aside, and at that moment the archbishop shouted at them to wait. He will heal them. He began to concentrate light energy, and Heinrich ran forward and shouted, "To hell, he can't stand idle." But Ristar grabbed his hand and shouted, "No." He needed to properly analyze the power of the immortal king first. He must remain in his position a little longer. He replied that he understood. But inside, he thought his plan was to stall for time, pretending to fight Hans. Then Hans said, "They must surrender, lackeys of the order." The fragment was already his, completely and inseparably. Lady shouted at them to ignore him and continue attacking. Hans wondered if perhaps he should destroy them with his power. No, he could not take the lives of innocents. The next second, several light daggers flew at him, and he wondered if this attack was a holy spell, fast and powerful. If he hadn't boosted his regeneration, the danger would have been real. To avoid casualties, he needed to quickly drag out the battle. So first, he would destroy the command tower. He projected the energy forward, and Leti, holding up a shield in front of him, shouted, "How dare he?" He thought, does he react that quickly? Not only had he instantly blocked his attack, but he was counterattacking without hesitation. They were attacking with absolute certainty that he wouldn't kill them. Perhaps one of them had figured out his strategy and passed it on to the others? Should he look into their heads? At that moment, Lati approached him and asked what he thought. Where was he looking? The next second, Ristar said, "So he didn't fully absorb the fragment, did he?" She shouted, "Guys, it's about time they could do it." She released several streams of powerful light energy, and Hans, continuing to defend himself, thought they were attacking him with spells and swords simultaneously so he couldn't react. He projected a barrier forward and shouted, "What an obvious trick." Then the paladin appeared behind him and suggested they see if he could block such an obvious move. Then the Lich turned and asked, is he seriously trying to provoke him with this half-hearted attack? Powerful tendrils of dark energy began to seal the paladin, and he shouted, "Binding magic? Damn it, what? Why the hell is he reading his every move? He was supposed to block any psychic intrusion." At that moment, Heinrich thought he was apologizing, sir. He couldn't help it. He heard the plan in his head. Then Lati said, "If so, then so be it." Hans walked toward him and laughing lightly said, "Too late. The fragment of the immortal king is already within him. He has completely merged with it." He spread his arms out to his sides and began to laugh loudly, and the saint said in fear, "No, this power." A tear began to flow from her face. She covered her mouth and thought, "It can't be. Too late. The immortal king is reborn." And at that moment, the Lich said, "The dogs of the order, they are shaking in fear." The system reported that he had experienced death and transcended it. Achievement unlocked. He said he had returned. The system reported that the calamity of the outer dimension was the immortal king. The knights shouted to hurry, as they were almost at the sealing chamber and needed to support the saint. Suddenly, they all looked up in fear, wondering who that figure was. Could it be the immortal king? The king suddenly appeared above them, drawing ever closer. They screamed in fear, wondering if they were too late. Payan began to shout, "No, this sacred space is suppressing the immortal king's power. They would put their lives on the line to stop the demon." Roselia cried out his name in fear, but he immediately shouted for everyone to move forward. At that moment, the immortal king began to laugh ominously and asked, "Do they think they can stop him?" In his mind, he knew he was right. They couldn't see his status system, so they were easily misled. The system reported that they had earned an achievement, a reward, and immunity to instant death. The special skill was Decomposed Heart, and immortality had evolved into the Immortal Heart. Now he will be invincible. At that moment, many knights rushed to attack him, and he thought about how they might approach him, and he would show them the true power of the immortal king. After a while, he covered his face with his hand, and the system reported that he had used the Eye of Darkness. When the knights saw its capabilities, they were dumbfounded with fear and began to back away. He struck fear into his opponents and took control of the demons. At that moment, worms began to emerge from his body. People screamed in fear and began to turn back. Paimon shouted to everyone that this was the legendary Eye of Darkness, and they should not look into its eyes under any circumstances. The king declared that it was his turn, and that he and his legion must rise to him. At that moment he raised his hand, and Rick turned and looked questioningly ahead. He declared that bones and corpses were gathering around this monster. People should be careful, because a corpse golem had appeared before them. This terrifying creature was assembled from numerous skeletons and skulls. This creature was dangerous, and they must avoid it. Suddenly, the monster struck the nearby knights, sending them flying and screaming in pain. The king chuckled and said he was very sorry and suggested they end it there. Roselia placed her hand on her chest and looked up hopefully. She tried to mentally pull herself together, because if she hesitated, not only the church but the entire continent would be in danger. At that moment, she turned to Songyun, and he asked again, "What does his lady want?" Roselia said that she entrusted him with her cross, and that he should please take it and retreat from here. She handed the cross over to him and asked him to please become stronger and stop the immortal king. Songyun looked at her in bewilderment, unable to speak, when Roselia suddenly turned to the rest of the audience and shouted that they must clear a path for Heinrich, so please protect him with their lives, so he must escape safely. She spoke with a confident expression, and the surrounding knights shouted that they understood her order and would stop the immortal king immediately. After these words, they rushed to the attack again, but the immortal king dismissed them as buzzing flies, declaring that he would destroy them with a single swing. Rick tried to attack the immortal king from behind, who noticed something was wrong and paused. He turned sharply and smirked at his own stupid mistake. At that moment, he struck Rick with his weapon, and he found himself enveloped in the king's magic. Rick gritted his teeth in anger and declared that their goal had been achieved after all. At that moment, the king, stunned, asked him again what he had just said. Rick replied that if they could save Heinrich, their hope, he would gladly throw this worn-out sack of bones at him as many times as necessary. The king remarked that this was very good, but he was incredibly stupid and would do as he wished, and would immediately smash his skull. With these words, he attempted to attack his opponent, when Songyun suddenly struck the king square in the face with his fist, sending him crashing to the ground. Songyun considered the blessed leap and found himself behind his opponent again. The king rose from his seat and began to look around, but at that moment, Songyun, approaching from the other side, struck him again with his sword. The king smirked and said that he moved well, but his sword was too dull to pierce him, so he would die immediately. At that moment, the king used his magical powers and aimed his attack at the protagonist, who was dumbfounded by what he saw and began to make sounds of exhaustion. At that moment, he realized that everything was fine and felt like he had only pierced the armor. Indeed, the shards of the king's magic had pierced the protagonist's armor, stopping short of his body. Now came the climax of this spectacle. At that moment, a bright flash of light appeared on the battlefield, and the surrounding knights cried out Heinrich's name in fear. Roselia, tears in her eyes, screamed, "Why did he do this? She had entrusted their future to him. Why didn't he flee?" At that moment, the protagonist bowed his head and replied that he had joined the church to save his own skin. How could someone who cowardly turned away from a comrade willing to die for a great cause protect the world? He became enraged and clasped the cross in his hand, causing bright rays of light to spread throughout the room. At that moment, he turned to the immortal king and asked why he had said his sword was dull. If his sword broke today, he would defeat him. At that moment, the system announced that he had achieved enlightenment, fulfilling all the conditions, and had received a special skill, the blessing of the Sword of Light. Songyun smiled as he looked at his sword and realized it was the third blessing. Excellent. Now they were moving toward completion. With these thoughts in mind, he let out a loud cry and pounced on his opponent again, plunging the sword straight into the immortal king's heart. It was a beautiful performance, and the emotion was also top-notch. Now, they had to make the final adjustments and bid farewell to their audience. After such a powerful blow, the immortal king cried out in pain and said, "Church minister, what is your name?" The protagonist confidently replied that his name was Heinrich and repeated this several times. The king asked, "How dare he injure him?" The system window informed him that instant death immunity was triggered upon receiving a fatal attack. The immortal king would remember his name, and after these words, he vanished into thin air right in front of the protagonist. He got angry and shouted, "Did he really run away? This is too bad." He cursed in anger, and Rick ran up to him, grabbed his shoulder, and shouted, "Heinrich!" He struck the heart of the immortal king. Rick held Heinrich steady so he wouldn't fall. Even in this situation, this is the resurrection of the Chosen One. Heinrich began to fall to the ground from exhaustion. This is a heroic tale that brings tears to one's eyes. The people around him began clapping, and Songyun realized that in the end, Hans was reborn as an immortal king, and Heinrich was the one who defeated Hans with divine blessing. This is the perfect match between the hero and the demon king. Now it's time to collect money. He wants to pay the entrance fee. Songyun opened a system window that informed him that he had entered the karma shop. Available karma, this unique skill upgrade, is 800,000. He was surprised and asked again, was it really worth almost 1,000,000 already? But he had nothing to worry about, as he would immediately improve his unique skills. He pressed the button, and the system informed him that his unique skill was growing and he had gained the special skill, customization. Songyun asked again, customization? The immortal king appeared on the screen before him and he realized, so that's what this game was about. His newly acquired customization skill opened up two possibilities, avatar creation and avatar modification. First, he'll explain avatar modification. This allows you to change the appearance, stats, and other attributes of existing avatars. As for avatar creation, this feature only allows you to set your appearance and skills once, at the very beginning. But most importantly, gender selection has been added. He can be either male or female. This surprised him greatly, and he was delighted, thinking that he didn't mean to imply he had any strange intentions, but rather that he was simply curious. He'd clicked on the female gender and decided to see what differences there were between them. Suddenly, the system reported that this option was unavailable, and he asked again, what's going on? Could it really be that he couldn't choose this? But why? The system reported that this was a breeding process. With the help of a special item, he could create his own race. Songyun was surprised and asked, a special item? What did it mean to create a race? Would the branch of the world tree Cecily had given him work? He liked it because it worked like an eco-friendly air purifier, but now he had no choice. He picked up the potted plant and realized that if he wanted to create an elf, this was a must. A magic circle formed in his hands, and the system reported that a branch of the world tree had been detected. He began creating the elf race, and a small flower began to grow in space, suddenly enveloping his body. He realized it had worked, and an elf clone was created right there. And since he now had access to customization, he would make his face stunningly beautiful. He wanted arms longer than Slenderman's, and since alphas are usually spiritual gods, the most important thing in stat distribution is the contribution to affinity with nature. He would name him Kairos, elf race, and the individual trait of a child of the world tree. Special notes: he was born an elf using the full spectrum of the world tree. Thanks to the effect of a child of the world tree, his growth rate, traits, and affinity with nature are significantly increased. This perfect body and a cute face, that's what he got, an elf. Suddenly, Carrie said something extremely unpleasant, and the protagonist wondered what was going on. It felt as if Karis's entire body was being shaped by dark magic. Songyun grew angry and realized that this simply couldn't be happening. He wanted to cancel the summoning of the immortal king, and wondered if even his mind center had malfunctioned. Perhaps it was because of his closeness to nature? He almost lost the avatar he'd just created. And turning around, he noticed a shelf of books. He pulled out one and wondered if maybe this time he should try writing the legend of the mercenary king. After a while, he placed a wolf's skin on his head and enthusiastically declared that he really liked this shocking thing. The maid chuckled and said that it was good, when suddenly the protagonist left the room and said goodbye to her. Hubert had found the perfect item for him, so he came to the city of artisans. Songyun thought he'd heard some guys were causing trouble at Hubert's lately. Maybe he should go and teach them a lesson. People around him started noticing his appearance and wondering what those shabby clothes were all about. Those tattoos looked weird too. It's not for nothing that they mock Southerners for being a den of savages. He was making everyone uncomfortable. Harley noticed the people sitting nearby and after an awkward silence, addressed one of them. The guy became embarrassed and asked, "What's wrong?" Harley started yelling, "Who dares disgrace Southerners?" They yelled back that it was actually him. One of the guys yelled, "He should stand still, you freak," because he's going to hit him to finally wake him up. At that moment, the protagonist easily broke his club, and the guy yelled, "What an idiot." He really broke a weapon with his bare hands. Harley stared ahead in surprise and wondered if these guys were really Southern warriors. In that case, if he befriended them, he would become a great Southern hero, and his close comrades would support him, thus becoming a true Southern warrior. At that moment, one of the guys approached him, patted him on the shoulder, and told him to hurry up and put on normal clothes. He should only wear them on traditional holidays. Harley asked, "What? Do people really not wear that anymore?" One of the guys got really angry and yelled at him, "I can't take it anymore. I'm challenging him to a traditional Southern duel." Harley remembered that it was bare-knuckle fighting, apparently their tradition. He replied that that was great, but he had one condition: they would all fight. The guys looked at him in surprise and asked, what did he mean? He wanted the three of them to fight against him, so he's insulting their honor? Harley replied, no, the two of them would attack, and the remaining one would help the other two when they were down. At that moment, he shouted that he would attack the guys right now, and their mouths dropped open in shock and fear when they realized the attack would be powerful. A moment later, they cried out in pain, and a loud explosion rocked the city. They thought it was crazy. It seemed he wasn't a Southerner. With such skills, he didn't have a single warrior's mark. Harley wondered if Southern warriors had them, right? What should he come up with in that case? He addressed his new acquaintance as a friend, and said that, of course, he was a southern warrior, but there was a reason why he didn't have a mark. The guy asked, perplexed, what he was talking about. Harley came up with the idea that, about 20 years ago, their tribe held a duel to choose the next chief. His father, the tribe's strongest warrior, won the duel with honor. A senior warrior congratulated him and told him that, according to tribal tradition, they would grant him one wish. They asked what he wished for. He replied that he had decided on it at the beginning of the duel and wanted to marry the chieftain's daughter. The people around him shouted, "What does he mean?" The girl was indignant and called him an impudent idiot. How dare he make such an absolute wish? He should explain himself to everyone. He replied that of course, he had a good reason, and that was the fact that they were blood relatives. Frightened, the girl asked again, "What does he mean?" She turned to her father and shouted, "Why does he allow him to say such nonsense?" The father silently looked at the floor, then apologized to his daughter, and replied that everything he said was true. She was not his real daughter. The girl clenched her teeth in anger and asked again, "What did he just say?" At that moment, he turned to the warriors and shouted at them to kill this impudent rascal. His father shouted that he would buy time and that his love must flee from here. At the time, his mother was pregnant with him and therefore unable to fight by his father's side. To protect them both, his father fought the warrior tribe alone and died heroically. His mother barely escaped and hid in a nearby cave. She somehow managed to raise him, but died of illness. Such a wonderful story Harley concocted to justify himself. That's why he doesn't have a mark. Did they understand what he was talking about? The men standing in front of him trembled after these words and burst into tears from such a heartfelt and heartbreaking story. They apologized for misunderstanding him and rushed to hug him, because he was the truest southern warrior of them all. They dreaded the thought of his tragic past. Harley chuckled at their reaction and realized it was all just cool acting. After a while, they gathered around the table and drank in honor of Harley. One of his new acquaintances turned to him and asked, "Isn't this place very far from the south? How did he get here?" He replied that he had a story about that too. After his mother passed away, all he had left was his body. He was lost and didn't know what to do or how to live on. And then the only person who didn't pass by but spoke to him was a young merchant named Hubert, who is now one of his closest friends. He asked if he needed any help. He had done everything he could to help him get settled in life. He was his benefactor and a true friend. But then he heard that he was in serious trouble and seemed to be threatened by some bandits. He couldn't just ignore the problems of the man who once saved him, so he came here to help him. One of the guys slammed his fist on the table and shouted that this was very bad. Their friend's enemy was their enemy. The guys he knew rallied around him and became his friends. They shouted that they would do everything in their power to lend a helping hand to their friend's friend. Harley, with tears in his eyes, thanked his new friends, and they all hugged. At that moment, Harley realized that once he used these jerks to silence the idiots threatening Hubert, it would be time to start a real project in the creative economy. He would import a ton of pepper from the land, because it was a rare and valuable spice, and he would distribute magical tools, which were in short supply there. It was a win-win deal in which everyone would win, and while he was doing this, he would make a good profit, which they would use to pave the way for even more explosive growth. At that moment, the guys rose from the table, and turning to Harley, said that they would go to his friend's shop and provide him with good security. He could count on them. He replied fine, he was counting on them. Having subordinates, or rather comrades who he trusted, made life so much easier. Since Hubert's problems were being taken care of so much, perhaps he should move on and begin his debut as an elf. After some time, he transformed into an elf and approached the palace. Guards stood at the gates. Kairos addressed them and said, "Good afternoon. This is the Great Temple of Roselia, right?" His name is Kairos, an experienced mercenary and a close friend of Harley, who in turn is a close friend of the Sacred Knightly Order. He came here as soon as he heard that an elven envoy was here. Could he be granted an audience? Naturally, he brought a letter of introduction with him. When the guards opened the papers, they saw a drawing of a grinning Harley, who declared that this elf was definitely his friend and would be grateful if they let him in. They found the handwriting and even the drawings familiar. One of the guards said there was no doubt it was a letter of introduction written by Harley. Please, let him pass. He would lead him to the chambers of the elven envoys. Sometime later, they arrived at the palace, and a guard announced their presence. He reported to Lord Rafori so he could pass. Kairos thanked him for his assistance, and a moment later entered the room with an apology. Rafori replied that he was pleased to meet him. He was Rafori Granwood, a high elf of the kingdom. Please, let him sit down. Is he Harley the mercenary? Kairos replied yes, his name was Kairos, and he thanked Rafori for taking the time to meet him. He arrived, sat down, and reflected on how difficult it was to pretend he didn't recognize familiar faces every time. But more than that, to be honest, he found it interesting. If he looked at them through the high elf's eyes, it seemed theirs truly shone brighter, and the longer he looked, the more he felt himself sinking into them, like he was drifting off to sleep. At that moment, Rafori asked, "So that means he's a close and dear friend of Sir Harley's?" He saw that he was wearing the bracelet he had given him, so it seemed true. Kairos realized his mistake and grabbed the bracelet, apologizing and explaining that he'd accepted the gift because it was from someone of his kind, but if it offended him, he'd return it immediately. Rafori replied that wasn't true at all. On the contrary, he was glad to be so honored that his relative was enjoying it. More importantly, he heard Kairos want to ask him something. Kairos replied that nothing special had happened. He simply wanted to learn how to harness the power of nature and form contracts with spirits. He'd spent most of his life alone and hadn't been able to develop these skills. Rafori replied that he understood everything and had thought about what was happening. This elf's abilities truly existed, and there was no doubt about them. Would he mind going outside with him for some fresh air? Kairos stood up and exclaimed, "Of course." Rafori continued the conversation, asking him to teach him these abilities, but unfortunately, he couldn't do so, as he would soon be leaving this place. "But how about visiting the Elven Kingdom with him?" Kairos asked. What did he mean? He was delighted by the thought and realized it was the land of the elves, located on the continent of Enamel. It was the home of the High Elven University. He replied that it was certainly a great honor for him, but didn't it require special skills? Rafori replied that only the children of High Elves could enter. But there was one exception. He approached him closer and looked him straight in the eyes, causing Kairos to feel a strong pressure and ask, "What is this exception?" He replied that the exception included elves who possessed high elven skills. Perhaps he had sensed something when he looked into his eyes, hadn't he? Kairos backed away slightly in fright and realized it was happening again. He had that strange sensation of being pulled in or sucked in again. He looked closely at his bracelet and wondered where he had ended up and what this place was. Was this some kind of mental realm similar to the one in which he had fought against the Divine Retribution Society? No. The energy here is much purer than in that place. He turned around abruptly and realized that this simply couldn't be. He looked up and saw a plant leaf. He raised his hand to grab it, when suddenly a girl appeared in front of him, and he realized it was the elven goddess, and behind her was the world tree. She was sitting on one of the branches and suddenly descended to the ground. She flew easily through the air, and Kairos asked again, "What's going on?" Suddenly he realized and tried to say something, when suddenly the girl grabbed his head and he asked again, "What's going on? Why was she doing this?" He was incredibly confused and frightened and didn't understand anything at all. The goddess spoke to him in her language. His child must go. He must go to the Elven Kingdom. Songyan raised his hand and asked, "Are these leaves from the world tree? And what did she even say just now?" Suddenly, he asked her to stop and shouted that he had no idea what any of this meant, and the girl vanished from his sight. He repeated his question and found himself back at Rafori's estate. He asked again, "It's gone, right? What's going on here?" Rafori replied that he sensed the presence of the world tree. Kairos replied that he saw an elf. Could that really be the world tree? Rafori explained that the goddess had decided to manifest in the form of a tree, and it seemed she greeted him in the form most familiar to him. This meant the world tree had taken a special interest in him. He asked again, "What does that mean? If the goddess had first appeared before him, and now even the world tree had taken notice, what did it all mean?" After some time, the protagonist found himself in the form of Hubert, under the oppression of his enemies. They were discussing something they had seemingly made clear last week when they arrived at his shop. One of them leaned closer and with a threatening expression said that he had already told him to close the shop and leave this city. Why was he still here? Hubert replied that he would forgive his rudeness, but some truly wonderful tea had appeared this week. Perhaps they would share this cup with him? The guy snatched the cup from his hands and said that he seemed to have completely misunderstood what they were talking about. He had to leave this place today and get out of here as quickly as possible. Or did he want to die here? Hubert asked again. Did he dislike tea that much? But his friends apparently really liked it. The menacing guy asked again, what kind of nonsense was he talking about? Suddenly, Harley hit him in the face, protecting him, and the guy flew to the side, screaming in pain. His companions asked again, who the hell were they? Where did they come from? Harley burst into the room with his new friends to help Hubert. After a while, everything in the store died down and night fell. Harley grabbed Hubert by the shoulder and said that thanks to them, Hubert was now safe. All drinks were on him today. They should eat and not be shy. One of his new friends said it was nothing, right? The main thing was that when he saw how he fought, he was convinced he needed a mark. Harley asked again, a mark? The guy started to undress and said he needed a mark like his, a real warrior's mark. This warrior's mark was drawn on his chest. He'd heard there was a shaman from the south in town who knew how to make them. So what did he think about it? Why didn't he go and do it? At that moment, Harley called him by name and he asked again, what's wrong? Harley asked again, why was he still standing there? They should go there right now. Luan shouted that he actually hadn't finished his drink yet, but Harley grabbed him and carried him straight away. Meanwhile, near another store, the same guys came to destroy one of the potion stalls. He screamed, has the clerk's hearing really gotten worse with age? He's absolutely certain he told her to prepare the money for today. The woman replied, didn't she tell them the amount was too large? Where could she get such a huge amount of money? The guy grabbed the woman by the shirt, pulled her toward him, and asked again, doesn't she really understand what's going on? Let her look at his face, where the big wound is. He's had a bad day after all. So now she's saying she doesn't have any money? Then let her go look for it anywhere. He doesn't care how she finds it. He swears to God he really needs it today. Suddenly, the main character, Harley, appeared before him again, and the guy was terrified when he noticed him. It was the same jerk. Harley charged at the guy again and told the woman he congratulated her, saying he was here to carve a mark. Luan, who was in his arms, was shocked by such speed and felt dizzy. The woman asked, what will he do with these idiots? He repeated, with them. They'll decide for themselves once they wake up. The saleswoman chuckled. What a mess. Fine, let him move on. When they entered the store, she asked if he'd said he'd come for the warrior's mark, right? Harley replied, yes, she could do that for him. The woman replied that he knew the crest bestowed immense power, but also drained a huge amount of life energy. He replied that of course he knew that, since the guy had already explained everything to him. She replied that she hadn't seen anyone with a monster's level of life energy in a long time. She was very jealous, because with his stamina, he could be given the ultimate mark of a martial lord. He shouted in surprise, "A martial lord? Let her do it quickly." Suddenly, the woman replied that she couldn't, because she didn't know how. It was a technique no one had mastered in hundreds of years, and her ears would soon wither from his screams. Harley replied that his mood had soured, after which he suggested that if that wasn't possible, maybe she could just make him a great warrior's mark like Luan's. She replied that that was also a problem. He asked in surprise, "What's going on?" She replied that she had few materials, and that it had been a long time since she had last placed marks. More importantly, to obtain the mark, he needed the achievement of a warrior. In other words, he must perform a feat. If he really wanted the mark of a great warrior, he should go to the Iron Fortress in the northern mountains and destroy the ogre that ruled there. Luan asked in fear, "An ogre?" She even knew what kind of monster that was. He slammed his fist on the table and asked, "Does she want them to kill it?" One head of that monster was the size of his friend. How could he destroy that creature alone? Harley held up a huge skull and asked, "Do they mean that?" Luan backed away in fear, and the woman asked, "Is that really the skull of an ogre? Just don't tell her he killed it alone." Harley placed the skull on the table and laughed. Of course he'll do it alone, because killing an ogre is nothing to him. The woman clutched her head and said that she saw that he was an incredibly impressive warrior, but he should still come back in a few days. She had no strength lately and wasn't feeling well. She needed stamina to make the mark, but she hadn't even had a proper drink. He asked again, "Does she want something to drink and eat?" In that case, let her leave it to him. Restoring vital energy is his specialty. The woman turned around and asked again, what was he talking about? Suddenly she turned around and realized that he had already left and hoped that he would not get into any trouble. After a while, screams were heard in the street. Harley met his opponent again and hit him again. He smiled and said, "They meet very often these days, don't they?" The guy grabbed his head and shook with pain. He asked again who he was and why he was treating them like this. Who sent him here? Harley replied that they had messed with the wrong people and touched their shaman. The guy asked fearfully, "Does he mean the shaman? This old woman is a southern shaman? Let him forgive them, because they didn't know about it. They thought she was some kind of healer from the village or something like that." The guy yelled, "Okay, they won't touch her again, he'll stop." Harley continued beating the guys one by one, saying that they better keep their promise. At that moment, Luan turned to him and said that he was done. So what were they going to do now? Harley replied that he knew there were a lot of bandits here and expected situations like this, and that Luan should come here and help carry these boxes. They were having a barbecue today. After a while, the woman began sweeping around her store. The protagonist arrived and announced that they were already here. She was dumbfounded and asked again, "What is this?" Harley replied that it was booze and meat, meaning he brought her something to drink and eat. How could she handle that? Wouldn't that be enough to recover and be healthy? She remembered her son's appearance and realized that if he were alive, he would be his age. At that moment, she asked again, "A person her age eats meat. Is he serious?" She could barely live with this. Harley asked again, "Wouldn't she eat it?" She replied that she might try a little, since he'd gone to such lengths for her. After a while, she was trying to gnaw out all the meat, and Harley chuckled, knowing that southern women had good appetites, but he'd never imagined such a big one. The woman happily said she was finally full. Had she really eaten it all? She replied that it was good. Now that their stomachs were full, they could mark. It was a painful process. How could he know? The woman lit a candle and asked if he was ready. Harley laughed and answered confidently, of course he was. She shouldn't worry. He was used to performing such procedures. Suddenly, she stuffed a stuffed animal into his mouth and told him that her son had held the toy in his mouth when he was marked. If it hurt, he could bite it. At that moment, she brought the needle closer to his chest, and Harley looked at it, horrified. She realized his skin was so thick that the needle wouldn't penetrate. Luan laughed and asked, "That can't be right. Is there another way?" He knew Harley was unusually cruel, but he couldn't even imagine such a cruelty. The woman replied, "Don't worry, she'll do anything to make sure she's paid for the meat." At that moment, she swung her hand and plunged the needle straight into the protagonist's chest, shouting that it was time to show him what a first-class shaman from a long-ago tribe could do. She struck his chest several times. The protagonist endured, and the system reported that the entity had fulfilled the conditions and achieved enlightenment. He had acquired the skill of combat sense in the Hulko's style. The current symbol is Great Warrior. Harley was delighted by this mark and smiled. He examined it carefully, declaring that it impressed him. It was far more effective than enhancing through bio-aura. At this level, without the use of mutation, he could defeat anyone with his bare hands. This is simply the perfect option for him. At that moment, the woman clutched her head and began to fall to the floor, losing consciousness. The protagonist turned to her and asked fearfully, "What's going on? Is she okay?" She asked him not to worry about her, as she hadn't exerted this much energy in a long time and was simply exhausted. She'd just get some rest, and everything would be fine. At that moment, Harley turned to his friend and mentioned that they had work to do, and he asked, what did he mean? He shouted that they needed more meat, as this woman couldn't bear the pain if they wanted to complete the mark. The woman became angry and thought that this thick-skinned freak wasn't letting her rest. Meanwhile, in another dimension, a saint stood near the protagonist, trying to help him and reciting prayers. Payan approached her and asked if she was still praying for him. She was surprised by his arrival, and Payan continued the conversation, saying that if she continued, it would affect her body. Please, she shouldn't overdo it. Ryostar replied that she knew about it, but her heart wouldn't let her rest. She still couldn't forget that incident. He went out to fight the immortal king and didn't retreat until the very end. Payan remarked that it was as if she were witnessing the birth of a new hero. Suddenly, she covered her mouth with her hands and realized that Sir Heinrich was their new hero. Payan murmured that he flattered him, his grace, when Heinrich actually rose from his seat, and they both looked surprised. Had he finally woken up? Was his pain bearable? Heinrich stood up and said that thanks to the saint, he was fine. She addressed him by name, grabbed his hand, and announced that they proclaimed him champion of the Great Holy Order, or rather, the even heroes of Auterica. He smiled, realizing it had finally happened. Now he could say that the hero and the Demon King had taken their leading roles. They would raise a toast to Hans, who was playing the Demon King. After some time, Hans, being on the roof of one of the buildings, said that now that a hero was born, he believed that the time had come to fulfill the duties of the Demon King. With power perfectly honed by the Ministry's infectious magic, he spread his infamy even further. Now he could clearly see the villain's filthy stains. He would send them all to hell. With these words, he jumped off the roof and flew down. After a while, many people in the city center shouted, "Hurry! They have to get the patient here first." Doctors were wheeling a wounded man onto a gurney straight to an ambulance. They discussed among themselves what had happened this time. It seemed that masked freak had resurfaced. After a while, Songjin arrived at the scene, and his employee asked if anyone had any idea what was going on. He tried to examine the situation more closely and replied that only one thing was clear. They had encountered someone very dangerous. He was a black magician sent from the Bureau of Special Opportunities. If they were handled incorrectly, people would start turning into corpses. This idiot in the Hawi mask, or whatever his name was a completely insane monster. Pure dark magic was beyond human comprehension. This man's body is now essentially a permanent shell, and he's willing to bet that his soul is already enslaved. If he were ever caught by such a monster, he would choose this option without a second thought. The man clutched his head and spoke as if it were helping, and this was the so-called best black magician in Korea. Songjin replied that he wasn't even close to his level. He was afraid to have such a magician as an enemy. The bureau employee was surprised that this simply couldn't be true. He said the culprit was the magician in the Haho mask, right? In that case, let him see this curse up close. He approached the man's body and placed 2 fingers on his skull. Suddenly, Songjin froze and realized that this feeling was terrifying him. He jumped back, fell to the floor, and clutched his throat. The bureau employee asked again, what happened? What had happened? Had he really figured something out? Songjin continued clutching his throat and trying to catch his breath, then told the leader that he felt like he should die right now. He smiled with a terrifying expression, and the leader asked again, what? He started screaming. What the hell was he talking about? What did that freak do to him? Songjin kept saying that the Hawi mask had seen him. If he was caught after using the spell, it would be the end for him. Now he only had one way out. The leader asked if he knew a way to defeat the Hawi mask. Songjin said that if he died right now, he could peacefully go to the afterlife. With that, he climbed to the window to jump out and die. The leader started shouting after him that he was just an idiot. The Hawi mask only hunted villains and he would be fine, so he should calm down. Songjin was dumbfounded by what he heard and returned to the room with a smile on his face, saying that now that he had said it, he felt better. The leader grabbed his head and, breathing a sigh of relief, asked again, was he really that stupid? Songjin added that, for some reason, his body was starting to relax, when the leader suddenly asked, what's going on? After these words, Songjin collapsed to the floor and lay motionless. The leader screamed his name in fear and called a doctor to help them. Meanwhile, Hans watched the scene from the rooftop and thought, interesting, that guy seems like a really powerful warlock. He exudes evil. Maybe they'll meet again? After some time, the protagonist saw a lot of news online and mused that Hans was rapidly gaining popularity. Some even called him a dark hero, but he wasn't sure he liked that. This could become a real problem for him. He moved away from the computer a little and, leaning his elbows on a chair, gritted his teeth and said that his head was hurting like crazy. What should he do now? He noticed a knock at the door. Approaching, he opened it slightly and asked who he was. A tall man handed him a package and replied that it was a chicken delivery. Songjin was dumbfounded when he saw this and asked again, is this really Tasan? Tasan said with a smile that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. How is he? Songjin led him into his room and said that he looked great. Tasan repeated that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, and was this how he greeted him? Songjin was dumbfounded and laughed at his words. He wondered what he meant by this greeting. Of course, he was his friend, but he was the last person he wanted to see right now. Tasan sat down at his table. He was an employee of the Special Ops Bureau from the Investigation Department, but Taesan was his only childhood friend, and even when he was in hiding, he looked for him. He really was his true friend. At that moment, Taesan started drinking soda and said that now it seemed like he had changed. Had he found the meaning of life again? Songjin ate chicken and muttered, you can't cling to the past forever, right? He doubted his parents would want that. Taesan was delighted by these words and shouted, is that true? Does he even understand how worried he'd been about him all this time? Songjin told him to stop saying that things weren't that bad. He'd even started leaving the house. Taesan was even more surprised and, his mouth hanging open in shock, asked, really? Songjin thanked him, and Taesan asked in confusion, What did he just say? Songyun replied that before, when he was having a hard time, he always showed up like this. Taesan, opening a new soda, said that seeing how he was doing now, he could finally say something to himself. Songyun didn't understand why he'd said these words, and Taesan handed him the soda and asked, he knows why he joined the investigation department, right? Songyun saddened and listened silently to his friend. Taesan explained that, of course, he was like a son to his parents. After dying in that accident, he decided to join this department, and yes, back then, everyone thought it was an accident, an attack by an awakened monster. Everyone believed that until recently, but now he thinks it's not true. There's a group that's been operating in the shadows for a long time, and they call themselves the Divine Retribution Society. They're incredibly cautious, and they still haven't found a single trace of them. But had he seen the news? The Hallway mask gave them their first clue. Songyun chuckled, remembering the mask's appearance and realizing he'd even hinted to the bureau. Hadn't he taken on too much? Taesan said okay. He'd let him know if there was any news, but he shouldn't blab about it. He didn't want him to end up in jail, did he? Songyun laughed and asked again. Who could he tell about this? By the way, he'd heard that the Hallway mask was impressive, so that's why the bureau was after it. Taesan slammed his fist on the table in anger and shouted confidently, yes, that's what irritates him. Why are they pursuing someone who's actually doing a great job? Let them let this guy work. Songyun lowered his gaze and answered, exactly. He was glad that Taesan was on the mask's side. At that moment, they decided to drink to Taesan's new life and celebrate. After a while, when they were well drunk, Taesan turned to Songyun and asked him to forget about becoming a writer. He asked, what's wrong with that? Taesan cried, tears in his eyes. Demon King? That's just a cliche. Even the name Hans has no imagination. It's as if he came up with it over a cup of coffee. Songyun asked him again, perplexed. What is he talking about? It's a classic, nothing wrong with that. Taesan replied, no, it's not a classic, it's just cringe. If he's going to pick a hackneyed topic, he could at least come up with an acronym. For example, Hans is short for Hannibal Strauss. The protagonist remarked that it sounded pretty good, and Taesan asked, does he see that? If he decides to write, he should call his older brother to help him. At that moment, he heard his phone ring, saying it was time for him to leave. Songyun asked again, really already? He replied that his boss told him to show up today, so he was leaving already. Songyun addressed him by name and asked if his grandmother was okay. At that moment, he grabbed the door handle and stopped. An awkward silence fell between them. He turned around and said that, frankly speaking, her condition had worsened significantly, and he should prepare himself mentally. Songyun asked again, what happened to her? How can he help? He said, dear writer, he should write his books and not worry, because he'll figure it out on his own somehow. At that moment, memories of their grandmother appeared before them. Songyun held Taesan's grandmother's hand, ate a bun, and happily muttered, yes. Grandma told him that if he wanted something tasty, he should just tell her, okay? Taesan's friend was like a grandson to her. Did he understand that? Songyun replied that he understood everything. Taesan's grandmother, when they played together as children, always looked after him and took care of him. It was one of the few warm memories he had, and now that he learned she was seriously ill, his friend, who had always been there, was going through such a difficult time, and he couldn't help at all. But then an idea occurred to him. He mentally turned to Taesan and thought about apologizing for ridiculing his ability to come up with names, because these strange characters were helping him. The system reported that Heinrich had the general ability of reason, his individual ability of holy baptism, and important information. He possessed a special skill. To heal a person, a healer like a priest was needed, but he had one, didn't he? He was familiar with the faith, recognized by the archbishops, and possessing divine power. Heinrich can cure Taesan's grandmother. How could he summon him? If he disappeared immediately after becoming an official hero, it would cause misunderstanding. Then he would wait for the right moment. Sometime later, Aaron was walking through the city with a smile on his face, thinking about something. Diana asked him if he was okay. Was he having trouble holding the bag? He replied that everything was fine, when suddenly apples began spilling out of his bag. He asked them to stop, and Diana asked him not to hurt him. An apple fell right on the foot of a gentleman, who said that he should hold the bag tighter. The man grabbed the apple, and Diana looked at him admiringly. It was Mr. Haynes, who asked them how they were doing. Aaron replied, is he really Mr. Haynes? He looks completely different now. Haynes replied that his face had changed a little, hadn't it? Diana asked again why he had only come to them now. He chuckled and replied that it had been almost 7 months. He had been a bit busy, if they understood him. She said that since he was here, he must have business here. She knew that for sure. Haynes was surprised by such a reaction and replied, no, he just came to see them. Diana replied that nothing bad would happen if he confessed, and Aaron said that he needed to come see them more often. Haynes replied that, frankly, he couldn't beat them, and then he turned to Diana and asked if he could become her employer again. He needed her information gathering skills. At that moment, he handed her 2 gold coins, and she smiled and answered, of course. Sometime later, Haynes turned to Soran and asked her to look into the places where these magical instruments were sold. She looked around the table in surprise and asked where he'd gotten so many excellent items. He replied that he always had a way. Thanks to Diana, he'd not only acquired high-quality magical tools in the city, but also gathered information from Brokoslak, which had been dormant for some time. The pepper he'd asked for was in the warehouse, and Heinz replied that was great, since his friend would sell it. Their purge was complete. Soran asked again, a purge? He replied that he'd identified and executed all the people who had either pretended to surrender or were hiding. Soran was delighted and replied that it had finally happened. Their clan was now safe. Haynes declared that was correct. From now on, they simply needed to periodically exchange magical tools and pepper. Then he would count on her. From now on, she would be in charge of managing the heterosis. Soren was surprised by these words and asked again, what? But she'd never done anything like this before. Could she handle an entire clan? Haynes addressed her by name and said she was competent, and he trusted her. He was confident she could handle everything. Soren sensed the Lord's trust and told him he could rely on her. After this conversation, Haynes closed the door from the other side and reflected on how he was never without drama. He considered that they were no different from a small or medium-sized enterprise. In that case, could they really get serious about conquering the clan? Based on the information Diana had provided, he realized this was the source of his blood and was convinced it was the Brokoslak clan's base. He approached the building, which was guarded by 2 men. Suddenly, a fiery flame appeared in front of them, and Heinz calmly entered the building. He wondered if it had fallen on its own. Was it a draft or something similar? As he entered, Rosalicia appeared before him, drinking drinks and saying that everything went well. How much longer would she have to live like this? She felt incredibly sad, drinking alone. With these words, she sank onto the table and let out a sad sigh. Haynes entered her room, addressed her by name, and informed her that she was still drinking. She glanced toward the door in surprise, and Haynes informed her that he had seen many familiar faces today. Thanks to his disguise, he had easily snuck into her room. Rosalicia apologized and asked who he was. He introduced himself, and Rosalicia replied that she had a bad memory. Could he repeat his name again? With these words, she continued pouring blood into her glass, announcing that since a guest had arrived, she should test her hospitality. She poured him a drink and also told him that it was freshly squeezed blood. Haynes looked at her in bewilderment and replied that he didn't need it, thanking her for her hospitality. He realized it was high-level blood-binding magic that Rosalicia had sprayed directly at him from her wine glass. She screamed, "How dare he intrude on the Brokoslak sanctuary?" She didn't know who he was, but she wouldn't let it go that way. At that moment, Haynes smiled and used his powers, causing Rosalicia to gasp in fear. How could her own blood be aimed at her? This guy can freely manipulate someone else's blood. This is the realm of true blood. This is the Brokoslak territory. Invading it by an outsider is a breach of contract. Haynes thought to himself that this girl genuinely didn't recognize him. Perhaps he shouldn't explain himself, but rather use this to his advantage. At that moment, Haynes blurted out, "What breach of contract? He belongs to the Brokoslak indirect line." Rosalicia asked him to stop lying, as it was impossible. Suddenly, she looked surprised and said she'd been thinking and realized she'd heard something about a certain clan. Maybe it was true? He replied that he was from that clan, and that she should cooperate with him, and he would give her his power. Rosalicia smirked and said that even if he was from a branch family, she had no reason to listen to him. Heinz apologized and asked not to misunderstand him, after which he grabbed her face with his hand, and she cried out in pain. Heinz informed her that she had no option but to refuse his offer. Moments later, her screams could be heard throughout the house. Rosalicia wondered in confusion what this feeling was. She touched her chest with her hand and realized it was amazing, as if her master had changed. He asked again, "Now they'll see if she can tell them everything she knows." At that moment, Rosalicia cried out and realized she couldn't disobey his order. The true blood that rules Talaria is Lady Frisia. If she were to describe her character, she would undoubtedly mention her ability to cast a demonic gaze. A waiter approached her and asked if she liked the human world today. She smiled and replied, "Yes, she always finds it interesting to watch, namely how people struggle to survive in their pathetic bodies." The subordinate continued, however, having heard that a Protestant sect has recently been expanding its influence in Rafalashi. Frisia asked him not to worry, as this kingdom already belonged to Brokoslak, hiding among the human nobility. She only needed to exert pressure on the kingdom, and the matter would be resolved instantly. But as soon as she finished this sentence, the butler was gone. He was killed. Heinz appeared right in front of her and asked if her name was Frisia. She was dumbfounded and replied that she had never seen him before. He asked again, was she really a pureblood? But she doesn't look like a true blood. Let's say she's from a side branch. Frisia said that a pathetic side branch dared to bully without knowing his place. She would make him kneel immediately. With these words, she looked ominously at her new acquaintance, and Haynes created a bright red flash of light, which Frisia had to dodge. She was dumbfounded and realized that this was simply impossible. How did he reflect the demonic gaze? He replied that he already knew about her ability, but it didn't work against him. Does she know what that means? Now let her repeat. Who here doesn't know their place? After a while, Frisia asked, is he a pureblood? He's attacking them right in the heart of Brokoslak territory. What is his goal? And she became very angry and prepared for battle, clenching her hand into a fist, from which a lot of blood was coming. Heinz asked again, she wants to know his goal? But isn't it obvious? His goal is their entire territory. He will be the one to take everything. Frisia smirked and told him she didn't know if he was stupid or just plain dumb, but in that case, she'd just say it loud and clear. There's something he should keep in mind. She's a purebred girl too. At that moment, Haynes was stunned by what he heard and realized she was incredibly fast when she punched him in the chest. His whole body trembled, and Frisia asked, did he seriously think his idea would work? Especially with his weak skills, he couldn't even parry an attack. He realized this girl was an expert in martial arts. She was using a demonic gaze, and he thought she'd use magic, but that wasn't what he expected. At that moment, she swung her umbrella at him again and hit him with such force that he was sent flying. Haynes wondered if she was attacking him physically, right? Frisia turned to him and said she was impressed that he could still stand. Now they'll see if he can block this attack. Haynes tried to avoid her attack, but he knew she was a flawless fighter, and that umbrella wasn't just for show, right? She dealt a serious cut to his cheek, causing him to gasp. Frisia said he couldn't fend off her attacks forever, and that he had nowhere to run from her now. Suddenly, a huge cloud of blood appeared in front of his face, leaving him dumbfounded and wondering if this was some kind of special skill. If so, he'd cut it. At that moment, he straightened his arms and with a confident expression, began to defend himself when suddenly the bloody cloud evaporated and she was gone. He didn't understand where she had gone, when suddenly he felt something was wrong, and Frisia struck him with her elbow from behind, right in the face. He flew to the side again and somersaulted several times. Frisia looked after him and said that she was very bored and that this was the end. He lay in a pool of his own blood, when he suddenly stood up and asked again, what end was she talking about? Who told her she could decide when this end would come? For him, this was just the beginning. His body reunited with incredible speed. She asked again, hadn't his neck been broken? He replied that such injuries healed instantly. He called this thing hybrid evolution, as she might notice. Frisia looked at his body in amazement, declaring it was sheer madness. Besides the Lord, she could count on one hand the purebloods who had deflected her head-on and survived. He decided to acknowledge her abilities. Surely she had fangs. But something was off. Frisia noticed his gaze and looked back questioningly. Haynes had said he thought he could make her much stronger if she followed him. He'd made such a proposition, and Frisia had asked, what nonsense was he talking about? She began screaming furiously. How dare he insult her like that? She would turn him into a pincushion, so full of holes that he'd never be able to stand again. Suddenly, she turned her attention to her hands and wondered why her body was acting like this. A magical seal appeared around her right under her feet, and Haynes said that everything was happening as it was, so he simply had no choice but to use this power. Frisia began to scream. Was this blood magic? What was he doing? He replied that the truth was that he didn't know martial arts and specialized more in blood magic. This magic enveloped her entire body, and he added that he could even do such things. Suddenly, Frisia felt pain as he sank his sharp claws into her neck. She began to scream loudly as Haynes tried to reach her crystal, which was located right in the center of her throat. He administered an injection of Raffalash. Suddenly, she cried out in pain and her tears began to flow, screaming that it was very painful. Haynes apologized and said that for a high-ranking vampire like her, a small dose would not be enough. After these words, a bright flash of light formed in front of him, and Frisia began to fall to the ground. She wondered what he had done to her without her permission. She would never forgive him for this. Haynes replied that she was so ungrateful, she should be thanking him, not whining. Didn't she feel it? Suddenly, she realized that he was right, because every cell in her body felt completely different. Her strength, reflexes, flexibility, every physical condition had improved, and she had reached a new level of evolution. At that moment, he asked her if she wanted to thank him now. Frisia replied that perhaps that was true. He gave her the strength to end it. At that moment, she lunged at him with her fists, but missed his face and stopped abruptly. She didn't understand what was happening, because her body was completely motionless. She trembled all over, and it felt as if she were tightly bound with iron chains. This was the power of his bloodlord. She no longer had a choice, and she would move exactly as he wanted. Frisia said that this simply couldn't be, even with sanctified blood. Was it possible? Haynes replied that the bad news was that in his case, it was possible, and now he could finally ask her a very important question. Where is the lord of her clan? She was dumbfounded by the question and asked, does he think she'll give him up so easily? But suddenly, against her will, she screamed, Duke Bright's house! When she realized she'd already given away the secret, she realized her mouth had answered the question itself. Haynes stroked her head and said in a touching voice that this was good, that she was a very obedient servant. Frisia cursed him for being a freak, after which he asked, so this is Duke Bright's house? It couldn't be that the clan leader hadn't noticed that his purebred had been caught. He thought it was time to end this quickly and cleanly. Sometime later, he arrived at that very palace, and when his servant entered the room, he announced that Frisia had arrived and had something important to report to him. She asked if she could come in, and he asked her to go inside. She turned him and asked him to light a candle, a lamp, or something else, as it was a bit dark in here. He replied that he was not human and therefore had no need for it. At that moment, he asked her what she wanted to say. Frisia tried to answer, when the Lord suddenly said he understood everything. She wanted to talk about the intruder standing behind her, didn't she? At that moment, she frowned, and Haynes came into their room, explaining that everything had happened as expected. It would be a shame if the clan leader couldn't detect him. He decided to deactivate his camouflage skill. The Lord declared that she had disappointed him and slammed his hand on the table. Frisia was stunned by humiliation, and the Lord shouted that she had become his traitor. How could she even think of betraying him and serving another master? Suddenly, Frisia extended her hand to him and informed him that this was a misunderstanding, and she asked him to calm down. Molo grew angry and asked again, does she think this is a misunderstanding? He'd spent hundreds of years with her, and she thought he wouldn't notice how the scent of her blood had changed? Let her die, for she is a traitor. With these words, he attacked her right from the table. When Haynes suddenly defended her and announced that this would not happen, he managed to fend off the Lord's attack and said, what a pity. Molo wondered in surprise, Did he really fend off his attack with one hand? Heinz said that he had hoped to resolve this peacefully. At that moment, Mulo wondered who he was. He asked again, does he really want to resolve this peacefully? How dare he deceive him? He would cut out his snake tongue along with the tongue of his traitor right now. At that moment, he created a magic circle right on the floor, and Haynes and Frisia were dumbfounded by what they saw. He summoned the children of Brokaslak to him. Bloody men mean began to emerge from this magical circle, and Mulo shouted at them to run forward and tear the flesh of these traitors. Frisia turned to him and asked, how dare he do this? This is no place for his kind. At that moment, Mulo realized something was wrong. They had summoned about 10 men. Suddenly, a loud screech erupted, as Frisia had destroyed them all. He wondered if this was all that remained of his subordinates in the capital. Mulo turned to Frisia and asked what she was doing in the capital and what she had done to all his subordinates. She remained silent and did not answer this question, then suddenly apologized to her lord and informed him that most of them had become subordinates of Lord Haynes. He was horrified and said he did not understand what was happening. Did she really mean that his subordinates accepted the new blood without resistance? This was no different from cannibalism among their kind. It simply drove her crazy. She replied that this was only possible because Lord Haynes was a bastard descendant of the Brokaslak. Mulo repeated in surprise, a bastard descendant? This was incredibly amusing, and they expected him to believe such nonsense? At that moment, he used a blood magic technique, blood mist. Let them witness everything that happened. This is the barrier of a blood mage, a representative of the Brokaslak. Haynes tried to protect himself with his hand and was dumbfounded. Could this really have been Mulo's influence? His head felt like it had been crushed, and his body felt twice as heavy. Mulo said that it was too late for him to be surprised now. No matter where they were, they would always answer their lord's call. He raised his staff high and shouted for Over to answer him. Over came to his aid, clutched his head, and asked why he had summoned him. Haynes, seeing him, wondered what was going on here. Mulo shouted that there was no time for talking and that Over should throw these freaks out. Over chuckled, cleaned his ears, and said he understood and would do it in a second. Suddenly, his body glowed with magical light, and he asked them to wait a moment. A moment later, he found himself behind the traitors, who were dumbfounded with fear. Haynes wondered if this was Over. He had already realized that he was very fast, which meant he was a purebred assassin. At that moment, he pounced on Frisia, and Haynes realized he couldn't afford to stay here, so he had to use his acceleration skill. Suddenly, Over was overcome by magical forces and asked, what is this? Was this a binding spell? How does he use blood magic inside the Lord's sphere? At that moment, Haynes began screaming loudly, and Over asked again, where is he going? Haynes came close to Mr. Mulo when suddenly, between them, Over tried to strike to protect his master. Haynes turned around and noticed he'd managed to block the attack, and realized he was right in front of him. All he had to do was knock this freak out first. So he used his acceleration skill again and began moving incredibly fast across the room. Mulo, who was watching the unfolding action, declared it simply impossible. Over had near-perfect agility, not just compared to Brokoslak vampires, but to anyone else. He was so fast. An incredibly serious battle developed between Haynes and Over. They were catching up again and again when Frisia suddenly intervened, and a moment later, a powerful explosion rocked the room. Frisia grabbed Over by the head and said she never liked his frivolous attitude. He shouldn't cross the line. Why shouldn't he have fun with her? At that moment, Mulo realized Frisia was catching up to Over and couldn't understand how it had happened. Was she destroying other subordinates on her own? Where did she get such power? Heinz said it seemed like it was time to lose his defense. At that moment, he pounced on the Lord from above, who was dumbfounded by what he saw, and asked again, did he enter this barrier of his own free will? How stupid. He would never be able to repel his attacks here. With such confidence, he began to attack, when Heinz suddenly asked with a smile on his face, did he really mean repel? He hadn't planned on doing that, because he would attack him right now. Suddenly, he struck his opponent right in the chest, causing his blood to spill. Mulo clutched his wound and screamed in pain, and asked again, did he throw his hand away? Mulo replied, yes. Does he know how frugal he is? At that moment, his hand reappeared on his body, and Mulo realized that he had instantly regrown the hand he had just cut off. Haynes told him not to worry, because he didn't want to kill him. Mulo asked again, he doesn't want that. Haynes approached his ear and asked again, what else is he trying to do? What's going on? He suddenly began shouting loudly that he was inheriting his title. Much time passed after that battle, and in one of the palace rooms, a coffin appeared in the center. An incredibly beautiful vampire girl with long hair lay within. She woke up and cried out. Looking at her hands, she said she was very sleepy. She needed some more sleep. Nothing could help her anymore, and it seemed something had happened. Something had happened to her children. She looked and realized it. That same night, Heinz urged his enemy not to move and to stand still. He used his magical powers and injected the next palace employee with Rafalash. He cried out in pain, after which one of the girls said that if he couldn't take it anymore, then he should quickly retreat from here. The guy's body trembled, and the Frisia said that they should move on. After some time, Heinz wiped the sweat from his face and, taking a deep breath, said it had been going on forever. He turned to Mulo and asked if he cared so much about all the subordinates in the capital. He answered yes, the rest could be summoned in order. Heinz asked again what he meant. He should watch his tone. Mulo replied that it was much more effective that way. At that moment, Heinz suggested that the clan lord's presence really smoothed out all problems, which greatly angered the lord. Heinz's hypothesis was correct. Using a high-level vampire's Raffalashi injection proved too risky, so he forcibly injected it into their blood, which ultimately lowered their level. And finally, he extracted the source of their blood. It was as if he had been bitten just yesterday and accidentally become a vampire, and now he had worked his way up from the very bottom. This world is different from all the others. Suddenly, he turned to Mulo, who immediately responded as his subordinate. Yes, he asked him to handle the remaining gathering from all regions. Mulo confirmed the order and said that one more thing was required of him. He was to gather information about the continent. Mulo asked in surprise. He wanted information about the continent? Heinz replied that he should create his own intelligence network or strike a deal with an existing one. It was all up to him. This was an important task, so he had high hopes for it. With these words, he left the room, and the Lord said that he had heard Frisia say that he would unite all vampires and become king. He had already proven his abilities, so he fully supported him. With these words, he bowed before him, and Heinz grinned and said that he was counting on him. When he left the room, he looked ahead in fear, leaned against the door, and wondered if he had really said that. He was probably just getting carried away, but he thought that having more subordinates to command was not a bad thing. The way of the Vampire King consists of such things. Perhaps it was time for him to start developing a serious game plan. A new day dawned sometime later, and the protagonist said in surprise, yes, he'd sharpen his jawline, sharpen the bones here, and now he'd get the result he wanted. He was an immortal king, so it was the least he could do. In any case, everything was finally clear. He rose from his computer desk and happily announced that the Brokaslak vampire stage had begun, meaning the long-awaited moment to improve had arrived. He used the karma store, and the system reported his current karma at 1,393,934. He was offered a unique skill upgrade for 900,000. As expected, he'd accumulated quite a lot, but few could dream of taking over a clan. What would happen if he upgraded his skill? He used the unique skill upgrade and pressed the button when suddenly he was surprised. Two system windows appeared, and he realized that this time he would receive 2 upgrades. He suddenly noticed the usual increase in avatars wasn't there. The system informed him that this was an average choice, that the avatar's potential would increase significantly, and the growth rate would accelerate even further. He thought, no, this upgrade cost 900,000. This is completely unfair. Just when he'd fallen in love with collecting races, what a disgrace. What kind of essence projection is this? The system announced this skill, and the protagonist shielded his face from the bright light. When he read the stats, he wondered, what? The system informed him that it could be used once per day. It allowed the user to project one of their avatars onto their body. He was dumbfounded, and, remembering all his avatars, asked, what? That means he can now use the power of all the clones he created using his body, right? The protagonist thought about Hans, Heinrich, Haynes, Harley, and Kyrus. He saw them all together and was proud. A system window appeared, revealing the ability Essence Projection, which could be used once per day. This allowed the user to project one of the avatars onto their body. MC asked in surprise, can he become one of his clones? He wondered if using the ability meant there would be 2 immortal kings at the same time. That would be pretty cool. Well, it could be a complete disaster if they weren't careful. So Hans was out of the question now, or the world would end. The protagonist smiled and noted that, as he thought, Heinrich would be the first. He pressed on the clone, and suddenly armor appeared on him. The protagonist asked in surprise, identical weapons and armor? The sacred powers were about half of what they had been in Autheric. Is this what it felt like when an awakened person returns to Earth? It was a shame he could only use the ability for 10 minutes. Well, it wouldn't be long. That should be more than enough. After some time, he infiltrated the hospital with Hans's help and thought it was time to get to work. MC approached Grandma and said that he was here. Did she remember him? He often went for walks with Tessan. He wanted to come sooner, but he was only able to now. From now on, he would visit her more often. He projected his essence onto Heinrich, and donning his armor, said, please let her hold out a little longer. The protagonist mused that, by using the divine technique, Auteric, he would devote all his divine powers to restoring energy, increasing stamina, and detoxifying. He tried to heal grandmother, but she did not wake up. The protagonist assumed his normal form and mused that even divine energy couldn't overcome age-related illnesses. It should help her, but he could only rely on her willpower. She must stay healthy. Next time he'll come with Tae-san. After some time in the forest, Cecily asked if he was a friend of Harley's. Kyrus agreed, adding that it had been a short meeting, but they had become such good friends that they had become like family. She sniffed him and noticed that he had a similar smell. He wondered, surprised, that she was saying the same thing as Diana. Surely they wouldn't realize they were the same person? The girl joyfully exclaimed that the scent was the same one she'd caught near the branch of the world tree. She remembered it well, because she'd been smelling it all day. Kyrus agreed, wondering if it was because it was the scent of the material this body was made of. Cecily said that in any case, she was offering him friendship. He was a friend of Harley's, so she'd take care of him. He agreed and thanked her. Rafori said they should take a short break. Cecily wondered what he'd said, that he hadn't yet made a contract with the spirit, right? She suggested he step away and practice some spiritual techniques. Afterward, they walked away from the campsite, and the girl, casting magic, joyfully exclaimed that it worked. Let him look at this water spirit. Cecily saw him simply sitting there, looking dejected, and asked what happened. He asked, perplexed, why it wasn't working. Kairos wondered if it hadn't worked anyway, even after he'd maxed out his property stat. Was something wrong? Maybe it was because he wasn't a true elf? Rafori approached them and said with a smile that spirit mages and spirits are companions who grow together. Before summoning them, it's important to establish a connection with them. Let him draw out the natural power within and show it to the spirit. Kairos wondered if he'd tried to create a connection after summoning the spirit, but perhaps he'd miscast the spell. He was glad he'd followed the elves. First, he'd focus entirely on the intimacy and endure the will of nature's infinite power. Suddenly, a powerful magical glow appeared around his hands. Cecily asked in surprise, is he that good? He'd said it was his first time. Rafori remarked that he was learning quickly. A system window appeared, stating that through repeated training, the entity had achieved enlightenment. He'd acquired the skill Spirit Magic. Kairos created a yellow spirit and joyfully exclaimed that he'd succeeded. Rafori wondered if they were on the same level then. She remarked that he was learning so quickly that she felt betrayed. He chuckled, thanked her, and mused that he'd take the next step toward becoming a spirit mage. He'd name the spirit Watt. After a while, it began to get dark outside. Rafori said that from now on, he would light the way. All forests and trees are connected to the mother tree, the world tree. And they, the high elves who are closest to nature, can travel to any place where there is a forest by choosing a path that connects it. He is sure that Cecily can do this too. Kairos, wildly shocked, began to follow him, wondering what he was talking about paths connecting to all the forests. In other words, it's a vast natural teleportation network, right? It's much more effective than the gates of the Great Divine Order, which require installation. Is this the power of the World Tree? After a while, Rafori noticed that they had arrived. A huge tree, called the World Tree, appeared before them. Kairos, surprised, thought that it was much larger than he expected. He called out to the girl and asked if this was the first time she had seen the world tree, right? She remained silent and suddenly flew into the air. Rafori remarked with a smile that he probably had never seen it before. This is the ceremony of a high elf's insight. Other elves rarely witness this ceremony. During this time, the spirits formed the fruit of the world tree. Kairos thought about how all things are being reborn. The forces of nature gather in one place. Is this the fruit of the world tree? She took it and bit into it. He was shocked to think that Cecily was actually becoming a true high elf. Wait, now was not the time to be surprised. He could not let such pure natural energy go to waste. He would make it his own. Rafori sensed the flow of energy and began to observe it. A system window appeared, indicating that the individual had fulfilled the conditions and achieved enlightenment. The affinity with nature trait had been acquired. Kairos thought this was excellent. Now he could grow stronger simply by absorbing natural energy, like other elves. Rafori called out to him and with a smile told him to turn around. A sapling of the world tree appeared behind him. He noticed that the world tree seemed very interested in him. Usually, such sacred relics are only handed over during the insight ceremony. It's something incredibly rare. It can be turned into a weapon or an accessory. Carrie said that then he must have received the sacred relic during his own insight ceremony. No way, this is the same thing. Should he return it? Rafori replied that not at all. His sacred relic had been turned into the ring with which he proposed to his wife. Now he had passed it on to his daughter. Kairos was surprised to think that he had proposed with a sacred relic. This guy was more romantic than he expected. At that moment, Rafori noticed that the insight ceremony was over. The elven servants took her in their arms and the girl herself fell asleep. He said that Miss Cecily should get some sleep. Now the rapidly increasing energy should stabilize. Indeed, what a relief. He's about the right age to think about retirement, and now a new high elf has appeared. Of course, he won't retire right away. They're still short-staffed. Kairos asked in surprise that he's already of retirement age. Sometime later, in the capital of the elven kingdom of Drasha, he reflected on the fact that after the insight ceremony, he stayed at the academy thanks to Rafori's help. And, as it turned out, the atmosphere here was completely different from what he expected. He thought everyone here would live like true fairies, peacefully, like trees and nature. But what's going on here? At the academy, many girls flocked to him, saying he was an elf from the continent. Let him tell them stories about the continent. One girl remarked that she heard that everyone on the continent was so wild that it was impossible to live there. Another asked, hadn't the humans kidnapped Cecily? The people of the continent are completely evil, right? Kairos wondered if he answered incorrectly. They would hate him from the very first day. He nervously replied that yes, it might be dangerous, but he had good companions with him, so all was well. They began to inquire if he had traveled with them. Suddenly, Lady Chaperon slammed the table angrily and said it was too noisy in there. She couldn't concentrate. Could they please be quieter? All the elves immediately became frightened and began apologizing, and then left altogether. Kairos sighed, thinking that peace and quiet had finally arrived. He thanked her, but the girl responded by calling him worthless. They had dragged in some hired scavenger from who knows where. Kairos wondered, perplexed, why she was so angry. There was always a character like that in a school setting, right? Will he be able to get along here? Sometime later, in the capital of the Elven Kingdom, Rafori, holding a sheet of paper, said that this concluded the reports on their interactions with the Great Divine Order. They also disseminated information about the new immortal king among the other races on the continent of Animal. Matilda inquired, is this an immortal king who can move freely through space? So, he might end up on their land too. Rafori said that he still felt that Lady Cecily's appearance now was not in vain. Wasn't it time they considered retirement? She agreed with a smile, adding that this would solve one of their main problems. Incidentally, she had heard that a remarkable elf had arrived with Lady Cecily. He agreed and noted that he had already attracted the attention of the World Tree. He possessed exceptional talent and was an incredibly fast learner. If they provided him with a proper education, he was confident he would achieve great heights. Matilda smiled and remarked that he seemed unusually excited. Rafori said he was currently planning to complete his basic education at the academy. He hoped he was doing well. He was sure a kind man like Mr. Kairos would be a great support. After a while, the man himself, sitting on a bench, remarked that it was a beautiful day. Perhaps it was due to the blessing of the World Tree. The weather was beautiful, the air was fresh, and the elves were singing beautifully. He wondered if perhaps he should just give up and live like Kairos. Suddenly, Shapiron approached him and said he truly didn't have the luxury of resting and feeding on the energy of the World Tree. As a former mercenary, she thought he lacked basic common sense. This place was closest to the World Tree, which is nature. Elves with high natural sensitivity were especially prone to becoming intoxicated by this comfort and harmony, becoming lazy. Kairos wondered if it was because he had such a strong love for nature. Shapiron exclaimed angrily. Was he even listening to her? He probably still didn't know much, so she'd give him her book. She tried to arrange everything so that even a lowly elf like him could easily understand. If the average class level fell because of him, she'd never forgive it. After that, she turned around in displeasure and started to leave. Kairos even got scared. He meant she wasn't a bad person. He noticed the ring on her finger and wondered if it evoked the power of the World Tree. It couldn't be that she had the sacred relic. Was she from some noble family? At first, she seemed somehow familiar. For some reason, this strange sense of déjà vu arose. Kairos remembered and exclaimed in wild shock. Rafori said he gave the ring to his daughter. At that moment, Shapiron turned around and wondered why her father had such high hopes for this idiot. He sighed and thought it was funny. Shapiron was Rafori's daughter? They weren't alike in personality, were they? Well, it seemed she didn't like him, but her explanation was kind enough. Kairos opened the book and asked if he should try. After reading the information, he created a fire spirit, Kali, and a wind spirit, Pascal. He thought he knew a trick. It shouldn't be difficult. Even Watt, whom he had subjugated last time, had risen to a low rank. To think they could grow so quickly, coming to the Elven Kingdom, was the right decision. Okay, he wouldn't cause conflict. He would adapt without causing problems. Well, if he angered Shapiron, there would be no problems. Sometime later, they sat down next to each other at the academy. Kairos wondered how he had ended up here. After 10 minutes, the teacher said that the connection with the spirits was very important. There was something that would help strengthen the connection as much as possible: dancing and singing. The festival, held in honor of the new High Elf, Lady Cecily, was coming up soon, right? They were renting one of the capital's main stages for the day. Kairos thought it was a performance Cecily herself might enjoy. It had been a while since he'd done anything like this, so wouldn't it be better to show off his coolest side? The teacher excitedly exclaimed that, as they all knew, they had a transfer student, so this time, they'd do a group project. Each group would work together to create their own performance. Their ability to communicate with spirits would be judged on stage on the day of the celebration. Carrie's thought in amazement, unable to believe things had turned out this way. Curie and Timer Coffin, the students, turned to him and introduced themselves. Chaperon grumpily remarked that since things had gone this far, nothing could help them. Did they know any dances or songs? If not, they'd simply adapt. Timer smiled and said he had no ideas. The girl agreed. Kairos thought nervously that they were obviously lacking initiative. Now he was starting to get angry. Judging by what he'd heard in class, if it helped connect with the spirits, it didn't necessarily have to be traditional elven music or dancing. In that case, he knew what to do. He stood up with a smile, thanked them for their attention, and added that he'd just remembered a song he often sang in his hometown. Timer wondered if that meant it was from another continent, and right? Kairos agreed, adding that his parents had also really liked the song, so he'd never forget it. Shapiron asked if he was confident, right? He agreed and reflected that even though he'd spent a long time in seclusion, there had been a time when he'd never scored below a 90 on karaoke. It was time to demonstrate the skills he'd honed there. The girl nervously wondered what a mercenary could possibly know about elven music. Someone like him gets recognition from her father and the World Tree, and those burning gazes, she would never accept it. Shapiron slammed the table and said he could go ahead, but if he messed up, he'd be held accountable. Kairos agreed and replied that he also had a condition. If they got good results, would she tell him about elven culture? He still didn't know much. Shapiron reluctantly agreed and added that this would only happen if they got good results. After some time, the whole group went outside. The protagonist sang them a wonderful song, and then a system window appeared, stating that the entity had achieved enlightenment through repeated training. The trait, Melody of Harmony, had been acquired. He mused that his vocals had become more stable, as if the force of nature was holding his vocal cords steady. Timer admiringly remarked that it was the first time he'd heard such a song. It was incredible. At this point, Shapiron was perplexed, thinking it was funny. Her spirits had responded to this baseless, empty music. Had they really found a resonance in this foreign song? The guy called out to her and asked what was up with her face. She was even swaying her shoulders. She exclaimed in embarrassment, When did that happen? Suddenly, the Carey's spirits had leveled up to a low rank. He was surprised to think that Kali and Pascal had now evolved just like Watt. At that moment, a magical field appeared around him, from which the spirit of sound Decibel emerged. Timer, in wild shock, exclaimed that it was a spirit manifested in physical form. They almost never saw that. Chaperon was amazed that the spirits had found such a profound resonance in this song that even the spirit of sound responded. The protagonist called the spirit by name and mused that it was a rare spirit. What an amazing achievement. Chaperon had said that such spirits could perform a wide range of tasks. The timer remarked that they should remember that there is a song that touches the spirit's heart. They need to sing it. This song will be a hit. Curie agreed, adding that spirits of sound are drawn only to beautiful melodies. Carys asked what Chaperon thought about this. She reluctantly agreed. He joyfully exclaimed that it was excellent. Then they would begin planning the rehearsal schedule and the set design schedule. The girl sheepishly asked if he could tell her how to play the instrument he used. It looked interesting. The protagonist agreed with a smile. She exclaimed, "What's wrong with his face? This is not proper for elves. Make him stop." Sometime later, the day of the festival arrived. Cecily turned to Rafori and noted that he had said that his daughter was in the same group as Sir Kyrus. Was that true? He excitedly agreed. She said that he must be very worried. The elf, his body trembling, replied that he was not at all. The girl smiled and thought he seemed very nervous. She asked then if they could listen to the songs Sir Kyrus had composed. At that moment, the entire band came on stage and took their places. Timer and Curie began playing their instruments, and then the others joined in. Then Chaperon began singing a beautiful song. Cecily admiringly declared that no song had ever made her heart beat so fast. It was a beautiful harmony. Rafori looked in shock at his daughter's happy face and wondered how she could have such an expression. Upon hearing this song, all the other elves began to listen to their performance with admiration. Cecily pointed out that he should watch. To think that they could use spirits like that, it was amazing. She turned to look at him, but at that moment, Rafori walked up to a random elf and boasted with admiration that the child was his daughter. The protagonist performing the song reflected on how magnificently Chaperon had created the set and tuned the instruments. As expected of the elite, her spiritual knowledge was astounding. She had been so cold, and now she had melted. After a while, they finished their performance, and the entire audience began to applaud them joyfully. Chaperon reflected on how her breathing was more steady than usual, and the song flowed so smoothly. She hadn't thought she would be so immersed. A system window appeared, indicating the effect of the melody of harmony trait, targeting Chaperon. The protagonist smiled, thinking that it seemed to work equally well on other people. The girl looked happily at her father and thought that he was proud of her. He asked how she liked the song. Chaperon bowed her head and remarked that she had misunderstood him. He should forgive her for being so rude. She had lost the bet. Rafori thought that listening to this calmed his mind. It was amazing how music could have such an impact. Carys would certainly play a significant role in the life of the Elven Kingdom. At that moment, Heinrich arrived at the Saints. She greeted him joyfully. He noticed a book on her desk titled The Adventures of the Hero and the Saint, and wondered if he should pretend he hadn't seen it. The girl motioned for him to please sit down. She called him to discuss something important. Perhaps he'd heard of the Holy Sword? Heinrich wondered if it was the most powerful, exclusive weapon used by the protagonist in fantasy stories. He replied that he knew it was the traditional hero's weapon. Saint Restar remarked that there was a decree unanimously approved by all church members. Let him please undergo the test of the Holy Sword. Heinrich, without showing joy, asked if he was truly worthy of such an opportunity. She replied that they had made this decision at an emergency meeting held in connection with the reincarnation of the immortal king, but no one had objected, because he was the new hero of the Great Divine Order. He chuckled and remarked that this was too high praise for him. Riestar added that the place where he would undergo the test was the Great Pikol Temple in the western part of the continent. Heinrich wondered if this was the Great Temple of Pikol. Then 300 years ago, the Salb Empire was destroyed by the second immortal king. 4 countries were then founded there, claiming to be the empire's descendants. They formed a royal alliance. The Great Temple built in the southernmost kingdom of Lesk is the Temple of Pikol. It stands on the site where the second immortal king was subdued by a hero. A saint said that the previous hero defeated the immortal king, but he was unable to completely destroy his heart. Soon, the abyss expanded, and the land became contaminated. Only after the hero plunged the sacred sword into it was the land purified. The great temple of Pikal was built on its summit. The previous hero ensured that only the one who would succeed him would be able to find the sacred sword. Heinrich asked if he pulled out the sacred sword, wouldn't the seal on the abyss be removed? The saint replied that 300 years had passed. The land had been sufficiently purified, so all was well. It was time to inherit the hero's weapon. He exclaimed joyfully, "Let her trust in him." When should he depart? The saint replied with a smile, "Right now." After some time, Heinrich arrived at the temple itself, and was surprised to note how grand it truly was. But there's a completely different atmosphere near this temple. At that moment, Doniphan, the cardinal, approached him and said that he must be Sir Heinrich. He wanted to compete for the sacred sword, didn't he? He agreed and added that he thanked him for coming to greet him personally, despite his busy schedule. The man patted him on the shoulder and replied that everything was fine. Wasn't he the new hero recommended by the saint? Of course, he had to come in person. As rumors had it, he was very reliable. Heinrich reflected that he was a paladin, and it showed. His body, even the strength of his grip. Donovan smiled and said that if he'd known he wouldn't see the saint after his appointment, he wouldn't have accepted the position of cardinal. He'd be honest with him. He was very concerned that some random punk might start hitting on her. Could he understand the old man's heart? Heinrich exclaimed that if such a punk showed up, he'd deal with him personally. More importantly, he wanted to talk about the sacred sword. Donovan replied that he had something to tell him first. The trial of the sacred sword could only be held once a year. Many paladins had challenged it and failed. Did he truly believe he could handle it? Heinrich smiled and replied that he shouldn't worry. He would take the test with the faith that God was always watching over him. The cardinal was amazed to think that there was still a young man with such deep faith. Indeed, he had all the qualities of the next hero. Heinrich folded his arms and thought that God would help him again, right? He believed in him. After a while, they began descending into the temple's basement. He mused that it was deeper than he thought. Was it because it was built to be sealed? Donovan asked if he knew what this trial entailed. Heinrich agreed, and noted that a saint had told him so. She said the trial is tailored to each hero. The cardinal agreed and added that some complete the trial in just a few hours, while others take weeks. Since trials vary, he couldn't give him advice. They approached the enormous gates, and he noticed they were there. If he'd changed his mind, now was his only chance to leave. Heinrich smiled and wondered if these were the gates of trial. He placed his hand over his heart and vowed to return the sacred sword. Donovan said that as soon as he stepped inside, the trial would begin, and may good fortune always be with him. He would pray for the new hero's success. After that, he cast magic and opened the gate. Heinrich stepped inside, and a system window appeared, stating that this was the first trial of the sacred sword. He was to reach the destination within the allotted time. He noticed they said the trials depended on the hero, but still, he was in pain from the very beginning. The door had disappeared. He could go forward or backward. Which should he choose? Heinrich used the blessing jump skill and made a lightning-fast dash, then thought that this was a battle of speed. After that, he used the skills several more times, but it yielded no results. Heinrich, perplexed, wondered if something was wrong. At this speed, he would probably have covered several cities by now, but he still couldn't see the end. The purpose of the trial was also unclear. But what was he supposed to achieve? Was there really something else? He remembered the saint saying they said the trials depended on the hero. She believes it truly reflects the will of the deity. It's in the scriptures, he knows. God is always watching them and giving them challenges they can handle. Heinrich paused and considered that, right? This was a test from God. And it wasn't just about reaching the destination. The test forced him to push his limits. Jumping wouldn't be effective in that case. The fastest way to exhaust your stamina and reach your limit was to bunny hop. He crouched down and thought about how it felt like he'd been drafted into the army or something. After a while, he passed the first test. Even then, it took Heinrich a full 40 days to finally reach the door. Afterward, he fell to the ground, exhausted, and wondered if he'd exceeded his limits. Didn't 40 days seem too long to them? He realized this halfway through, but time moved more slowly here. Compared to Otheric, it was 10-1, and compared to Earth, it was 100-1. He only realized this because his avatars allowed him to track the time difference, but he would refuse the test. For paladins, who had no way to sense the passage of time, this must have been the hardest test. Halfway through, his spirit began to be tested. If not for his center of mind, he could have lost everything. Heinrich opened the door that appeared before him, when suddenly his entire body instantly recovered. He wondered in surprise that perhaps it was because he had crossed the boundary, but he felt stronger than before. If time differed from world time by a factor of 10, did that mean a 10-fold bonus to training time? He joyfully squatted down and exclaimed that he would use bunny hop for another 10 days before moving on. Meanwhile, the Immortal King's followers sacrificed several people. One of them joyfully declared that very soon this continent would be consumed by darkness, and this place would begin to perish. Now that the Immortal King had been resurrected, he needed a little push, and he could handle the rest on his own. If the abyss opened again, they would finally be able to bring the world to its knees, all for the sake of an oath that defied the heavens. After some time, Heinrich entered the second test location and saw a chapel before him. He wondered, perplexed, if the test was taking place in a chapel, then it must be a prayer. A system window appeared, stating that this was the second test of the sacred sword. Let him pray to the god. Heinrich folded his hands and mused that this test was based on questions from past graduates' exams. It was a test of faith and divine power. Well, with his stats, he was guaranteed a free pass, right? He would succeed if he imbued the divine symbol with energy. How about this? He tried to imbue the symbol with energy, but nothing happened. After that, Heinrich used the mind center and persona skills and continued praying along with all the other avatars. He thought about using all his spiritual power and transforming it into faith. This was still not enough. Now came the final step. He would add the power of his main body. A moment later, divine energy shone around him. A system window appeared, stating that he had fulfilled the conditions and achieved enlightenment. The blessing effort skill had been acquired. Heinrich thought that the divine power had calmed down. The maximum capacity had increased. Now he could rival the archbishop, right? Another system window appeared, notifying him that he had passed the second trial. Let him move on to the next one, he asked with a smile. Everything is going smoothly, right? The trials continue. After that, Heinrich entered the portal and emerged in the dark world. The task was to destroy the enemy. Confused, he wondered where the enemy was. Suddenly, he noticed a dark-robed figure in the sky and thought it looked familiar. Where had he seen that figure before? A subordinate of the former immortal king, the Archlich, appeared before him. He asked, "A temple hunter?" "Yes." "How had he gotten so far?" The protagonist thought it reminded him of Hans before his awakening. It was best not to underestimate him. After all, even a paladin would hesitate in a one-on-one battle with the Archlich. The skeleton said that if he didn't want to answer, let him die. In an instant, an army of undead appeared and began advancing towards him. Heinrich remarked that one Archlich was quite problematic. How could he fight an entire army of undead? He smiled and said that he must have been hoping for such a reaction. But, unfortunately, it was different. Confused, the skeleton asked what he was muttering under his breath. He's about to die, so his madness ends here. The undead army closed in on the protagonist, but he calmly began to deflect every attack and dodge. The Archlich nervously exclaimed, "How is he dodging them all? Let them just kill him." The undead army sped up and began to attack. But Heinrich, smiling, said, "Don't think he can only dodge." He drew his sword and instantly destroyed several monsters using divine energy. The skeleton asked in surprise, "He's an archbishop." The protagonist replied, "Wow, the undead can be afraid." The Archlich furiously exclaimed, "That's nothing." He was simply happy to show off his full power. So this is the end. They'll see how he handles this. He slammed his staff onto the ground and summoned dark spirits. Heinrich, smiling, charged his sword with divine energy and easily counterattacked. The Archlich, in shock, asked, "He blocked all of that with one attack? Impossible? Had he predicted all of his tactics?" He replied that it was a pity he didn't have such a cheating skill, but he had a rather talented mentor, the strongest single-hit master among the undead. The Archlich said that some kind of personal tutor or whatever he had in mind, it was all nonsense. He wondered how long he could bark. They would see how he countered that attack. He created a huge magical pentagram in the sky, from which magical projectiles flew. After that, the entire battlefield was covered in smoke. The Archlich grinned and exclaimed that he couldn't block his secret technique. The protagonist asked, "Is that his ultimate?" He asked in shock that he was still alive. The Archlich replied that of course he was alive because he wasn't hit. The monster, horrified, said that couldn't be true. How could a mere paladin dodge his most powerful attack? It was simply impossible. He conjured several more pentagrams and began bombarding him with magical attacks. The protagonist deftly dodged them and thought, logically, that this was strange to him. Even with the advantage, it was extremely difficult for a human to counter this type of attack. But Hans's knowledge belonged to him, and he knew all the weaknesses of dark magic. He got close and exclaimed that he was finished. After that, the protagonist delivered the finishing blow and severed the skeleton's legs. Lying on the ground, he said that it was not bad, but he would never be able to kill him. Until he destroyed his core, he would simply be resurrected, again and again. Meanwhile, at the very core, the Archlich mused that the Order had raised an extremely impressive warrior. But when he was resurrected, they would give him hell on earth and make him pay for this shame. MC appeared next to him and asked, "He studies dark magic and thinks he won't notice?" The Archlich exclaimed in horror, "Let him wait a second." He destroyed the core and bid it farewell. A system window appeared, stating that the third trial had been completed. He should proceed through the gate to the location of the sacred sword. Heinrich said with a smile that, as he had thought, defeating monsters and receiving a reward was his true path. Alright, it was time for him to go. He entered a bright room, at the end of which lay the weapon itself. The protagonist mused that the place where the sacred sword was kept was an abyss created by the immortal king. A system window appeared, instructing him to draw the sacred sword and become its master. He grabbed the sword and thought it was time to do so. A moment after touching it, a powerful stream of energy surged. Memories of previous heroes' battles appeared before him. Heinrich pondered the ways of wielding the sacred sword, techniques for manipulating energy, and even a method for fighting special monsters. This is the knowledge of all previous wielders of the holy sword. Moreover, their emotions are also here. He activated the mind center skill and reflected that other holy knights might fall, but not him. After this, the protagonist drew his sword and a system window appeared, notifying him that he had fulfilled the condition and achieved enlightenment. The trait, Blessing, Holy Sword, had been acquired. He asked if there was a stigmata on his palm. Suddenly, the holy sword disappeared. Heinrich asked in surprise. He could use it as a subspace, right? It would help him wield the sword. A system window appeared, stating that the skills Paladin combat techniques and complex weapon mastery had combined and evolved into the special skill Holy War of the Logia. He drew his sword and swinging it, declared it amazing. Just think. He had acquired the combat technique used by previous wielders of the Holy Sword. With enlightenment, his strength grows, and his movements become faster. Finally, they returned the sacred sword. Sometime later, on the western continent of Iona, in the mountainous region between the kingdoms of Talia and Leske, Hans, sitting in his hideout, called out to Victor and asked his name. Kneeling before him, Victor introduced himself in horror. The avatar introduced himself and asked, "He knows who he is, right?" The boy fearfully agreed and added that he was the immortal king. He would follow his orders, but please let him spare his life. Hans thought. He was here to recruit talent, so why was he so nervous? He used the Eye of Darkness skill and sensed a strange energy, then noticed that someone was openly conducting sacrifices. This was happening simultaneously simultaneously in the west and south of the Lest Kingdom. Victor said, "To think that these stupid idiots dared to make plans without consulting the immortal king. What did he plan to do?" He replied that he must personally hear their justifications, of course. Meanwhile, the cultivators formed a pentagram and began making the sacrifice. One of them remarked that everything was going smoothly. It seemed there were no problems here either. They'd been preparing for 30 years. This was the moment when all their efforts would pay off. Suddenly, the magic circle began to disappear, and the young man began coughing up blood. Another anxiously asked what was going on. The cultivator replied that even after all his preparations, he was unable to complete the great spell, but he couldn't stop there. He took out an amulet and declared that if it came down to it, he was offering himself as a sacrifice. In an instant, a pentagram appeared, and the cultivator was engulfed in dark magic. The other boy exclaimed that he would remember this. It was the greatest oath he had ever known. And so, as he wished, this world would be reduced to ruins. Meanwhile, Hans, observing the accumulation of dark magic, noticed something astonishing had happened. The abyss was said to possess the power to destroy the entire world. This abyss was opening again for the first time in 1,000 years. Since the time of the first immortal king. He thought he had never considered this possibility. By the time they caught them by the tail, it was already too late. Oath of defiance, it was time to deal with these bastards. Suddenly, the voices of former immortal kings began to echo within his mind, declaring that they needed to destroy the world. Hans wondered if these were the remnants of the thoughts of the immortal kings who had once sung in the abyss. The ghost of the immortal king appeared and asked what he was waiting for. Let him come out and become one with him. They must destroy everything. He wondered if he thought some ghost from the past had the right to command him. He had no desire to obey the orders of a loser. The ghost laughed and exclaimed that he had broken free from death, huh? Even after becoming an immortal king, he had managed to preserve himself, which made his blood boil with rage and jealousy. They were bound by death. Hans thought he now understood the filth he had always felt in his heart. Could these be the thoughts of past kings? The ghost said they were bound by resentment and forever shackled. They also wanted freedom from these emotions. He wondered if they were becoming too loud. Wait, was he talking about emotions? In the end, they were trapped by emotions. Hans wondered why they didn't shut up. He would fulfill their wish and destroy them. The ghost exclaimed that if he truly granted him eternal death, he would give him a gift. This was something he should have, but never had. The protagonist used the persona skill and thought he would soon figure this out. This skill allows one to control specific emotions and even thoughts hidden deep within the heart, and then it expels them from the body. After using the skill, the ghost began to disappear and exclaimed that oblivion awaited him. Hans bid them farewell and completely destroyed them. He began collecting the particles and, grinning, remarked that this could be a gift. To think that he would leave behind traces of the hidden legacy of the immortal kings. The protagonist reflected that the first immortal king devastated half a continent and the second destroyed an entire empire. This is a feat that does not depend on strength. It could never be accomplished alone. Naturally, he had followers who served him. The undead army, leading the vanguard, carried out the will of the immortal king. Most were destroyed, but many managed to escape thanks to the mindfulness of their commanders. And the method most of them chose was sealing themselves in the abyss. And now, it seemed, the first of them were beginning to emerge. At that moment, right next to Heinrich, the immortal king's royal guard emerged from the ground, namely Duel McCain, the Archlich. He said he couldn't let things end like this. He was returning to the world of the living. The protagonist looked at him and asked with a smile, "Have they met before?" After that, he dealt a few blows and apologized, adding that he had just returned to the world of the living. They would talk about failures returning to life. After killing the skeleton, Heinrich received a magic crystal and wondered if the source was stuck between the sacred sword and the abyss, right? Normally, he would destroy the source, but he would be merciful and pass it on to Hans. Afterwards, the protagonist gave the crystal to his avatar, telling it to serve its new master well. After some time, Hans descended to the abyss and mused that those who had sworn the oath of disobedience had already fled, right? This was the source of the abyss that had risen to the sky. He was certain of it, as the energy was most concentrated here. Open an abyss so vast that it would pierce even the sky. Suddenly, he noticed a chain on the ground and wondered if it was metal. Had those bastards dropped it? The energy was dispersed, so he couldn't trace its owner. For now, he would keep it. The madness pouring from the abyss resonated, despite the fact that this energy channel would have a profound impact on the continent. Hans used his Eye of Darkness skill and, seeing a multitude of dark magic, said, "So that's where the black magic contained in the immortal king's heart comes from. If he did it right, he'd be able to control it." He thought about focusing all his power in one place and absorbing it. As he began to absorb the black mana, Hans chuckled and noticed that he could already feel the abyssal energy permeating his heart and bones. He thought about how his strength had seemingly increased significantly. The bastards had done him a great favor in their oath of disobedience. Suddenly, the enormous bone dragon, Antrasio, flew toward him. Hans, in wild shock, exclaimed that this was amazing, truly magnificent. The monster roared furiously and prepared to attack, but he asked, "What is this? Doesn't it recognize its master?" A moment later, the enormous dragon obeyed him. Hans stroked it and noticed that it finally acknowledged its new master. He thought it was quite sweet. This wasn't the end of the immortal king's legacy. Impatience was eating him up. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of enemies, and so did the bone dragon. Hans noticed that some people were envious of their meeting and were coming here. He thought it was an inopportune time. He hadn't explored the abyss enough yet. Clashing with the great divine order would be a bit of a hindrance. No, even in real life when buying a new car, people always invite friends over for a test drive. Poor thing, having discovered it after 1,000 years and the sight of a bone dragon. Under these circumstances, he could earn a lot of karma. Hans climbed onto the dragon and noted that it had endured a lot in such a cramped space. Now he could fly at will. Let him show them what he really was. Instantly, the dragon took off and began to fly away. By this time, the sacred order had approached the abyss. Archbishop Lanches exclaimed that they must hurry. Evil energy still lingers in the abyss. He mused that even though they were elite troops, they had advanced too quickly, which was why there were so few of them. The enemy was emitting such ominous energy that they should gather all their strength. Suddenly, one of the warriors noticed that the sky had darkened. The squad leader shouted excitedly that it wasn't because of the abyss. Prepare for battle. It was the bone dragon. Hans towered over them and asked what had brought the order's minions here. He replied that they had come because they had learned the abyss had opened. The immortal king wondered, what will they do about it? The squad leader furiously shouted that he was seriously asking such a question after the catastrophe unfolded on the continent due to the opening of the abyss. Tens of thousands had become victims of the ritual. Hans paused. Tens of thousands? He knew rituals were taking place all over the continent, but those taking part in the Oath of Defiance were far crazier than he'd thought. Laddie added that that wasn't all. The damage the continent would suffer was simply unimaginable, and all because of him. He thought, no, not at all. He too was outraged. But he must fulfill his villainous duty. Hans said that question wasn't even worth answering. Who else but him could have done such a thing? The warriors armed themselves and shouted that they would bring him to justice immediately. He replied that they shouldn't worry. Today, he merely intended to warn them. The warriors began shouting furiously. What kind of nonsense is this? They will silence him. Lati asked, hadn't they noticed anything? He was keeping his distance. Would the immortal king want to have a peaceful conversation with them? This was clearly a trap. What was the Lord of the Abyss warning them about? Hans replied that the warning was addressed to the holy knight Heinrich, who had pierced his heart. He laughed and mused that perhaps it was precisely because of his faith in Heinrich that the heavens were aiding him. This was his victory alone. He, Hannibal Strauss, recognized his power. The next time they met, he would take his life and make him his subordinate. One of the warriors exclaimed, how dare he blaspheme such a divine hero? Hans wondered if for the climax he needed to single out Heinrich's name. In that case, should he put an end to this? He snapped his fingers and ordered them to stop making noise. They all had their roles. Let Entrasio show them his power. Instantly, the bone dragon began to prepare to attack. Lati shouted, get ready. They began casting divine magic and declaring that faith will triumph over evil. A system window appeared, indicating that the bone dragon's unique ability, Death's Breath, was available. The dragon launched a small attack, but the paladins created a divine barrier and defended themselves. Afterwards, they joyfully announced that they had stopped him and were alive. Lati remarked that they should remain vigilant. They needed to return to battle formation immediately. One of the warriors called out to him and exclaimed that the immortal king had disappeared. They all noticed this and were perplexed. One of the warriors asked if he really thought the elite of their great divine order could be defeated in one fell swoop. He had clearly underestimated them. Lati wondered what the immortal king was planning. What twisted plan was he hatching? At that moment, Hans flew off and said that Entrasio had given them a good smoke. How had he managed to exhale it so perfectly? The immortal king, who had opened the abyss, and the dragon guarding it appeared, and once again his plan was a resounding success. Suddenly, a huge pillar of dark magic appeared nearby, emanating from a fissure in the ground. Undead creatures began to emerge from there, along with a knight named Dullahan, who said he could sense the aura of his comrades across the continent. Order all troops to advance. At this point, another abyss appeared in the kingdom of Charlotte. All the nobles fled in terror, but the undead surrounded them. One of the nobles asked, are they surrounded? The undead don't have that kind of intelligence. At that moment, a death knight appeared before them and instantly cut him down. Another noted that they needed to report to the Viscount. A death knight had risen in their kingdom. After some time, Haynes asked his servant what the current situation was. The servant replied that the continent of Auterica was in a state of emergency. Word was that the abyss was spreading across the continent, and an army of undead was emerging from it. He inquired about their clan's base, the kingdom of Talia. Mullo reported that, fortunately, Talia and the surrounding nations had suffered no serious damage. Haynes wondered if it was because Hans was dealing with all the undead appearing nearby. But something was wrong. Mullo noticed his expression and asked if something was wrong. He inquired if there were any reports of increasing madness. He replied that no one knew exactly what madness was. It wasn't certain yet, but arguments were increasingly occurring over trivial matters, perhaps due to the influence of madness. Haynes asked if that wasn't a bit far-fetched. Perhaps everyone was just stressed out. Mullo replied that it was probably not. He wondered how he could be so sure. The boy replied that he wasn't just talking about humans. Even the monster's behavior was reportedly unusual. Heinz wondered if even the monsters were becoming more violent. This meant that the madness was affecting every living creature on the continent. He noted that the situation was getting worse and worse. From now on, gathering information about the madness was their priority. Heinz rose from his chair thinking that Hans was busy regrouping the Immortal King's army. He too couldn't leave his post. Now the most informative place was the one-of-a-kind Great Divine Order. Eventually, Heinrich would have to speak out. After some time, the Avatar himself brought the holy sword to the saint. She admiringly said that she knew he'd succeed. He replied that he was glad he'd lived up to her trust, but he'd heard that much had happened while he'd been away. They said something strange had emerged from the abyss. Ristar agreed, adding that madness was what had emerged from the abyss. It seemed unstable, which made it truly dangerous, because they still didn't know what exactly it was. Heinrich asked if he could take a look for himself. He thought this would be a wonderful chance to put the Great Divine Order's intellectual network to good use. The girl replied that he needed to rest. The protagonist said that now that he had received the Sacred Sword's blessing, he must fulfill his duty. The saint sighed and asked, "There's no stopping him, right? In that case, let him do as he please. Let him please reveal the truth behind the madness." Heinrich happily agreed. She added that before that, there was one ritual they must perform, since he had received the sacred sword. After some time, they arrived in the church hall. The saint said, "Let the sacred sword reveal its true form." He took it out and held it aloft. The other warriors of the order, seeing the weapon, marveled at how impressive it was. Just how much divine energy was sealed within its blade. Ristar placed the pendant on him and declared that he had proven himself in everything. She appointed him the supreme paladin of the Great Divine Order. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful stream of divine energy began to emanate from the pendant. Heinrich was amazed to realize that he'd only paused the Mind Center skill for a second, and the pure divine power had nearly driven him mad. What kind of power was this? His body was recovering. After such a powerful flow of power, his hair had turned white. Everyone present, in shock, began to proclaim this a great blessing. The grace of the Almighty had descended upon him. A system window appeared notifying that the entity had fulfilled the conditions and achieved enlightenment. Heinrich was surprised to realize that his hair had turned gray, just like a saint's. Ristar had said that she, a saint of the Great Divine Order, officially welcomed him. He was no longer a saint but a sacred one. A great blessing can only be granted by the will of a deity, making it the clearest sign of holiness. Have the servants bring the armor. Heinrich, in shock, wondered if this meant he was now of equal status with a saint. Afterwards, they brought him a new suit of armor called the Guardian of Glory. Ristar said it was a first-class suit of armor, crafted by the finest artisans of the Great Divine Order. Each piece was made of rare materials, such as mithril and orichalcum. It was also equipped with high-level holy charms and divine barriers. It was practically a moving fortress. This suit could even be called a sacred relic. Heinrich donned the armor and thought that, as he had thought, he had only just donned it when he immediately felt an overwhelming divine power. He had the most powerful weapon, the sacred sword, and the unrivaled Guardian of Glory armor. The complete set was complete. The saint smiled and remarked that it seemed they would be working together from now on. He replied that it was an honor. Heinrich wondered if he deserved to work shoulder to shoulder with the saint. How would things turn out now? Ristar joyfully exclaimed that, frankly, she worked until dawn every single day, and it was very tiring. She was so happy to finally be able to share this burden. He wondered, perplexed, wasn't this a punishment? Or was it him? The saint smiled and noted that the Continental Summit was scheduled to resume soon. They would discuss plans to destroy the undead appearing all over the continent along with the Immortal King. She would be counting on him. Heinrich replied that he would do everything in his power. He wondered if he and Hans would give it their all before the summit. After some time, Karam walked across the burning field and spoke. He is surprisingly weak, but if the kingdom unites its forces, the situation can be resolved. But first, they must organize their forces. He thrust his sword into the ground and said, "Arrogant people, let them become part of the new kingdom." Bright mana scattered in different directions, and skeletal warriors began to rise from the ground. A voice rang out behind him. It seemed he was too late. Karam turned around and said in surprise, "It's him." Han said, "It's him, Karam." His mana spread across space, and Karam said in surprise, "This power." He knelt down and said, "The new immortal king." MC thought, Karam. It's immediately clear that he is the main figure. Power surpassing that of a swordmaster, leadership that allows him to command an army, and necromancy that can raise the undead. He cannot be mistaken in who he really is. Han spoke, one of the commanders of the immortal army, a Lord Death Knight. Karam said, "His lord, it is an honor to be recognized by him." But Karam, it seems he has put up quite a fight. Karam said, "He apologizes. It so happened that he awakened opposite a human settlement." MC said, "What's done is done, but now is the time to strengthen their forces and earn influence." He ordered a retreat. Karam replied, he will follow his orders. He evaporated, and Hans looked around thoughtfully, thinking, the damage is quite extensive. The zone is completely destroyed. He cannot leave it like this. Soon, they will be picked off one by one. Their forces are so scattered that gathering them all at once will not be easy. In such a case, he would have neglected this method due to the severe side effects. but there is simply no other choice. He placed his hand on the ground and ordered his children to listen to him. This is their lord, the immortal king. He is here, in the flesh. Hans thought this would definitely reveal his location, but the order would need time to analyze the dark magic, and they would quickly gather and disappear. There should be enough time. He now ordered them to hurry and answer him. Manas spread in different directions and images of skeletons appeared. Hans looked at them in surprise, and they thought, they are obeying the order of the Absolute. They stand before the true ruler of the immortals. The new king, his servants are immediately heading there. They will immediately set out with troops located in the southwest. To the northwest, they are advancing. MC said yes, his loyal and devoted army. He must lead them to a new future. Something like this has never happened before. He laughed loudly, and at that moment the guys were walking through the forest. Coward asked, Mike, is he sure this is normal? He heard the undead were sticking their heads out everywhere. Mike told him to stop. It's just rumors, rumors. He suggested that he carry supplies. At that moment, something flew past them and Coward screamed in fear. What was that? Mike asked. Coward, what kind of undead would sneak up so quietly? Obviously, it was just a wild animal or something. Coward widened his eyes in fear and pointed his finger to the side. Mike asked, what this time? He turned around and said, there's something behind him. At that moment, a huge monster hit him on the head with its fist and Coward froze and began to stutter. The monster roared loudly, after which Coward screamed, monsters. The men looked around and asked, what kind of nightmare is this? They must live deep in the mountains. Why are they here? Coward fell to the ground and began to back away. He said he'd never heard of anything like this. Monsters? Are monsters getting stronger? After a while, a question rang out in the Hubert Trading Company. What is this? Hubert asked. Monsters from the northern mountains attack the caravan. Is this the effect of madness? If this continues, even Tara, which is nearby, will be in danger. They have stockpiled food and military supplies just in case, but now is not the time for business. He rose from his chair and said, small merchants chase pennies, and great merchants chase hearts. Such times require responsiveness. But still, he looked at the map of the Ionia district, namely at the Iron Fortress, and asked, especially where? He thought the Iron Fortress was recruiting merchants en masse. He turned around and said, the news they deserved. After a while, people were talking among themselves on the street. Recruiting merchants? They think the Iron Fortress is in danger too. Monsters from the northern mountains are moving south, right? The man said, these are not ordinary monsters. They attack like they are mad. Ram grinned and asked, did everyone hear? What are they doing? Kim grinned and asked, Harley, what about him? Harley put his mug on the table and said, of course he'll join the fight. He can't pass up an opportunity like this. Kim smiled and said, Harley, this is a job for him. David asked when they were leaving. Harley stood up and asked why he was asking. Kim just asked not to tell. Harley took off running and shouted, of course, right now. He laughed loudly, and the guys exchanged glances, and Ram asked, did he pay for the drinks? Kim replied, no. Ram, displeased, ordered them to take him right now. He ordered them to make him pay for today's drinks. After a while, in the trading guild in Terra, the guy smiled and greeted Harley. He asked in surprise, does he know him? At that moment, his teammates were lying around him, breathless. The guy answered, of course. The only person who doesn't know a local Harley is a man from another continent. Harley smiled and said, then everything will be quick. They are applying for recruitment of traders. The guy apologized and said, Harley, your application is hard to process. Ram asked with displeasure, what does he mean? Is it reasonable for the trade guild not to give work to merchants? David asked, does he want them to beat him up? The guy cried out in fear, no, not at all. Harley, he has a request for a candidacy. Harley picked up the letters and asked again, a request for a candidacy? He was planning to go to the Iron Fortress, but he hadn't even thought about it. He'll refuse this request. The guy said, Harley, this is for him. Cool. The guy grabbed his face and said, he thinks he can't refuse this. The client, this is Lord Talman of Ionia. Harley asked again, an oasis? What? The guy cried out, Lord Tamlin of Ionia. After a while, a voice was heard in Lord Ionia's office. Here, this is Lord Ionia's territory. The man bowed and said, the Lord is waiting for him in the room. Harley asked again, is the Lord there? He opened the door and shouted, Lord, here comes Harley. He entered the room and asked in surprise, a knight, not a lord? Robin turned around and said, a lord won't talk to a mere merchant. He's Knight Robin, in charge of the mission. He's heard of him, but he's quite huge and very unusual. Harley smiled and said, they know their business. So what does a knight want from a mere merchant? Robin replied, there's only one reason they chose him. They need someone to lead the attack on the northern mountains. Harley asked in surprise, the northern mountains? He wondered if that's the same place that's now teeming with monsters. Robin replied, the mission is to rescue a VIP. The target's name is the Steel Stone Jaunik. He's a local blacksmith. He's a dwarf by race. MC looked into the room and said, they need to go, Grandma. Grandma replied, okay, no need to worry about him. Let them go. Songyun looked at Tisan and said he was glad he was feeling better. Tisan asked again, yes? The doctors were surprised too, but there's something strange here. MC asked again, strange? Tisan replied, according to the doctor, it looks like a high-ranking priest has been pouring out divine energy all day long. Where did he, such an idiot, get such cool connections? Songyun smiled and thought, he knows. It was him. He said, Grandma should handle everything herself. She's strong. Tisan agreed. Their grandmother, who spent her life serving others, others, was finally rewarded. By the way, how's his move going? MC replied, he found a house in the suburbs. It will be quieter there. Tasan said, a private house. Han Songyan is now successful. Isn't it hard to be so far from Seoul? MC replied, it's his sacrifice. He mentally apologized for disturbing Tasan, but now that his projects last longer, he can travel long distances without any problems. He won't sell his old house. He will use it as a base. The main reason for acquiring a more spacious house is that he doesn't know how many clones he will have in the future. The next day, Harley and his team were walking through the snowy mountains. He turned around and thought, is this because the offer came from the Lord? Everyone is so active, and that knight is impressive. He doesn't just follow orders, he puts his whole heart into it. Robin said that a little more and they will reach the area where Jaonic left the transmission. Harley asked again, did he send the transmission? Robin answered, yes. The moment he noticed the monsters acting strange, he hid in a safe cave and contacted them through a magical device. Lola asked, did Jaonic need to climb the mountain at such a time? Chris turned around and said, well, he didn't know things would turn out like this. Dwarves hunt for rare minerals, everyone knows that. Harley thought about it. They were all well-known traders from Terra, using such important people as guides. How amazing was the blacksmith Jaonic's steel stone? After a while, a cry rang out. Monsters. Huge creatures rushed into battle, and the girls said to leave it to them. They aimed fire arrows at the creatures, then looked ahead questioningly. The monster stood before them without a single wound. Lola frowned and asked, the further they go, the tougher they become? The girl replied, their vitality and armor seem unusually high. At that moment, Harley screamed. It was time for him to intervene. He covered himself in red tattoos and rushed forward. He smashed the monsters' heads together and asked, are they ready? Several more monsters appeared behind him, which he deftly dealt with. Lola screamed in fear. Harley, from behind. 3 monsters were flying towards him, and he thought, 3 at the same time? He most likely couldn't defeat them with his bare fists. If he used his wild instinct, he could easily finish the fight, but they might mistake him for a monster disguised as a human. In that case, he pushed off the ground and headed towards the monsters, clutching a stone in his fist. He smirked and began hitting the creatures with the stone. He thought he would finish them off before he landed. Operation Invisible Hand, Lola asked in surprise. What? He just hit all 3 of them at once? Robin replied. Now he doesn't even understand which of them is the real monster. Is that even possible? He's seen this several times today, but he still can't get used to it. Harley got down and grabbed his face with his hand, and Robin asked in confusion, Harley? What is he doing? Harley turned around and fearfully asked for forgiveness. He was so hungry that he did it out of habit. Robin asked again, out of habit? Harley smiled and said, it's the secret magic of their tribe. They consume energy by eating magic stones. Lola said she hadn't heard of anyone who could do that. Chris said there was no way that eating such food wouldn't harm him. Harley answered, no, he's fine. Suddenly he spat out blood and a scream rang out, no, he's not fine. Harley started breathing heavily and thought, what kind of nausea is this? Everything in his eyes turned red, and he thought, this disgusting feeling irritates him. He wants to smash everything. Maybe he needs to destroy everything around him? Yes, he will kill them. Such wild emotions. With the help of the center of his mind, he keeps it inside, but it doesn't always work. Every muscle and every sense becomes more active. It can be. He looked around and thought, madness is spreading throughout the forest. After a while, Hans asked, adorable, isn't it? Olivia, the Banshee Queen, bowed and said, she pledges her allegiance to the king. Hans thought, a high-ranking undead officer, a Banshee Queen with ghosts, what an incredible catch. A composition worthy of history books like Entrasio or Karam. He said, well done, Olivia. She gathered a much larger force than he expected. She responded, as the king ordered. She minimized clashes with people and gathered the children. Hans said, Olivia, he needs her to do something. Olivia said to order, and she would do it. Hans waved his hand and said, organize those people. Let her extract all possible information from the oath about turning the heavens. Her ability is perfect for this. Olivia sighed and replied, it is an honor for her. She, Olivia, will do everything in her power. What does he want to know most about? Hans replied, well, about absolute obedience, of course. She waved her hand and, releasing mana, said, let her children hear her. She ordered the victims to be hunted down to the last remnant, sucked out their souls, and presented to the king. After a while, Heinz read the documents and thought, Hans was able to obtain information from the Banshee Queen, information on the state of the nation from the Brokoslak clan, and on the criminal underworld from Banzi. In everything related to madness, he can count on Harley. Haynes grabbed his head and thought, but why was he afraid? He looked up questioningly and saw Mullo in front of him, who addressed him. Haynes asked, what is it? Mullo replied, a few minutes ago, a message came from the Devil's Forest that monsters had begun to attack. Haynes replied, he sent 2 purebreds there, so everything should be fine. Mullo stuttered slightly, but that was not all. Haynes looked at him questioningly, and he replied that the monsters in the northern mountains had begun moving south in full force. At this time, Harley thought, it spreads in all directions in an instant. This is madness. They went crazy just breathing. He turned around and thought, wait, what about his comrades? The effect is small, but they are not completely protected. At least, it seems to him that people survive this effect easier. Robin said, they are about to arrive at the destination. They need to hurry. A little more. Harley clenched his fists and thought, this is still a serious danger, right? His physical abilities are becoming stronger, but in exchange, he feels like he is losing control of his body. The system window reported a physical transformation with the mutation trait. If not for the trait, he would have gone crazy like the orcs. Chris raised his hand and said, "Attention." Lola asked again, "What? Are there more monsters?" Robin ruffled his hair and said, "Actually, he's dressed like a monster." Harley said, "But this suit suits him." "He doesn't think so?" At that moment, the blacksmith Jonik steel stone in the bush appeared in front of them and said, "They are already here. He's been waiting for them." He emerged from the bushes and said he'd dug a cave over there. He offered to walk them home. Harley said he was interested, but he wouldn't go. Harley just asked him not to say that. Harley interrupted him and said, "Exactly." The monsters were coming. They needed to get down right now. The huge monsters ran towards them and growled loudly, and Robin ordered the guys to cover the rear while they were descending the mountain. Jonik started to run away, when suddenly he turned around and saw a huge creature next to him. He asked to save him, after which Harley quickly hit the monster. He laughed loudly and said, "They're so big he enjoys cutting them down so much." Robin said, "Now's no time for fun. They'll sneak up on them any minute and they won't notice." Harley grabbed the blacksmith, who didn't even have time to scream. He turned around and screamed. "How merciless." Harley said, "He's right. At this rate, they'll destroy everyone but him." Lola asked him not to say such terrible things. "Is there really no better way?" Harley said thoughtfully, "Sir Knight, he's low on energy. Can he have his share of the magic stones?" Robin asked again. "What? He doesn't know what he's going to do with them, but if it's necessary for the mission, he sees no reason to refuse." He handed him the bag, and Harley quickly snatched it and thanked him. He tossed Jonik and said, "He's leaving it with them." Chris caught it and screamed, and Harley stopped and chuckled slightly. Someone screamed, "Harley, what is he doing? It's dangerous. They need to get out of here." Harley laughed and screamed, "Didn't he say this was the best way?" He opened the bag and looked at the stones, then poured it into his mouth. He clenched his jaws and thought, he feels madness much more than before. It seems to him that each magic stone contains a different amount of madness. If he absorbs the madness from the magic stones and controls it with skills, theoretically, he could become much stronger. In that case, Harley screamed, "You'll absorb all the madness in the world." The system window reported that the personality had met the development conditions. He screamed loudly, and the system window reported that the skill, Wild Instinct, had evolved into the special skill, Mad Beast. Harley's body began to strengthen even more, and then he grinned and laughed loudly. Harley said, "Now they'll begin recycling." He thought his whole body was boiling, unbearably hot. The monsters screamed loudly and Harley swung his huge axe and ordered them to die. After a while, he dealt with the monsters and thought, this is it, the power of a berserker beast. Lola spoke in surprise. She could barely catch his movements. "How does he do that?" Chris said, "The rumors about him being the strongest merchant in Terra were not exaggerated." Robin spoke, "He is not the strongest Terra. He is the strongest on the entire continent." The monsters approached again and began swinging their weapons. Harley grinned and attacked the creatures. He said, "That's better." The system window reported, "The skill Diamond Eye, Harsh Winter." Robin said, "This is amazing, Harley." Chris asked, "Is he okay?" Geonic said, "He has the courage of a dwarf." Harley said, "He begged for his life and ran." Geonic grinned slightly, frightened. After a while, Harley wondered in surprise, what kind of energy is this? His whole body is screaming, he needs to run. He's never felt such pressure before. Robin asked, "Harley, what's wrong with your face?" He just asked not to tell him that enemies are approaching. Harley laughed and shouted, "Things are bad. If they encounter the monster approaching them, it will be a complete rout." Well, it won't affect him. Jaonik said they've come too far to give up now. "Let him do something." His muscular friend, Harley asked. "Old man, when he saw monsters before, he started digging a hole to hide, right?" Jaonik answered, "Yes. He dug that hole very bravely." Harley asked, "Can he hide them all?" "In 10 minutes. Jaonik asked again, 10 minutes? He smiled and said 5 minutes is enough, with his wonderful tool. "Ellen," Harley thought. "Ellen? It's so shiny. Is that a magic tool?" Jaonik ordered them to get ready now. They asked again, "Get ready?" Lola screamed, "Stop! Is the ground shaking?" Jaonik continued to work quickly, after which a loud cry was heard. Jaonik smiled and asked, "How are they?" "Quite cozy, isn't it?" The team sat underground near the fire, and Harley thought he had made this place in a few swings of his pickaxe. He is an amazing dwarf. The system window reported an environment suitable for customization development has been detected. Harley wondered, environment? What element here is on the same level as the world tree branch that created Kairos? The system window reported, Ellen, this is a pickaxe, reborn as a magical tool imbued with the secret of the dwarf Jonik, the soul of an artisan. It has been perfected for over 20 years. He thought, this is more amazing than it seems at first glance. It has a 20-year history connected to the master artisan Jaonic. In that case, he will get it by any means necessary. Suddenly, rocks rained down from above, and Chris said, something was making noise outside. Lola asked, maybe it was the monster he was talking about? Robin said, it looked like the creature just crouched above them. Perhaps the monster was trying to feed on monster corpses. Chris asked, maybe they should crawl out while he was distracted. Robin replied, that wasn't a good idea. He would quickly grab them. Harley laughed, and Robin asked, Harley? He said he has a good idea. The biggest problem is that this thing is sitting right above them, right? What if he lures the monster further away? Robin said, this time it could really cost lives, and he will still try? Harley answered, yes. Lola said, scared, Harley. He smiled and said, of course. He pointed his finger at Ellen and shouted, because he has it. Jaonic asked again in surprise, what? Why does he need Ellen? Harley answered, just for insurance. It will be very useful in a dangerous situation. Jaonic said, but it's a magic item. He thought, Why is he doubting? Jeonik, you idiot. It doesn't matter how dear it is to him. Life is more important. He said, okay, let him take it. Harley extended his hand and, laughing slightly, said, thank you. He took it in his hands and discontentedly ordered them to give it to him. He said that he would give it to him. Jeonik screamed, with hands that big, he'll use it like a spatula. Harley snatched it from his hands and laughed out loud. He said he'll be careful with it and give it back. Jeonik fell to the ground and cried out with tears in his eyes. Ellen, Ellen. Harley ran and mentally begged for forgiveness. It's unlikely he'll get it back, but he saved his life, so they're even. He's safe with Ellen. He thought, no, he has a dwarf. Harley jumped outside and screamed, how fresh the air is outside. Now maybe they should ask the monsters to introduce themselves to each other. The huge two-headed monster screamed loudly and swung its fists. Harley said, this guy is more amazing than he expected. Even higher beings, like a two-headed ogre, can go mad. Judging by its belly, it had swallowed a huge number of magic stones. The monster's eyes began to glow, and it screamed loudly. Harley asked, puzzled, what was it doing? He just asked not to say that it was following him because of the smell of the magic stones he ate. Okay, that's not bad. If he wants to get back to the dwarf safely, he needs to escape from here with the monster. Harley started running and shouted, follow him. After a while, he looked around and said, far enough. No one should see them here. The monster screamed loudly, and Harley said, okay. He used the mutation trait and the physical transformation skill. He suggested having a real monster battle. He swung his clawed hands and began to attack the monster. He screamed, yes, that's the taste. The taste of flesh being torn apart by hands. The creature grabbed its head and screamed loudly. Harley said, it must have thought it had become stronger, drunk on madness. But here's the problem. He's not the only one who has tasted madness. The monster began to stagger from side to side, and Harley screamed. It attacked first, and now it's trying to escape. He grabbed the monster by the head and pushed, asking, don't you think it doesn't need two heads? A loud scream rang out, and the creature was left with only one head. It tried to swing its arms and thought, its arrogance won't last long. The monster's comrades will come to the rescue. It looked around and saw the corpses of the monsters. It thought, how? How can this be? A voice rang out, helping it relax a little. The monster looked around, puzzled, and saw a stream of mana. Heinz said he was here on an errand and was already quite tired. He created a stream of mana and released it towards the monster, which screamed loudly. The creature was defeated in an instant. And Harley happily said, as he thought, it's more convenient to work together. He thought, it's good that he called Haynes, he said, although he had originally called him for a different reason. Haynes picked up a pickaxe and said, Mr. Jeonik's gift will be very useful. Harley laughed lightly and asked, how strong will he become if he eats this? He will finish him off before the madness subsides. He bit the monster with his teeth, and Heinz looked at what was happening, puzzled. He said, well, maybe he will also taste blood soaked in madness? The guys turned around sharply and thought, this feeling. Heinz thought, this is the same energy he felt from Intrasio. Everything around burst into bright flames, and the red dragon Giratos appeared. He said, he will devour everything. Hunger. He is dying of hunger. He is going crazy. Harley said, a real dragon. Heinz said, someone revere them as sacred creatures, but he is consumed by madness. There is no point in waiting for a proper conversation. Giratos said, half human and vampire? What a great snack. They must satisfy his hunger. Who should he eat first? No. He will eat them at the same time. He opened his huge mouth, and the guys grinned. They rushed into battle and said, sorry. Giratos quickly revived from the attack, and Heinz said, as expected of a dragon, he's already healed. Harley asked, with such thick skin, he can also heal? The dragon screamed. Low creatures, in his entire eternal life, he was defeated only once. Haynes asked, who did he lose to? Giratos answered, the king of death, the king of immortality. He sentenced him to death. Haynes asked again, the immortal king? Giratos answered, that's right. But he died, and his life was consigned to oblivion. Are they laughing? What kind of reaction is that? Harley mockingly said, sorry, but they called a friend, because the two of them might not be enough. They apologize in advance for the injury caused. Giratos felt a familiar mana and said in surprise, he, the third immortal king, Hans said, a dragon struck by madness. He would make excellent material for experiments. Giratos asked, what? The immortal king has returned. Hans laughed and said, he saw him in the memories of the past immortal king. If he could wake up from that lethargic sleep himself, he wouldn't be surprised by his resurrection. Giratos tried to wave his tail but hit the barrier. Hans laughed lightly and told him not to even think about escaping. Inside this barrier, his wings don't work. Giratos heard voices. He must kill him. Avenge them. Giratos said, the immortal king. He covered himself in bright mana, and Harley said in surprise, this is amazing. He absorbs madness from the air. Even he can't do that. Giratos said, an overwhelming power is gathering. Yes, it is a strange power, the will of nature that desires revenge. He will destroy him, the immortal king. Hans said, this was not part of his plans. Giratos grinned and shouted, the so-called immortal king is fleeing in terror? Hans replied that he was going to kill him, but then he would suffer a small loss. He couldn't let such madness loose. Giratos asked, he, the unfortunate one, what kind of nonsense is he talking about? Hans said, well, here's another option. If they're not on the same level, he should be underneath him. He directed mana toward Giratos and ordered them to get out. Entrasio, a large dragon skeleton appeared beneath him. He screamed loudly, and Giratos asked in surprise, a real dragon? Hans said, Entrasio, let him make sure his flesh and bones remain intact. let him remove the curse and rot from himself before engaging in battle. Entrasio quickly flew into the air and lunged at Gyarados. He bit him, and Hans thought, now he'll analyze how best to separate them. The system window reported the skill gravity chains, spatial blocking, and blow absorption. All of this was directed at Gyarados, who said these were cheap tricks. The boys rushed to the attack and shouted, now is the time, Harley said happily. It's powerful. Just looking at it makes his mouth water. Haynes said, dragon blood tastes wonderful. He swung his arm and attacked, and Harley sank his teeth into Gyarados' body. He asked, an endless supply of dragon meat? He will feast until he recovers. Heinz tried it and said, the blood is good, but the madness mixed in is getting in the way. Heinz's eyes widened in surprise and asked, wait, madness? Gyarados screamed loudly and broke free from his chains. He screamed, did they insects think he would just sit and watch? Harley said, breathe. There's no way to dodge at this range. Hans said, he's disarmed. He's not the only one who can breathe fire. Gyarados said to treat him like this. He'll burn him, the damn dragon. Entrasio directed his mana towards Gyarados, who at the same moment directed it towards him. Haynes tore open his jacket sleeve and said, now, he will channel every drop of his blood and maximize the mysteries of blood. The system window reported, it's a great sword of blood. He grabbed it and used ability acceleration. He swung the sword and Gyarados screamed loudly. He said it worked. Gyarados looked at him and said, he, an insignificant insect, is useless. Such an injury is nothing. He can regenerate. Haynes apologized, but he didn't intend to seriously injure him. Gyarados asked, what? Haynes grinned and repeated, insect, that's the perfect word. Gyarados looked at his paw and asked, what is this? Haynes replied, his accumulated madness looked too appetizing, so he launched a parasite into his body. He's so evil that even deworming won't help. Harley was crawling over Gyarados' body at that moment, asking, the texture? It's not bad. They'll see how much they can get in this restaurant. Inside Gyarados, Harley was thinking, how nutritious. The deeper he goes, the more nutrients he gets. Suddenly, he looked forward questioningly, and the flesh squeezed inside him. Harley screamed loudly, what an idiot. He's trying to push it out. He grabbed his chest and said, the bones and organs are about to burst, but he can't stop here. He will keep absorbing until his jaw muscles are paralyzed. The system window reported, regeneration has reached the limit. The skill regeneration has evolved into ultra regeneration. Harley looked around and said, his power, it's coming back. He asked, ultra regeneration? He thought a dragon had this ability, but it hasn't absorbed its magic stone yet, has it? He remembered Gyarados' words, and the system window reported, the creature has met the conditions for evolution. The skill absorption has evolved into the special skill gluttony. Harley asked again, gluttony? A red spot appeared on his body and Harley said, it's scales. I see. Now just by eating someone, he will absorb skills. He will devour them completely. At that moment, Gyarados screamed, idiot. If he doesn't come out of his own free will, he will drag him out by force. Hans asked, where is he going? He pointed his chains at Gyarados, and Haynes swung his sword. Entrasio grabbed his opponent by the neck, causing him to scream loudly. Haynes asked, is this the effect of gluttony? When Harley suppressed the madness, even the dragon calmed down a bit. As soon as he gets a taste, the power will awaken within him. The system window reported that the special skill, Legacy Pure Blood, has been significantly improved. Heinz said that, as he thought, to gain access to pure blood, you need to drink it from a superior opponent. He widened his eyes in surprise and said, that's it. Harley said at that moment, he found Gyarados' dragon heart. Heinz said, checkmate. Harley said, the ultimate magic stone, the dragon heart, bon appetit. He quickly bit off the stone, after which Gyarados screamed loudly. He fell to the ground, and Hans patted Entrasio and said, well done. He laughed and said, success. From twin ogres to dragons, that's wonderful. Gyarados sighed several times before closing his eyes. He said, after all, once an immortal king. Hans placed his hand on him and told him to rest in peace. This time, the immortal king has no intention of destroying the entire world, and if he takes some of his bones, then let him not be too indignant. He will put it to good use. Haynes said, his blood. Harley added, and his horns. After a while, Hans said, they have obtained very valuable magical ingredients. The dragon corpse is a treasure. Haynes looked at the cabinet and said, he collected blood infused with dragon power. This will definitely come in handy. But today, Harley was the luckiest. He was kneeling and shaking. Harley thought, absorbing the madness of monsters. It's hard to control. It feels like it's being torn apart from the inside. He must use the method engraved on the dragon heart. Madness fills his body. He will weave it with the dragon heart. He was covered in red marks and thought, this feeling. The system window reported, the creature's race has been changed to dragonkin. A special skill has been obtained, the heart of a mad dragon. He smiled and thought, his very being has ascended. He said, the race has changed. The system window reported, race, dragonkin. Harley happily said, this is the power of the dragon heart. The system window reported, special remarks. He absorbed the heart of a light dragon and gained its powers. This controls the madness within the body and continuously absorbs the madness around it. The diamond eye merged with the dragon's eye, becoming even more effective. Harley thought that with the power of mutation, he would get everything he needed, but he stomped his foot, causing the ground to crack. Harley said that if he increased his body density, the weight would become unbearable. If he didn't control it, disaster would be inevitable. He thought he'd better practice a little before he met them. He smiled and said, this is the raid closing ceremony that Hans had prepared. Hans covered the dragon's corpse with mana and revived it. He ordered to speak to him now. What is his name? He answered, Gyarados. Hans said, yes, Gyarados. He is the Lion King and death itself. He grants him a second life. He is his master now. At this time, MC exhaled and said he was finally done with the move. A gym, a game room, a comic book room. Just think, he really fulfilled his dream of arranging his home the way he wants it. Now he can go outside freely. Songyan said, but it's more comfortable at home, so he's done everything necessary, and he never needs to leave the house. So, should he do some gardening? The system window reported, skill, essence projection. He jumped off the roof and transformed into Kairos. He said, now he will show the natural strength of a high elf. He released his mana and began to grow bushes. He grew a beautiful garden and said, they say private houses are hard to maintain, but that certainly doesn't apply to him. He turned around and said, next. Haynes appeared behind him and swung his hand. He thought, he'll use Haynes, whom he summoned in advance, to set up the primary barrier. The essence projection cooldown will be complete. He will add the Hans and Heinrich barriers. Is there a house safer than this? Songyan asked. Household chores should be like this. Maybe it's time for accounting. Karma shop. The system window reported, karma shop. Current karma, 1,608,961 points. Recovering 1 million isn't available yet. Upgrading a special skill costs 1 million, and upgrade statuses can be viewed. MC asked, is it already more than 1 million? It hasn't even been a week in Earth time. It seems numbers really do matter, but let them not tell him there's no increase in the number of avatars, right? He thought about it. Okay, he has no choice. Songyan clicked on the system window and said, improve. He cried out joyfully. It worked. The system window reported that the unique skill had improved, increasing the number of avatars he can own. MC said he can now add an avatar again. Will he see what else he got? The system window reported that the avatar's potential had increased. The learning ability of each entity is improved. The avatar's cognitive abilities are significantly increased. Songyan said, it's not surprising that the distribution of mental energy between his avatars seem to have increased. Will his main avatar become dumber? He laughed out loud and then said, it can't be. The clone. It's him. It's a clone. Next. The system window reported, the unique skill is developing and blossoming with possibilities. The special skill Avatar Cloud has been acquired. Avatar Cloud, exchange avatar items in a small subspace. Songyan asked again, Avatar Cloud, exchange items in a subspace? That means he can travel across dimensions. Haynes said he doesn't even need to be them personally. They'll check. He placed Ellen in the storage and said, excellent. This will be of great help to the merchant Hubert. Songyan said, so he can even send the Archlich source that Heinrich saved for Hans. Now will they begin the main event? He needs to apologize to Joannick, but let him consider it the price for his life. The system window reported, using the customization skill. MC screamed, it's time to summon a dwarf. There was an explosion, and he thought he needed a master to take care of the clone's tools and weapons. Finally, he would have a reliable blacksmith like Joannick. A dwarf with a black beard appeared in front of him, and MC screamed, what a cutie. Joannick didn't warn you about that. MC screamed, customization, so the height needs to be cranked up to the maximum for his race. Make his face more impressive. Make his beard thicker, more refined, and his body a little too. Songyan sighed and said, now that's another matter. It's done. A dwarf who will become the main blacksmith for his avatars. The dwarf said, now he really looks like a dwarf. MC waved his hand and said, from now on his name is Howard. He's counting on him. The system window reported that Howard is a dwarf by race. His personality trait is the spirit of craftsmanship. Note, this is Han Songyan's 8th avatar created with the master pickaxe. Due to the Spirit of Mastery effect, all actions related to item creation gain an advantage. MC said, great, everything is exactly as he intended. Even the first skill is the right type. If we're going to nitpick, he thought about it. As with Kairos, he again lacks any basic knowledge. Looks like he'll have to use Harley's connections again, but there's complete chaos in the north right now, so that's problematic. He thought about it and said, then that leaves Haynes. He dialed a number on the phone and said, it's been a while since they've seen each other. How is she doing? Soran said, Mr. Haynes, did something happen? He replied, he has an urgent request. She asked again, a request? What's wrong? Let him just order it. Haynes said to prepare materials on engineering for him, especially on metallurgy. Anything. Scientific papers, workshop records, anything. She replied, right now. Howard said blacksmithing skills can be honed using earthly data. He'll need to set up a workshop in Terra and practice on Auterica. It'll be more effective there. After a while, Hans said the cloud avatar system is truly good. He didn't think he could get Heinrich's gift so easily. Finally, he'll be able to properly use the source. He ordered everyone to stand, after which the crystal began to shine brightly. Hans said he'll have a task. McCain appeared before him and asked with displeasure, who dares call him? Hans folded his arms and replied, it was him. McCain fell to his knees in fear and cried out, Lord of the Immortals. He thought the hero had finished him off. He truly is the greatest. Hans said, Duel McCain. He spoke in surprise. He named him. He swears eternal allegiance to the Lord. Hans thought he'd been quite a capable advisor in the memory of the previous Lord. The more capable the servant, the better to use them. Suddenly, Mana appeared next to them, and Hans looked in that direction in surprise. Olivia said, Banshee Queen Olivia, she is reporting to the king. Hans told her to speak. He is listening. She said she was tasked with tracking down the Oath of Heavenly Reversal. Hans said, he is listening. He thought he entrusted Olivia with an important task. So, she said, at the moment she has passed through the west of the continent and expanded the search area to part of the Central Empire, and she has discovered a place that, in all likelihood, is their main base. Hans said, he knew she could do it. Excellent work, Olivia. She said, the servant is ready to bend over backwards for the king. McCain looked at her questioningly and asked, But Mistress Olivia has no skin. How will she bend over it? Olivia looked at him with displeasure, and Hans cleared his throat and said, Duel, he just had a new assignment. He will help Olivia. He cried out in surprise. What? Duel turned and looked at Olivia, who continued to smile. He bowed and said, Yes, Lord of the Immortals, it will be done. Hans turned and told Olivia to subdue these idiots at any cost. If necessary, let her take Karam with her. Olivia replied, Okay, everything will be as the king wishes. They evaporated, and he thought, the oath of turning the heavens, he had finally found them. Hans waved his hand and said, Not a lot, let them wait just a little bit. He will come for them soon. Central Continent, Azarian Empire, Tovea's city. Manna flowed outside the window, and the girl looked at it and said for a second she thought she smelled Olivia. She turned around and said, Well, it must have been her imagination. The current leader of the Oath of Reversal of Heaven changed her appearance and said that she had no way to find her now. The Lord of the Immortals. She would never again be his slave. She was a succubus from the army of immortals, Siana. She returned to her normal form and, adjusting her hair, said to come in. Andrew Weaver from the Oath of Reversal of Heaven entered the room and said, slightly embarrassed, Siana. As always, she was dazzlingly beautiful. Siana said, Enough chatter, Andrew. Did he find out who became the new head of the Brokoslak clan? He replied, Of course. A pure-blooded vampire named Haynes. Siana asked, Even if he was pure-blooded, how did he manage to swallow an entire vampire clan? Andrew replied, He definitely hasn't done that yet. Siana screamed in irritation. What? He said. She's got horns coming out. He told you so. His trajectory observation skill is almost like an all-seeing eye, but to see everything properly, it needs to be improved. Siana said, Enough. She doesn't want to listen to excuses. He thought, a nightmare. If only she'd hand over the materials, before grumbling. Siana thought, no matter how good the long-range observation skill, without precise data, it still only gives blurry images. Siana said, in any case, it's good that the new Lord Brokoslak is not of the highest blood. Getting rid of him will be much easier. Andrew asked, Will she handle this personally, Siana? She asked again, Why so? She opened her wristwatch and said, The greatest vampire clan of the continent, Upersh, will begin a campaign of conquest. After a while, Haynes said, She quickly collected the materials. Soran said, Of course, an order personally from the Lord. That's rare. They used all the powers of heterosis. Haynes thought, the properties of metal, the hammer grip technique, the forging methods. Although he still doesn't understand much from the papers. As expected of a dwarf, he understands at a glance. Howard there, got it all right away. When the teleport cooldown ends, he will send everything to Hubert's workshop. Soran said yes. He needs to know about something. Haynes asked again, about what? Soran answered, they detected that the Order of the Oath of Conversion of Heaven had come into contact with other forces. Haynes asked, with others? She answered, yes, she was digging deeper to find out who exactly. Heinz wondered, what are they planning there? Oh well, the main thing is to do everything cleanly. He folded his hands together and thought time is on their side. While his avatars had been pumping up their power for 10 months, only a month had passed on Earth. A voice rang out, yes, he is coming. The man looked out and thought, a child? He asked, can you find out what business she came for? The girl smiled and said, she came to Mullo, let him take her. The butler thought with displeasure, how dare she treat Mr. Mullo without respect? He asked, did she have an appointment? The girl asked, should she? Let him say that Brickion had arrived, he will understand. The butler said with displeasure, what impudence. He would report to Mr. Mullo and let her go back. At that moment, Mullo appeared behind him and said, there was no need for that. He knelt down and said to let Mrs. Brokoslak in. Brickion said, they haven't seen each other for a long time, Mullo. The butler asked fearfully, Brokoslak? Could she really be the founder of the Sacred Blood Brokoslak clan? Really? She smiled back at him, and after a while, Mullo apologized for the inappropriate manner they had met her, Mrs. Brokoslak. Freesia had just left. Brickion answered, she had told him to call her Bricky. Brokoslak sounds too pretentious. Mullo replied, yes, Lady Bricky, he thought, but it was awkward. There were still 20 years before the planned visit, and she just showed up so suddenly. Bricky asked, but he knows what's strange? The one at the gate. He's both the same and not the same at the same time. Too much about him is distorted. He didn't even recognize his own master. Mullo asked for forgiveness, and she ordered him not to deny it. He's the same. He widened his eyes in fear and thought, he can't and doesn't want to fight her, Lady Bricky. How could this be? As soon as Heinz left, everything turned out like this. Bricky said, it seems like her blood really does flow in them. However, where's the one who made them like this? Mullo turned pale and thought, so she was simply testing them all this time. So that's how it all went. Mullo said he's not here now. Bricky said, then she'll stay here for now, okay? They don't have any chambers prepared. Mullo replied, no problem. He bowed and she thought, how curious. She'd always dreamed of perfecting her blood through evolution, of the highest degree of transmission of her bloodline's power. If such a thing were truly possible, they, vampires, would be able to emerge from the shadows. And now she was waking up, and someone had already opened those gates. She'd see her worthy descendant and the impudent traitor to her blood. At that moment, Harley smiled and said, well, that's it. He jumped and ordered them out. Everyone quickly jumped, and Jonik screamed, Harley, his heart almost stopped. Robin said, it looks like the hunt was a success. Is he all right? Harley laughed and said, it was hot, but he held on. Someone said, he thinks he looks even more cheerful than before. Chris looked at his hand, puzzled, and asked, did he just see scales flash on his skin? Harley answered, oh well, he probably imagined it. It doesn't matter. Who knows when another monster will fall on them? They have to go down to the Steel Citadel. After a while, they were walking through the forest, and Jaunik was saying, by the way, Harley. He really has become stronger. Not just stronger, he came back as a different person. Harley answered, well, probably. Jaonik said, but if he has grown so much in power, why doesn't he feel Ellen's aura at all? Couldn't he have protected it? Or did something happen to it? Harley thought, it's starting. He was going to entrust the training to Howard Jaonik. If this were to ruin everything, it would be awkward. He said it was actually a tragic story. Jaonik asked again, tragic? Great adventures of Harley 2. Long live the comrades. At first, everything was going perfectly. The enemy turned out to be tough, but nothing unexpected. Until it turned out they were under siege. He fought with all his might, but the enemies kept coming. He had already resigned himself to death, into the world, with claws almost digging into his back. He frowned and closed his eyes, and after a while, he turned around questioningly and screamed loudly. Ellen, did that save him? He collected the pieces of Ellen and screamed, no, Ellen. He swears he will never forget this. He screamed loudly and attacked the monster, exclaiming that this was revenge for Ellen. Jaonik burst into tears and said, what a touching story. Harley said, as rage overwhelmed him, he felt the power of the dragonflight coursing through his blood. Ellen had given him one last chance, and he'd taken it. The girl said thoughtfully, so there was a dragon born among his ancestors, most likely 300 years ago, after the Great War, and then this line simply got lost. Harley said, I see. Now everything fell into place. He thought, dragon blood awakened in Mortal Kombat. Lola said, yes, that's a true legend. It's incredible. Chris said he always knew he wasn't simple. Harley laughed and said he was pleased to hear it. Robin froze and said, look, over there, a little more, and they'll be at the walls of the steel citadel. Chris asked why they'd stopped. Robin said, look over there. He saw the corpses of monsters scattered around the walls. He screamed, it's a mutated minotaur. Lola asked, had it already reached the citadel itself? Chris said in fear, they need to hurry. If they slow down, no one inside will survive. Harley said, yes, they have to go eat. I mean, save them. At that moment, the guys were fighting the monster and saying, even the temple mages and the tower wizards can't stand this. The knight replied, mercenaries from all over the continent don't dare approach. A cry rang out, it's coming. At that moment, Harley pounced on the monster, which screamed loudly. Someone said the Terra monster. He smirked and thought, he says a monster? Then he'll show him what a real monster is. He attacked the creature, which screamed loudly. Harley asked, so what? How does the Minotaur like the monster? Does it still want to compete with him? Great. The Minotaur moaned loudly, then lost all its horns. The man looked at this in surprise, and the Minotaur fell dead. Harley said, not bad, but it's still impressive. The boys shouted with joy. They did it. They defeated the monster. Harley thought the horns would come in handy. Maybe Howard could make some great gear out of them. And besides, the main reward. The system window reported, the king of madness is the ability to harness the rage within the body. He thought, if we're talking about Minotaur genes, then of course his legs are his strongest.